here we go. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
My name is Brennan.
My name is Dean, and let's have a chit chat. I'm doing the jazz hands.
Hey, we don't do the jazz heads till the end, dude. Okay,
Well,
you're messing up the order.
Screw you.
What the
I'm
heck?
doing it beforehand.
What the heck, dude? Gosh, we have to restart now. That's why I draw the line. Okay. Just kidding. Welcome to Chit Chats, everybody. We have a special episode today. I feel like I say that 9 times out of 10 on this show, but it really is a special episode. You know why? In more ways than one. First of all, we have Brennan. He's never here, ever, in any episode, so that's cool. Right, Brennan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We have Dean, who is a special guest, who you've been on one episode before, the eulogy one. We wanted to bring you back for this episode because this is a very special episode. This is the second time I've seen
I also have a ghost. I also have a ghost in my ear who's telling me very, very dirty jokes as we were talking.
Yeah. That's gonna be great. If Brennan just randomly starts, busting up laughing, then you know why.
Satan is speaking to him.
We actually, before I get into what the topic of this episode is, we actually have 5 guests today, or I should say 5 participants. We have me, we have Brennan, we have Dean, we have Brennan's ghost, who shall remain nameless, I guess. And we have Donovan is actually currently watching and listening to us rank these games. So you can't hear him, you can't see him, but he's here. He's here in spirit. And he's going to give his 2 cents. We're not going to, take his 2 cents into account, but he's going to give it anyway. You know what I mean? And then after we're done, maybe I'll let him speak when we're done, and he can critique our rankings. And the reason why I say that, the reason why I'm talking about rankings, is because today, guys, is the 35th episode of Chit Chats, and it just so happens to also be Zelda's 35th anniversary. See, it's a nice little connection.
Well, it's 35th anniversary year. It's 35th anniversary is back in February.
What?
Its 35th anniversary is back in February. But
the year in itself.
Yeah, this is the 35th year.
Yes, right?
It works.
It works. Okay, shut up, okay? Yeah, I don't pay you to talk, dude, okay? In a podcast style video. But yeah, so today we're going to be ranking all of the main series Zelda games. And the reason why I wanted Brennan and Dean to be on is because they're pretty big Zelda aficionados, I would like to believe. I'm not. I haven't played many of the games. So they're going to be kind of taking control in this episode. And I welcome it because I like to hear you guys' input on these. I realize that I'm usually the one that talks a lot in these episodes, and I want to give you guys the stage. I want to give you guys front and center, time to shine. So that's why we're doing this today. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. I got the tier list pulled up here. So we're not covering the spin-offs.
Share your screen.
I know I'm going to. Gosh. We're not covering the spin-offs because, they don't matter as much, even though some of them are, pretty good, but we're just doing the main series ones. So yeah, I guess we'll just get started. Brendan, I already know that Anthony's already saying stuff in your ear. I mean, your ghost. who will remain nameless. So
he told me his name, but I'm not going to say it on a podcast.
Okay. All right. So, first game of the Zelda tier list, A Link Between Worlds. Brennan, would you like to start with your opinions, and then we'll pass it on to Dean because I've never played this one.
So I really liked A Link Between Worlds. I thought it was a pretty good DS game. It was, for any of those who don't know, it's like a sequel. It's like a sequel / remake of A Link to the Past. So it's like the same map and kind of same world, but different powers and a little bit of a different story. But I thought it was really good. I thought it was a really good game. The main mechanic of the game, the whole paint mechanic where you become a painting, was kind of weird. There were some parts where it was really kind of cool and you'd use it to solve puzzles, but it was very different and interesting for sure. That's all I have to say, really. Do you have anything, Dean? Have you played it?
Well, yeah, I see A Link Between Worlds was my very first experience with Zelda games. And so, I'm very invested in this game. And I'd say there's a lot of dimensions, especially 3D and 2D, because you can become a painting and such. And I thought this, it wasn't necessarily the best Zelda game out there, but I think just because of its like design and creativity, and it expanded upon, it's kind of like a remake of Link to the Past. So I thought it expanded upon some possibilities, added new dimensions, and I thought the painting feature was a really cool thing that they were able to implement into the game. So I thought it was a really good game, at the very least.
All right.
So for personal opinion, I would have to say at most A tier, at least B tier.
I would say, for me personally, I'd say A tier. I think it's an A tier game.
Okay, then we both all agree with A tier, so A tier.
All right. A tier it is. Like I said, I don't have much to say. It's a Zelda game that came out. That's all that I
That's
all
true.
about I can say about it. I mean, am I wrong?
But fun fact about this game, actually, this was one of the first 3D. This was one of the first 3DS games I got, and I got this as a birthday present from Mr. Lifehacks himself, Ellis.
That's right. Yeah. Shout out to Life Hacks with Ellis. I'm sure he loves that. That's his legacy now, right?
Yep. Throwback.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I will point out if I have played a Zelda game, but we'll get there when we get there. But anyway, Link to the Past.
Next up is A Link to the Past. Dean, have you played A Link to the Past?
Okay, so I have played A Link to the Past, but the thing about Link to the Past is that A Link Between Worlds is just Link to the Past, but better. So also like A Link to the Past is more like, how in like most Zelda games you can be kind of like free and there's not necessarily an entirely linear pathway. I mean, like you can explore a lot of places and go wherever you want in A Link to the Past, but there's still like you have to do certain things to move on in the story, and then at certain points it can get tedious, which they kind of removed, I felt, in Link Between Worlds.
Thoughts,
So A Link. So honestly, in my mind, A Link to the Past is at the exact same as me for A Link Between Worlds, just because of how similar they are. But for me, A Link to the Past, I've played all of these games. But for me, A Link to the Past, I only played recently, about a year ago, when I got my Switch and I played it for the first time on the Super Nintendo.
That was the exact same experience for me, actually.
Yeah, I never got to play it until I got the emulator. So it's for me, it like holds a kind of a special place though, because it is one of the OGs. It's literally like the classics, But it is also an OG. So there's a lot of problems with even though the original games are amazing, since they were the original, there's a lot of problems with them, But other than that, I love The Link to the Past. It was a great game. I never played it myself, but it was actually one of the first Let's Plays of a Zelda game I ever watched on YouTube. But Antonio knows this guy, Josh Jepson. I watched his Let's Play of A Link to the Past, and that's one of the ways I met Josh. But for me, it's the exact same as A Link to the Past. It's either an A or B tier for me.
Yeah, I'd say A or B.
Okay. Let's go. I'm gonna say B, just because it's a Link. Because Dean Donovan. Oh my God! Like Dean said, Link Between Worlds fixed a couple of the problems that A Link to the Past had. So I'm gonna say let's put it in B, just below Link.
B tier sounds good.
All right, sounds good. Link to the Past going in B tier. All right.
Is that Four Swords or Four Swords Adventures?
This is Four Swords Adventures, which came out on the GameCube. Have either of you guys played that?
No.
Yes. Okay, so then, so I guess I should have put a never played tier. Now I will say this: have you guys would you guys say that none of these are F tier? Like, would you say that that's fair to say?
I have one. The CDF, the weird games are on here, so I'm gonna say no.
They are. Wait,
no, they aren't.
Oh, okay. Wait, so
if those
Dean,
were on here, those would be F tier.
well, yeah, but Dean, you said you had a game that from this list that was F tier for you.
Not necessarily. It could be D or F tier, but it's just based on my personal experience with the game.
Oh, I
Because
think
I
I know
don't
which
think,
one it is.
yeah, I don't think any of them are inherently bad, like straight out horrible per se, but some could. There are a lot of features that could be improved in some games.
Okay,
Oh boy.
so I think what I'm gonna do,
Me and Dean are gonna start fighting on later.
I'm gonna add a
Quite
never
possibly.
played tier, just so we can clarify, because I don't want to place Four Swords Adventures in a specific tier if
Mhm.
there's no specific opinion on it. You know what I mean? So here,
Well, I played it. No.
I'll put that there. You guys can still see like all the games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good.
Okay. Well, I'll talk about it anyways because I played both Four Swords.
Oh, you have? You said you haven't.
Yeah. No, I said I had. You asked, and you're like, have you guys played? I was like, yeah, I have. I've played both Four Swords, and then Dean's like, no.
Oh, I thought that both of you.
I played
no.
every game. I played every game on this list except for Oracle Seasons.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, in that case, Brennan, go ahead and give your opinions on Four Swords Adventures.
Wait, don't get rid of it. Don't get rid of it because
Okay.
I haven't played Oracle of Seasons either.
Okay. So I'm actually gonna go with Four Swords first because Four Swords Adventures is the sequel.
Okay, fair enough.
So Four Swords was a really, really cool game with how it incorporated the four player design of or at least having four links that you could control.
Mhm.
I really liked. Oh, I'm tired. I really liked the bad guy in those games, Vati, the wind sorcerer. He was definitely a change of pace. He is not my favorite. He's not like anything close to like Ganon or like Demise, but he was still a really cool character. They improved a lot of stuff in Four Swords Adventures. But just basic Four Swords, I'm gonna put it at C tier.
C tier, okay. Dean, have you
Just
played
because-
Four Swords?
No.
Okay, so I will be putting that in C tier in honor of Brennan.
Have you played Four Swords Adventures? Okay, so
I feel like that was pretty hard to get your hands on too.
Four Swords Adventures was definitely an improvement of Four Swords. They kept a lot of the same mechanics, but made them a lot easier and a lot better to use. The multiplayer was a lot better, but it still had its problems. There was a lot of problems with. I watched like Let's Plays people play it, like 4 players play it, and the screen sharing with working with one screen really screwed over other players sometimes. So that was definitely a con. But gameplay wise and story, it was really good. So I'll probably put it on like the same level as A Link to the Past feature.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Sounds good. We shall move on to Link's Awakening. And I know that the remake isn't on this list, but do you think we should group them together here, or do you think they're different enough that we should kind of?
I don't think they changed anything with the remake. They just added like some like Nintendo references, and that was it. Like,
okay.
Remake. I'm still currently playing the remake.
Okay,
yeah, I played the remake.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I like the art style of the remake. I think that might put it a little above the original, but
that's funny. I've played the original all the way through, and Dean has it. Dean's finished the remake, and I haven't finished the remake.
Yeah. So
opposite sides of the coin.
We have a balanced, like between the both of you, we have a balanced viewpoint on both games, so it works out. So Dean, since you've played through the entirety of the original, would you like to give your thoughts on the original?
I haven't played through the original.
No, Dean played the remake. I played the original.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Sorry. You have to excuse my spaciness. It's 1 a.m.
Yes, okay. This episode took longer than we planned.
It did, but that's okay. Brennan, would you like to give your review on Link's Awakening, the original, for the Game Boy Color?
So the original was really good. It was definitely a really good game for being on the game. It was a really good game for being on the Game Boy.
Yeah.
Sorry. And there was definitely its problems. It was a little slow in some parts, the original, but it had some great music. It had a great storyline. I always loved the spoilers, I always would have thought that really this island was kind of like in Link's mind, and that it wasn't really real.
Mhm.
And the story of the Windfish was always cool, and like that's why I wanted the remake, because I want to see the Windfish in higher quality.
Gotcha.
But it was a really good game, and like I said, it was slow in some parts and it had its problems. It's a fun game to speed run. I'll tell you that much, because you can get some really funny like skip areas.
Mhm.
But as for like how much I played it and how much I enjoyed it, I probably enjoyed it as much as probably Four Swords, the original. So I'd probably say C tier.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, Dean, where would you put the remake if it was on this list?
Okay. I'd say I'd also put it C tier because I thought the game, it wasn't like necessarily a bad Zelda game, but it was definitely some parts were like, it just was kind of like boring. I didn't see like a lot of point to some parts.
Mhm.
And then I don't know, when I got to the ending and I was like, the whole part, it was just all a dream. I was like, what?
Oh yeah, they pulled that
That it?
shit in the game, did they?
It's a dream? It's
It's a
over?
dream.
Okay.
You're
And then I'm
dreaming.
like,
Wake up.
and then it made me sad too because at the ending he was like not only do you like wake up,
Yeah.
you wake up the Windfish, but you kind of have like you are responsible for killing everyone on the island. Like
Brennan, we can't
you
hear
don't
you,
really
by the way.
think about
That
it
is
much.
very true. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm laughing. The ghost in my ear is being a little too naughty right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
but you killed everyone on that island, and you were responsible for killing it. I mean, you woke a guy up from his slumber, but you just killed like 100 something people on that island.
Mhm.
You're a monster. And so yeah, I felt kind of sad at the end after
Right.
playing that
Okay.
game.
Gotcha.
So C tier it goes.
All right. I will say that like it seems as though, with the exception of Link Between Worlds, I feel like the 2D games are held back a little bit from the
Hmm.
3D ones. But
Yeah,
that being said, we haven't actually reached the 3D one until right now, so we'll test that theory out. But I have a strong feeling that the 3D ones are going to be placed a little higher. But
probably.
we'll
Yeah.
see. All right, Majora's Mask.
All right.
Oh,
All
All
right,
right.
so I feel like both of you guys probably have a good amount to say for this one, so you have the floor.
Okay,
this
Brennan,
is
you want to start?
there's for me. This one's easy. I'm gonna say it right now. Right before it, Majora's Mask is an S tier game for me.
I agree. It's
All
an S
right.
tier game.
Okay.
You can't argue with that. It's S tier. It's just like
Majora's Mask just
I'm
put so much. It has some of the best music in the series. It has some of the best characters. One of the coolest stories. It introduces my second favorite Zelda character of all time, the Fierce Demon. Like it's just for me, it's one of the best games out there. I replayed it multiple times. It's too good.
it's just a it's I just love the mask aspects, and then like it's literally like the apocalypse within 3 days, so you have to save the world going through it over and over and over and over again. I think the only problem that I had with this game is that as a kid when I was playing it, I was kind of stupid, and so going through the dungeons, there were like a couple like puzzles I didn't know how to solve, or like parts I would rage at. But other than that, I love the game.
can I say something that I'm not proud of
Yeah.
regarding
But
this game? So the only instance that I've played this game is I played it on the virtual console for the Wii,
Mhm.
and I was so dumb that I couldn't even get out of the first town. I didn't know where to
What?
go.
You couldn't
And
get out of terminal?
I was like I was too I didn't spend that granted I didn't spend that much time like actually trying to find a way out, but I was just like I don't know where to go, this game is stupid, and then I went to go play like Mario or something.
And that was the end of
So
that, huh?
I feel like that in itself is a good representation of my experience playing Zelda as a whole. um
Yeah.
I'll just get stuck and then I just won't play it anymore. But that being said, I have a lot of admiration for Zelda, so um but yeah, so we'll place that in Majora's, or we'll place that in S tier. Holy shit! I am just.
I know we should probably speed this up a little bit. We don't want to have it be too long, and we're all losing our mind.
This is why I am letting you guys take the reins on this one.
Okay.
Okay, Ocarina of Time.
Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time is another great game, so I want to hear Dean's opinion first about this.
Okay. 2 words. S tier. All right.
2 words. I agree.
Okay, well, there we go.
All right.
So, like I said,
Easy.
the 3D Zelda is placing a little higher, you know?
Well, okay, so
Just
I'm not gonna
a
lie.
little.
Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask literally set like the ground for what future Zelda games became, and they're
Mhm.
still like one of the most played, like replayed. I still replay those every now and then. Most replayed, best music, some of the best music in Zelda history. A lot of the songs that we still have in Zelda today came from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. So just both those games were just like there's just no way to explain it except for the fact they're S tier.
They're just legendary. They like
I feel like
they're
they speak
so
for
good
themselves.
and so unique.
Yeah, they're literally the 2 like OGs of like Zelda.
Isn't Ocarina of Time like it's like considered like one of the best games of all time? Not even just Zelda, just games in general.
It's one of the Zelda. Ocarina of Time was my first Zelda game.
And I will say this: Ocarina of Time is one of the Zelda games that I've gone the furthest in. There's another one that I've gotten further in than in Ocarina of Time, but I played the remake. Oh, that's another thing I want to ask you guys really quick. Have you guys played the remakes of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask? And if so, do you think they're better or worse than the originals?
I'd say I have played the only versions I've played of those games were the remakes, and I gotta say, looking at the
that makes me so happy. That makes me so happy that you say they're still S tier. Then
yeah,
yeah.
Well, actually, Majora's Mask is fine. Majora's Mask 3D remake was honestly amazing. Mm-hmm. That was a really good remake, and they actually changed some things that I think were better than the original. Ocarina of Time remake wasn't bad. They just, for someone who grew up playing the original, they fixed and changed some things that I wish they didn't.
Though,
but they're still both really good.
They definitely improved the poopy graphics. They made the poopy graphics way
so
better.
Really?
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, they didn't have to improve the graphics as much as they did, but they did. And so
yeah.
Because, sometimes when Nintendo re-releases games, they don't really focus on the graphics. Super Mario 3D All-Stars. Anyway. So, shall we move on?
Yes.
Yes, we shall.
Oracle of Seasons.
I'm grouping. Okay, here's the thing. I feel like we should group these together in a way, but do you guys disagree? Because how different are they? Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages.
Okay, I was gonna say I was to compare it to something, I was gonna say like the 2 Oracle of Seasons games, whatever, how many Oracle Seasons. It's just like Pokemon. Would you like Pokemon Omega Ruby or would you like Pokemon Sapphire Blue? I don't like
pretty much. Yeah, it's pretty much that. It's same story, a couple character differences, a couple small story differences, a couple item differences. I would say go ahead and just put Seasons in Never Played, just so we can have something that we can put in that tier.
All right, fair enough.
So the blue one is Orange Seasons?
The Orange is Seasons, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the blue one is Ages.
Okay. Now Ages, I've played Ages.
Okay.
And it is a good game, but it's definitely not one of the best. Some would probably fight me on that, but I just didn't have the most fun. I didn't have the most fun with that game as I did some of the others, especially with some of the Game Boy games. I'm not saying it wasn't bad, but it wasn't the best. So for me, it would be like another C tier game.
I think I'm willing to bet that the Oracle games are like the least talked about amongst all of the Zeldas, because I never hear people really discussing them.
It's the one I forget about.
They're good games, and I definitely think they're worth a play. They're just definitely not my favorite out of like the rest of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, they're not even necessarily bad. They're just not like as of note as like the other ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dean, would you agree with C tier for Brennan's pick?
Yeah, I never played the game, so I don't really have any opinion. But
all right, so we'll go ahead and place them in C tier. Moving on to Phantom Hourglass, one of the DS games.
Phantom Hourglass. That was an interesting game. That was the direct sequel to Wind Waker. So, Dean, have you played Phantom Hourglass?
I have. That's actually another one of the first Zelda games I've ever played.
What did you think about it? I want to hear your opinion.
I thought the way I liked the old DS Zelda games and the way they used the stylus for the gameplay. I can't remember if it was the one with the trains or Phantom Hourglass that incorporated the like repeating area where you go through and there'd be like the phantoms everywhere. Which
I think that's Phantom Hourglass.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think that was Phantom Hourglass.
I mean, you just said it, right? Phantom.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So you go up, and basically there's this tower you go through multiple times, and it progressively gets harder with more difficult puzzles to solve.
Oh wait, the tower. That was Spirit Tracks.
Oh, that's Spirit Tracks.
That was Spirit Tracks.
Yeah, that was Spirit Tracks. I remember the tower.
All right, so never mind, different game. But I still remember some parts about Phantom Hourglass, and I thought it was an all right game, but there were definitely some parts that were like pretty confusing or rage-induced. But I like the nostalgia aspect, I will have to say.
Okay.
So I'm going to 100% agree with Dean on that. The only thing for me is I love the story, but the story was so good. I wish that they wouldn't have made it a DS game.
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
some of the way they did things. Right? Some of the things they did with that game, and then just how it looked, like it would have been an awesome GameCube or Wii game. I would have loved that was a direct sequel to Wind Waker. I mean, it is a sequel, but I mean, actually, same engine or a better engine. It's such a good game, but then they put it on just the DS because they know they needed to make another DS Zelda game. And I feel like they had so much potential with that game, but then they put it on the DS and it limited a lot of stuff. It's still a good game, and I would probably put it at B tier in my mind.
I'd say B tier, yeah.
But but it's just like they limited some stuff that they could have had some fun with.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, because what I do know about the DS games is that they're held back by the fact that they're on the DS, but they also make good use of the fact that they're on the DS. Like they take advantage of.
Oh yeah, it was still fun, and they had some really cool mechanics that they did. It's just they could have done a lot more if they were running it on the same engine as Wind Waker or something like that. Skyward Sword.
All right, Skyward Sword. Okay, I kind of think we should hear Brendan's opinion first because I feel like Dean has a good amount to say about Skyward Sword, and I don't know if Brendan's necessarily going to have the same things. So,
okay, well, see, this is where I'm going to start off right now.
Okay,
if we're talking about Skyward Sword or Skyward Sword HD, the original can suck my ass.
I'm going to say that we're talking about the original.
Are we talking about the most? When you say HD, do you mean the most recent remake?
Yeah,
the one that came out earlier this year.
I haven't played that one. I played the original.
Yeah.
Okay, then Dean, if you hate this game, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
So Skyward Sword, I love the art style of Skyward Sword. It has one of my favorite Link designs. He has some badass moments. I love the story. I love the creation of how the Hylian Shield became a symbol of the hero. I love how the Master Sword gets forged into the fire. I love the story itself. But they really took an amazing story and then just turned around and fucked it with these stupid motion controls and the way that they wanted to make this game play on the Wii. And it's so stupid. It's even worse than what they did with this. It's even stupider than what they did with the Spirit Tracks by limiting it to the DS. This game could have had so much potential with a great story and awesome looking thing, but then they had to do that shit. And it was stupid.
I gotta agree. I loved the art style and I really liked the story, and I thought it was wow, this game could have been so good if they didn't just absolutely fucking destroy it with motion controls. Because then not only that, but the motion controls, they don't respond properly. So when you're trying to do
at all.
You're trying to do an intense fight or puzzle, and then the Wii remote's just going all across the screen like this. You can't do anything. It just sucks so much.
I will let you know that the Skyward Sword HD remake, the Joy-Cons, when you're playing motion controls, super more reactive. I haven't had any problem with motion controls.
I don't even think like I don't even think you should use motion controls for the game. I think you should just
Oh, I
do
use
the
this.
like the since the
use
HD
this.
version, yeah, you can use it without
Because
motion
you
controls
can
now.
swing your
Like
sword with the C stick, so I just play it with the controller.
So
that's much better. I think that
It's
almost
so much
fixes
better.
the game entirely.
I've been having so much more fun with this.
I
Okay.
remember like the Girahim was a really cool villain. Though if there was another thing to say that I didn't like about the game is that they weren't like they took like the general Zelda areas like the fiery mountains and the forest areas. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. You go through them once and then you move on and then you cycle through a lot of, except they went through the same like 3 areas, the water area, the tree area, and then the mountain area. And then they went through it like 9 times over. And it was just so I wanted out.
There's the forest / water, the desert, and then the mountain, the volcano.
Mhm.
You go through the grass and water area 3 times to get the temple, the flame, and the song. You go to the only area that I didn't complain about going multiple times was the desert, because every time you actually went to a new area, like it was still the desert, but you went to a new area at least. Like with the desert, you went to the Nega mining facility, then you went to the Sand Sea, and then you went to where the dragon lived. So at least it was somewhat different. The water with the forest / water area and the volcano area, it was just the same area over and over again.
It was just the same area.
And
Also,
so, what?
I just want to say, to add more about things I hate about Skyward Sword, I would say the dowsing thing, just like walking around aimlessly looking, this is where I gotta go, point my sword in a certain direction. Oh my god.
The dowsing's better in HD because they increase the range, so you can kind of do it from farther away, so you don't have to worry about walking for a long distance trying to douse.
I remember on one specific dowsing moment where I had to find a temple, I spent like 2 to 3 hours trying to find it with the dowsing thing. And I'm like, this is the worst. I'm turning off the game. And literally, I turned off the game and I didn't come back for a year and to play the game. And then another time, I dropped the game at 2 separate times for an entire year, both times. I took like a gap year. One was because of the dowsing thing. And another was because I was trying to climb up like this mountain area to get to this guy that you have to go to progress the story. And I was trying to fight these bird things in the air with the stupid ass motion controls, and the whip wouldn't work properly. So I sat there for like 5 hours, maybe 6, trying to kill the bird with the whip, and it just would not work. And then I left. I gave up. And I dropped the game for a year.
Okay, wait. So did you end up beating the game at some point?
Yes, I did beat the game, but my god.
How long did it take you in total from like the moment you started playing to the moment you finished?
I think I spent about 3 to 4 years trying to beat that game.
Damn, if that doesn't tell you.
It took me about a year to beat it because the motion controls were so annoying.
Yeah, I wasn't that like once I got to that rage point, gap year, it's happening. And then also I want to say another thing to add, Fee is the worst sidekick, the most annoying.
Fee is a little bit better in the HD version. They made her not talk to you as much, and they made her dialogue faster and shorter.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, even still, because the previous person we had before Fee was Midna, one of the best sidekicks. So Fee was like the worst downgrade ever.
Yeah.
I just want to say, like, Fee asking you every 2 seconds because the Wii remotes run out of batteries in like 5 minutes. So it's like, charge your Wii remote, put in new batteries. Yeah. Oh, the batteries are getting low on your Wii remote. You're breaking the fourth wall.
So we can move on to the other games.
Okay. So first, I want to hear your guys' rankings on the original, and then Brennan, I want to hear your ranking on the remake.
Ranking for the original?
Yeah. So Brennan,
as much as I love the game and the story, just because of the controls alone and D tier.
Okay.
And now that I think about it more, I think it does belong in either D or F tier, maybe even F tier, because of just the amount of dumb shit they had. Completely took everything good about the game and ruined it.
And that game came out for the 25th anniversary of Zelda, so that must have been disappointing. For a
lot. When I was like, cool, they added they took away the motion controls. This might actually be an enjoyable game, but that would have been like that would have been a really nice experience to have it the first time without actually playing the game. Mm-hmm. And because now I'm biased and I already have all these dumb things I hate about the game. And I would have really just liked to see Breath of the Wild 2 come out already, but yeah.
That's a story for another day. So Brennan, where would you place the? So I think because we're just talking about the original here, I'm going to put it in the D tier. Sounds like you guys both agree with D tier.
Mhm.
Brennan, where would you put the remake?
B tier.
B tier. Okay.
Because the B tier is kind of like what we were talking about. It's the same amazing story, same awesome art style. Still one of my favorite Link designs, but just without the stupid controls.
Mhm.
And things are easier. Things are easier. There's no longer every time you reload the game, it does the item introduction. He doesn't talk to you as much. So he stops yelling at you. You can skip boxes now. You can spam A to make text go faster. You can do that in the original. So the remake for me would be B tier.
Gotcha.
Also, one thing about the game I did like that did work with motion controls was the bamboo cutting island. I loved that place through and through. The music is iconic for me. It's just so peaceful, and that's like the only it's like the only part you get to have fun with. Like it feels like you're actually slashing the bamboo at that part, and it doesn't mess up that bad.
Gotcha.
But still, that's like the only exception. And then anything outside of that, it just ruins. Soiled it.
Okay. What's the next one?
Moving on. Spirit
we had like a 10-15 minute rant about
dude,
Skyward
that was
Sword.
literally the Skyward Sword rant. Hashtag cancel Skyward Sword, dude.
Cancel it.
Cancel the original, not the
Cancel the game.
Okay, moving on. Spirit Tracks, go.
Dean, you played Spirit Tracks?
Yes, I have played Spirit Tracks.
Okay. Spirit Tracks was a really, really cool story, but a weird fucking game.
I agree.
It introduced a really weird character, Malice, which the story to me I never really just understood, because like it was supposed to be like a new Hyrule, like I think, but like they just like they added so much weird stuff, and like just the way they did the game, like how it was like a mixture of like brand new technology with the trains and like the tech, but then like everyone was still living like in ancient times, like in the original Zeldas and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I'm just going to be straight to the point with this one. It was a cool game, but it was kind of weird. So honestly, for me, Spirit Tracks is like either a C or D tier.
Yeah, I think it'd go into C tier, but I will say I really like the tower mechanic. Just like you get back to the tower and you get to climb it, and you're like, oh god, the phantoms get scarier and more deadly, and they're just terrifying. And I also like the part, actually getting to use the train and then fighting enemies in the train, and like I think there was
it was a cool game. It was just really weird.
Yeah, I don't know. The story just didn't really make that much sense, and it was confusing. Also, Zelda possessing a phantom, very, very cool story thing.
That was cool. I like
that.
I would like to say
one thing. It was useful. That was like Zelda became a playable character for the first time.
I would like to say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Spirit Track stage in Smash Brothers.
Yes.
That's my whole
entire spiel
on Spirit Tracks.
Okay, Link's Adventure.
C tier. All right, Zelda 2: Link's Adventure or Adventure of Link. This one's a weird one.
Have you played this, Dean?
I've played a little bit of this one, and as much as I have played, I don't like it. I don't really like that much. Gotta be honest.
It was interesting. It's like it's so much different than like the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wasn't a fan of the whole side scrolling stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like I liked it better in the first one, where it was a lot more open and you can go where you wanted. The only thing I really liked about 2 was some of the story, and then it was like one of the first instances where you fight Darkling.
I was about to mention that. I was gonna say, like, I knew you were gonna talk about that.
Yeah. So, but it is still like it doesn't hold up to as much. It like I have to remember it's one of the OGs, so of course there's gonna be problems with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they were still figuring out how they wanted to do Zelda.
Mm-hmm.
But just depending on some stuff we got after, and then even the game before that, it was it's just like it's just kind of like there.
Yeah.
So like for me, it's like a at most B, at least C.
I think I for me personally, I'd put it. I haven't played through the entire game, so I can't really judge it completely. But from what I have played, I'd put it at C tier.
Okay.
Just because the game felt kind of awkward in some spots.
Yeah,
and like there was you can like get to some manipulation points where the enemies just spawn constantly, and it gets kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so
Okay.
So speaking
The
of OG
OG,
Zeldas,
the original Zelda.
the very first
Dean,
Zelda game,
what is your opinion on this?
I'm interested.
okay, so I've played the original Zelda, which is it's very, very, very hard. Like extremely painfully hard. And it is definitely an iconic game, but because of its crushing difficulty for me, I was like, it's not really like. See, when I like my Zelda games to be difficult, but I like it to be difficult when there's fun mechanics to it. Instead of this one, the difficulty is just like everything kills you instantly. And that's kind of the thing. So it's more like this one was just kind of like the difficulty is dodging and evading, try not to die instantly.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I love the game.
Okay.
It's the OG for me. It started a lot. When I finally got into really playing Zelda after I like played the Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, and I was like, Zelda's really cool. I'm gonna look into it. My friend, my uncle was like, I have the original Zelda on my Nintendo, and I played it for the first time, and I freaking loved it.
And you played it on the original like NES, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I played and then I played it again on the Switch too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Dean can put his opinion about where he thinks like with this, but to me, the original Zelda is the OG, so to me, it's S tier. It is super hard. It is super hard. I will agree with Dean on that. I died so many times playing it, but it's just to me, it's too OG. It's too like, it's just too much of like the fun past for me to not put it anywhere else in my mind, anyways.
So I do think nostalgia has its effect on you for this one, which isn't bad.
Nostalgia.
That's inevitable in some cases. So, Brennan, you would put it at S. Dean, where would you put it?
I have a quick question for Brennan though. Did you play through the game with or without save points? Because I made it through with only with like save points occasionally.
On the Switch?
Yeah.
With the Switch, I use save points. Yeah.
Okay. Because I was gonna say like there's some points that are just like ridiculous in the game that are like too hard. You need save points, but
yeah, no, on the Switch I use save points.
So I'd say for me personally, it'd probably be like B tier, but
okay. So we can meet in the middle, and we can say
we can meet in the middle and put it A.
Yeah, let's.
That's what we like to do when we do these tier list videos. So A tier it is. I think that's not bad by any means. It's still really good. So everyone's happy. Speaking of everyone's happy, this one right here, I have some ones to say about the Wind Waker, but I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts first.
I actually used to not like Wind Waker until I replayed it, and then I fell in love with it. Because the original Wind Waker drove me crazy with all the water.
Yeah. Too much water, 7.8 out of 10.
The story was cool, and it was always the story. I always really liked the story because the King of Red Lions in that game tells you that the Link you play as isn't supposed to be a hero. He's not supposed to be a Link. He may be named Link, and he may wear the green garb. That's just because his town celebrates the hero of time by putting on the green when you turn its age. But when the lion was talking to, I think it was the Jabba Jabba or whatever his name is, the giant fish in Wind Waker. The King of Red Lion tells him, "No, this isn't one of the heroes, but right now he's the only chance we've got." So Link has to that's why Link has to find the Triforce of Courage in this game, because he doesn't already have him with him because he's not a hero. He has to prove himself to be the next hero.
I don't remember much about the story of this one. I was young and stupid when I played it, but I still had a lot of fun. Okay.
But so it's definitely one of my favorites, and I've replayed it a couple times. I sadly haven't played the HD version, which sucks because I know they made the water a little bit better in that game. But I love Wind Waker now that I've replayed it and looked more into the story and stuff like that. I think it's definitely one of the best Zelda games out there. Dean?
I actually I haven't played Wind Waker, but I've wanted to for the longest time. But I don't have a Wii U. I don't have a GameCube, so I've had no way to access it. And I probably, if the only way I'll play it will probably be by stealing Antonio's Wii U somehow or pirating the game. So
pirating, I see what you did there, because it's like because the Wind Waker is so okay.
Completely unintentional.
So Dean, do you have any more thoughts? I mean, you haven't played it, so
Yeah. My extra thoughts. Give me the game, Antonio. I'm coming over to steal it.
Okay. So yeah, so as Dean said, I do have the HD version, and that was my first experience playing the Zelda game. And this is one of the other Zelda games that I actually have played through quite a bit of. And I will have to say, like, I have no frame of reference for the original, like the GameCube version, but I love the Wii U version, the HD version. I think it's a phenomenal game. I think that they definitely fixed a lot of the problems. I think that definitely like helped my enjoyment of it. And overall, I just think exploring the sea is like it's just a really cool aspect of the game. It really makes it feel like you're like on this really big adventure in this huge open ocean. So I would so like can I say where I would put this on the tier? Because I don't think
Where would you put it, Antonio?
Dean's like
Actually, no. Don't talk. Don't
Okay,
just don't
I don't
get
to
out of here.
speak.
Come on.
Okay,
No,
you're right.
Dean, I'm
I'll just
letting him talk. What do you want, Antonio? And you
He's
keep your
gone.
ass back here.
All right,
Okay.
this is my show now.
Okay, this is the Dean chats now.
Yeah.
Okay. I would probably put this probably at A tier.
Agreed.
So you would agree? Okay,
Mhm.
sweet. All right. So, and the thing is that I guess because it's hard because for Skyward Sword we only considered the original, and for this one I'm considering my viewpoint on the remake.
No,
So
I'm imagining there's a Skyward Sword HD and B tier.
okay. But then in that case, you know what? Fuck you. We're putting we're in A tier. I don't care. I don't care if it's the original. We're doing it. It's our list. We can do whatever we want. Fuck you.
Oh, no,
Okay.
I think the original's still an A tier too.
Okay, fair enough. All right, that's enough for me. Okay, Triforce Heroes.
Mm.
This is the moment that Dean's been waiting
Uh,
for, and Donovan. But Donovan's he's deafened. So
yeah, Brennan, what do you have to say about Triforce Heroes?
The game was fucking weird.
Yeah.
It was like trying to be a knockoff of Four Swords.
yeah, that is one weird thing
And
about it that I noticed.
I know that Donovan likes it, and Donovan, you can shut up.
Oh, throwing
No,
shade.
do not unmute Donovan. Donovan, it's not a bad game. It's a good game. It's just freaking weird.
Okay.
It's a good game, but I think it was really weird some of the mechanics they tried to do, and the whole. I still hate the dress up option. That still drives me crazy.
Really? You hate the dress up thing?
Yeah, well, like some of the outfits are cool, but like the dresses that you can put like the characters in, that was weird. That was just weird. But the story was really cool. The mechanics was really cool. It fixed a lot of the shit that Four Swords had trouble with like the multiplayer mechanics, and so I will definitely give it that. But when it comes to actual playability and how much fun I had playing it, I would say it's like a B tier.
See, I had almost a completely different experience from you when playing this game. Because I had people to play with. I don't know if did you play with random people online or did you find like a group to play with?
I played it with you and Dean and Donovan one time.
Really? We all played together? I don't even remember that. Oh, right.
Dude, don't name drop our middle school. No,
I played it with a lot of different people, but
the school we went to that we do not.
We've literally.
I didn't even remember that I did multiple runs of that game, but basically, I had a lot of fun with this game. I thought I was always looking forward to like, ooh, what's the next outfit I can get? And I was like constantly playing the game to get the new outfits, and I liked how each outfit had like a different ability.
Some of the outfits were really cool, and some of the abilities they gave you were freaking awesome.
I was like, ooh, this new outfit lets me shoot like laser beams.
I will never get over the fact that they put the Fierce Deity as an outfit in that game. I will always love it. Triforce Heroes will always have a special place in my heart for actually putting that in the game.
Yeah, I thought it was like sick. I'm like, oh, I remember farming the game because you have to get like some items to build the new things. And I remember playing the game so much just to get the Fierce Deity outfit. And I love that. And I liked exploring the little town that they had and just like fucking with the people around and just messing around. And then
it was more fun playing with actual friends that like were nearby you.
I also
keep talking a little bit more because we probably should finish this up. But if you talk a little bit more, if you keep sweet talking me, I might put it in A tier.
Okay.
Okay.
I was gonna say like the multiplayer of this game extremely fun, and I think the most of the enjoyment I had was like wasn't necessarily even like playing the game how it was supposed to be played, because I remember at points when like I was playing with Donovan, we'd get to like the very end and we would be like, all right, we have one life, we got to make this count, and then we'd both just start like
Donovan, the game's on S tier. Piss off.
yeah, we just pick each other up, and then we just start throwing each other off the cliffs and killing each other and just ruin the experience for each other. But that was like ironically, that was the best part of it, is just like fucking each other over, because you can pick people up in the game, and once you pick people up, they can't do anything. They can't move, nothing. So you could just pick someone up and stand there for like an hour, and then they're screwed. And that's often what happened, actually, is that like I remember one time I was playing with Donovan. He picked me up and he's like, all right, hold on, I got to go eat dinner. And then he just went to bed. And then I was just there for like 5 hours. And I'm like, what is going on?
Such a Donovan moment, dude. Oh my God.
It was so funny. I don't know. I love the game. I
will admit,
think it's S tier. In my opinion.
It is not S tier, but I will give it an A tier for sure.
Okay, I'll agree with that.
Okay,
I'll agree with that. I had so much fun with that game. I honestly need to replay it if I ever get the chance.
Mm-hmm.
I know that there are some people out there that are going to hate us for the fact that we just said that game is an A tier.
Yeah,
that game was not very well accepted by a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. I liked it. I really liked it.
Hey,
I think it got more hate. I think it got more hate than it should have, for sure.
Yeah, probably.
I said, there were still things I didn't like about it, but it was still a good game.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And the multiplayer was really good and improved way better on the stuff that was in Force games.
What's up?
I was just gonna say another thing to add, like more with like the annoying each other thing, is that there's like 6 to 8 emotes you can choose from, and we would just spam the emote. The hey emote.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I remember that.
Annoyed the hell out of each other, and it's so funny.
Okay, so I think a lot of maybe some of the reason why I got so much hate is because people were still riding the hype of Breath of the Wild, which we're going to get to, but I want to do that one last. I want to mention that I'm going to do Minish Cap before Breath of the Wild, because I feel like it's only fair to end on Breath of the Wild.
Yes, so Dean, I agree with you. Yes, Donovan, I agree with you. We'll get there.
Okay. Wait, is Donovan speaking to you guys?
He's typing in the chat.
Oh, in the chat. I see. Okay. Gotcha.
So Twilight Princess is next.
Twilight Princess. This was another one that I've played a little bit of, but haven't gotten very far, so go for it. Oh, well, there you go. There's speak of the. You have the GameCube copy. I keep forgetting you have the GameCube copy. I rarely.
Yeah, I have the fun. Copies. I have the fun version of the game.
Yeah, yeah, sure. So have you guys both played Twilight Princess?
I haven't actually finished it, but I am currently playing through it, and I enjoy it a lot.
Okay, gotcha. And through the Wii version, I'm assuming.
Yes, the Wii version.
Okay, yeah.
That's the one with motion controls.
Yeah, it's somehow motion controls on both Twilight Princess and Zelda. I have an extremely easy time doing the motion controls on Twilight Princess, because you know what? Unlike Skyward Sword, the puzzles aren't motion control based.
Yeah, the motion controls were better in Twilight Princess, which is weird because that means they like downgraded somehow.
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know.
Well, my understanding is that Twilight Princess was built to be a GameCube game, so when they ported it to the Wii, all they did was add motion controls for the sword.
Yeah, because it was built for the GameCube, but they wanted to test their limits with the Wii. Because remember when the first controllers came out, they weren't motion like accessible, so you had to buy those little plugins that were called like the Wii Motion Plus or something like that.
Yeah, I remember
they put on like the end. They wanted to advertise those, so they made Twilight Princess the motion control.
The only Wii remotes I have the Motion Plus.
Yeah, mine do too. Mm-hmm. But if you also look at that one down there, that is actually the GameCube version.
Yeah, that's the GameCube version. So Brennan, given that you've played the GameCube version, where would you place this game? Or give your opinion.
Just gonna lean over so you can see right over my shoulder.
Yeah, I have a feeling I know where you would place it, but I still would like to hear your thoughts.
So I love Twilight Princess, and it gets a lot of hate. And
I feel like
I can see why. Some of the temples are really weird. And there was a lot of mechanics with the game that were just kind of off. The original games, and the GameCube and stuff, the wall sections were weird. Like when they first introduced Wolf Link, some of the stuff they wanted you to do as Wolf Link was just freaking weird.
Yeah.
But over time, I've replayed Twilight Princess at least 5 times.
Damn. Okay.
Currently playing it for my 6th time right now again on the GameCube version. It is. I've told Tony this before. It is my number 1 favorite Zelda game I've ever played.
Number
with Breath
1.
of the 2 closely behind it. Breath of the Wild at number 2 closely behind it.
Shut up. We're not there yet.
I know we'll get there. I'm just saying. But I love the game. It's super dark. Same reason, one of the reasons I love Majora's Mask. It's got a super dark tone. It's got one of my favorite Zelda songs is from it, Midna's Lament, when she's dying. That's one of my favorite Zelda songs.
I haven't finished the game.
Yeah,
oh shit! Well, when Midna's sick.
Anyway,
what the fuck?
I'm sorry, Dean. But I love the game. It's still to this day one of my favorites, and I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but for me, we'll see what Dean says or what he wants to do. For me, it's an S tier because for me, it has as much playability and I have as much fun playing it as I do Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. But Dean,
yeah, I'd say it's A tier so far. You know, it's a very enjoyable experience, and I gotta say, out of all the Zelda games, all of them, I'd say Twilight Princess has by far the best starting town. I love Ordon Village. Ordon Village is so cool, and I like the music. Everything it's such a calming experience. I even have the music just.
Not to mention, it has my favorite Link design too. Like it's my favorite design of Link.
Very good.
And he has some awesome badass moments, and I'll never forget that. That's like one of the coolest games too, because every time you like do something cool, you do that whole like sword flip and then put it away.
Yeah.
And then it also introduced one of the coolest characters, the Hero Shade, which is the ghost of the Link from Ocarina of Time, teaching Link his old moves and shit like that. So
cool.
That's cool.
It's for me, Twilight Princess is really cool. I love the game.
Ooh, I'm torn. I don't know where to put this. So I feel like if we place it in S tier, that's gonna really. I mean, like I don't know anyone that considers Twilight Princess S tier, so it's gonna make it. Besides you, Brennan, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying like it's gonna make our list stand out. But you know what?
Oh,
what's up?
I have something quick to add. I will say Twilight Princess took a lot of like the regular Zelda themes, like you could go with like desert or lava or water, ice, forest, and it reinvented them and made them unique. Like the ice zone. Usually I absolutely loathe the ice areas in Zelda. But this one, you go to a frozen mansion. And I'm like, whoa, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah,
that's
I love the Yetis. There's a lot of lore behind the frozen mansion too.
Yeah, and you get soup ingredients for them. Like, okay. I'll do it. I like it.
All right, you know what? We already put Triforce Heroes in A. Let's put fucking Twilight did I say that right? I said that right.
No, you had a stroke.
Yeah, let's put Twilight Princess in S. Why not? All right.
Okay.
Moving on. We're in the final 2. Minish Cap. It's another one I've played. Enjoyed this one a lot. Brennan.
3 words. Best 2D Zelda.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. I'd have to agree.
I love Minish Cap. I loved Minish Cap, dude. I think we're all agreeing that Minish Cap was great here. That's what Donovan's been yelling at us about too, is Minish Cap.
Minish Cap is such a unique 2D Zelda. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like its own thing.
It's so good. Remember Donovan used Minish Cap to win the debate thing on the debate test we did. When I was having you guys fight over 3D versus 2D. And the only reason that he won was because he pointed out a lot of the great things that came out of Minish Cap.
Yeah.
Minish Cap is so good.
So wait, Dean, what did you play Minish Cap on? Did you play it on Game Boy Advance?
So the thing is, as a kid, I actually ended up getting an illegally downloaded Game Boy emulator for an iPad, and then I played the Minish Cap on an iPad.
You swine! How dare you? You just
But
outed
it was a
yourself
great game.
on the internet. I'll be reporting this.
No, you better not.
I have some
FBI, it wasn't me. It
government
was Antonio who
officials
installed it.
watching this.
It was Antonio who installed it.
Okay, regardless,
Okay.
you played the game and you enjoyed it. We all played
Yes.
the game and we
I
enjoyed
hate
it.
to sound rude, but can we speed up a little bit? It is all of a sudden 1:47 in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Good
so
point, good point.
I'm gonna say A
S
tier.
tier. It's S tier. No, it's
S
S
tier.
tier.
Okay.
A
All right.
or S.
tier.
I'd say S.
All right. Let's
S.
do S. Screw it.
The
Best
first
Okay.
3D
Zelda
Zelda,
game.
notably in S tier.
Breath of the Wild. What is there to say about Breath of the Wild? What is
S
there to
tier,
say?
baby.
Breath of the Wild. Oh, dude,
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild is easy S tier.
Easy S
Are
tier.
we even gonna elaborate? I mean, it's Breath of the Wild.
No,
What is
it's
there to
Breath
say
of the
about Breath of
Wild.
the
What
Wild?
else? What else do you have
I-
to say?
I hated it at first because of how they changed things, but then I actually played the game and I fell in love, and it easily became my second favorite Zelda game behind Twilight Princess.
I gotta say that
but, like-
starting area. Once I was walking around, I'm like, dang, this map is pretty like this is a pretty decently sized area to walk around in Breath of the Wild for the starting area, and I'm like, wait, it's like, is this really the entire map? And then I got around. I'm like, wait a minute. There's a cliff and there's like 1,000,000 meters. Wait, this is the starting area? It's like this giant thing already, and there's like
Yeah.
a boss enemy right in the starting area. And I just want to say, oh God, what frame did my screen freeze on? What the heck?
Yeah, I was gonna say. We can still hear you, but you're stuck on a frame that's like this. We do a little trolling.
Anyways, I love the game. So
All right, so easy F tier. I'd like to think. I'm just
What
kidding.
the hell? Wait a minute.
Okay, S tier. Okay,
F tier for a fucking amazing game.
I swear, guys, I will get around to playing it one of these days.
Yeah, finish the game already. Come on, Antonio. Come on.
Okay, so right
We
here
did it.
we got the official Zelda tier list. Now,
Little recap. We'll recap. Oracle of is that which one is that again? Oracle
Oracle of Seasons.
Oracle of Seasons. Never played.
Mhm,
Original Skyward Sword HD. D tier just because motion controls kick it fast.
mhm.
C tier we have Four Swords, the original.
Link's Awakening.
No, you can talk Donovan once we're all done. I gotta go.
Yeah. Once
Four
once
Swords.
we're done recapping, Brennan, you can feel free to exit the call,
Okay.
and then I'll unmute Donovan and he can give his thoughts, and we'll end the episode there. If you'd like to.
Four Swords, Link's Awakening, Oracle of Seasons, Phantom Hourglass,
That's
and
Oracle of
Spirit
Ages.
Tracks.
Oracle of
Oracle of
Ages.
Agents, Spirit Tracks, and the original Link Zelda 2. C
Mhm.
tier, Link to the Past, Four Swords Adventures, Spirit Tracks.
But it's
Dying.
like, please get me out of here.
B tier,
Baby.
A Link to the Past, A tier, Zelda, the original Zelda, A tier, Wind Waker, Triforce Heroes, Majora's Mask, Talking of Time, Twilight Princess, Minish Cap, Breath of the Wild, S tier. And then Donovan, I want to hear what he's complaining about real quick.
Okay. So that's our list. Donovan, you may or may not be able to persuade us to change our rankings around, but we'll have to see. All right.
I think you have to unmute him.
Give me 1 second.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
forever muted. He never
yeah.
gets to talk ever.
I'm trying to unmute him. I'm bad at Discord. I suck. Give me 1 second.
Oh my God. Oh,
Okay.
Donovan doesn't get.
Okay, Donovan, you are now able to talk
I am
and
here.
show your camera. Yes.
I
How's
am
it going,
here,
buddy?
yeah.
All right.
I'm
Hurry
doing
up,
good.
Donovan.
It was very entertaining. I started watching Iron Man 3 and then I started listening to you guys talk and I was like, this is very
Oh my
interesting and I
gosh.
have a lot to say about this. So I'm going to keep it brief.
Okay.
Mind you, I could talk about Triforce Heroes for a long time. I could make a PowerPoint presentation on how much I love Triforce Heroes. But I'm going to keep it brief. My first critique on the list, I think, is that I think that Spirit Tracks is better than Phantom Hourglass. I don't know. It sounded like you guys liked Phantom Hourglass more. I just feel like the dungeons in Spirit Tracks are a lot better.
I didn't know you played Spirit Tracks.
Yeah, I've played both of them, and I like Spirit Tracks a lot more. But I mean, I'm not going to change the list or anything because I agree with most of your guys' list.
Mm-hmm.
Just a couple in the bottom tiers, like I've never played or I don't really have a strong opinion on, like The Adventure of Link. I don't really have a strong opinion on that. I've never played Skyward Sword. Some might say my opinions are invalid because I've never actually played Ocarina of Time.
What?
Which I know,
Scum of the earth.
It's heresy. Yeah,
Wow.
I need to get around to that.
And
honestly.
I'm like the least Zelda fan in the world.
I know. I need to play it. That's the only 3D one I haven't. Well, I guess I haven't played Skyward Sword either. I need to play both of them. I agree. Minish Cap is the best 2D Zelda. My other thing is that I think what.
He's holding up the Ocarina of Time 3D.
Yeah,
Awesome.
You lend it to me, dude. I'll play it.
You know what? You forgot to put fucking Hyrule Warriors on this list.
No, we're not talking about the
F tier.
spin-offs, dude. No.
Hyrule Warriors is F tier.
Yeah, we're not even talking about
Hyrule
that.
Warrior. You had a bad experience with Hyrule Warriors. You played the 3DS version, Dean. You were just asking for a bad experience.
All right, we got to wrap this up.
Yeah, but my one other thing was that I think that personally, I think A Link to the Past would go with A Link Between Worlds for me because I feel like A Link to the Past is the original and it deserves to be in the same tier. I think they're on pretty equal ground. I know that like A Link Between Worlds like improved on a lot of the things that A Link to the Past did, but I also think it's a masterclass in game design, just like how the original Zelda is. So I feel like for me personally, I'd also put that in A tier. And then I'd also put Wind Waker in S tier because I feel like that goes up there too.
I was tempted.
Yeah.
Perfection. Zelda perfection. All right.
I'm not going to go off on Triforce Heroes. I just want to say
that'll be its own video.
And if you haven't played it, yeah, literally, we could make it Chit Chats where it's just Donovan rants for about Triforce Heroes for an hour, and I do
this.
What? Okay, we get okay. Let's wrap this up.
He's got to get out of here.
Thank you for letting me give my thoughts.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for
Donovan, get out of here.
Okay, so that being said, all right, let's do our little ending here. So, thank you guys for watching this episode of Chit Chats. Thank you guys for joining me today, making this little tier list. Sorry it went on for so long, but that being said, thank you for sticking it out till the end.
I think this is over an hour. I think this is like an hour and a half.
Yeah, probably, as these tier list videos tend to be. But that being said, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next episode of Chit Chats. Bye-bye. Okay, now we can do jazz hands. Jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
Donovan, do jazz hands. Jazz hands.
Stop recording.
Jazz hands.
I already did them. I was going like this.
Okay, fine. You gotta do jazz hands.
Cut. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is... Shut up! You ruined my... What have you done? Well, that's it. I'm out of here.
I heard 3, 2, 1, and I thought of iCarly. I'm sorry.
No. Okay, I'm back.
We can't continue with our host.
Yeah. No. We're good. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
My name's Brennan.
And I'm Donovan, and let's do a Chit Chat.
Yeah, Curry. Guys, I'm excited for today's episode. Maybe more excited than I should be. I'm also a little upset, but we'll get into that reason in a minute. How are you guys doing today?
I know how Brennan is.
Yeah, I know how Brennan's doing.
He's thirsty and tired, apparently.
Very, very thirsty. Whoa, look at him. Damn! Chug. Yeah! Dude, he hit the chug jug on that. Damn.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah, Brennan's a little tired today. I apologize, Brennan. We'll make this quick, okay? Because these tier list videos, they don't usually last very long, right? Right, guys?
Yeah.
Right, guys?
It's 11 right now. We're going to be here until 12.
At least 12. But hey, maybe we'll be done before that. If we actually,
maybe I won't be in the whole video.
Maybe we'll see. Maybe Brendan will try. All right.
Maybe we can try bringing Dean. Maybe if Brennan falls asleep.
Yeah. Hey, I haven't even said what the topic
Okay.
is. Okay, even
Oh,
though
yeah.
it's in the title of the video, probably. Basically, we're ranking the Mario games. We already ranked the Zelda games, so logically, we got to rank the Mario games now. And I've gathered you guys because you guys, I know Donovan for a fact has played pretty much every bless you. Brennan or Donovan has played pretty much every Mario game. I've played basically every Mario game. Brennan has played a lot more Mario games than I originally thought. So I think that we're pretty well equipped to rank them.
Mario Party.
I really wanted to wear the Mario hat that I have somewhere, but I can't find it. I literally spent like the last
Hour.
20. Hey, not hour, maybe like half an hour, maybe 45 minutes. We don't need to keep track, but I spent quite a bit looking for it. Couldn't find it. So I have my Nintendo shirt though, so it's okay. The spirit
I'm
of
wearing red.
yeah, and Donovan.
I'm wearing Avatar beanie.
Yeah, because
That's
in
cool.
Mario, your
It's
avatar
super appropriate.
is Mario.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I
What?
have Yoshi, and I have Mario Galaxy.
Oh, dude,
poster.
awesome. Dude, wait, I didn't actually realize you had one of
I was ready.
those Yoshi amiibos. That's dope. That's dope.
I have all three. I have the
What?
Well,
You have all
Cody
three?
I have the pink one, but Cody has the blue one right now.
What?
It's in his room, so.
Well, that's awesome. All right, well,
I know.
we better get started here.
Oh my god, I thought someone joined somehow, and I was like,
We're going to get started here. I have this tier list with basically I should say we're ranking every main series Mario game because obviously there is countless Mario spin-offs, but there's too many. So maybe that'll be a separate video.
I see one that is very confusing to me, but I never mind. I won't say anything about it.
We'll get there when we get there.
We'll get there.
So there's two ways that we could do this, right? We could either do this in the order that they have here, or we could do this in order of release date.
do it in the order we have it here, because I feel like if we do release date, it's going to take us a while to figure out what the fuck came first.
I know.
Yeah,
exactly.
I feel like I'm pretty well equipped with the order that these games came out. But
this is mostly their episode, by the way. I'm just here, kind of.
Yeah, Brennan,
I'll be giving.
Yeah,
I'll be like the Donovan. I'll be like the Donovan from the Zelda episode, kind of.
Yeah, or me from the Zelda episode, because I feel like I didn't say much during that episode. But that's okay.
Good point.
I have quite a few opinions on some of these. But I think we should try to go in order of release date. We can be kind of loose about it. But yeah, what do you think? What do you guys think? Donovan, you cool with that?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay. So with that,
whatever works.
Let's get started. So I believe the first Mario game that's on here that got released was the original one. I don't think any of the other ones were released before. No way.
Unless they have Mario Bros, but they don't. Like the arcade.
Yeah. Well, I'm confused what this one is. This like Japanese one. I think
that's
the Lost Levels?
Lost Levels, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's the Lost Levels.
Yeah, so that came out after. But let's talk about the first Mario Bros now. So what do you guys
That was the first video game I ever played.
Was the original Super Mario Bros?
Yeah, we had an NES. It was like the first game I played was Duck. I don't remember if it was Duck Hunt or Mario Bros, but it was that
probably both because they come on the same cartridge, don't they?
Yeah, probably Mario though.
Yeah, probably Mario. I mean, the original Mario is a classic, like literal classic.
Yeah, it's a great game.
But that being said,
I've never beat it though. Have you?
No, I've never beat it. Brendan, have you beat the original Mario Bros? You have? Damn,
really?
Brendan is
nice.
Beating both of us right now. Okay.
I feel like
my uncle.
Shut up! Don't say that. No, we don't have to go there. What? Oh, I thought you were going to
say
because I just said you beat us, and then you immediately started talking about an uncle.
Your uncle?
Oh no! I meant my grandpa pulled out his old NES one time, and let me play it, and I like borrowed it, and I took it home and played and beat the original Mario.
That's awesome. That's not easy. The original Mario.
Oh, it was not. It was not.
Especially playing it through the original NES. When you beat it, though? Yeah, how old were you?
Probably this is probably 14 or 15.
Okay. Nice. Yeah,
I could beat it. I could beat it with save states, but doing it on the NES is impressive.
Yeah, doing it on the original NES in one try because you can't.
Oh, it took me like 2 weeks, dude. It took me like 2
still
weeks.
the fact you did it still. So
Yeah.
Like, gotta commend you for
I
that.
will say those older Mario games are a lot harder than the newer ones.
They
Just by
are.
virtue of like being on the NES and they need like more replay value.
Hmm.
So they kind of constituted it by like making it super hard so people would keep playing. But every time I play, I like beat World 1-1, go to the warp zone in World 1-2, and then die in World 4. So
Yeah, that's pretty much what happens to me too. And I don't
Yeah.
even bother like trying to go further.
yeah,
But that being said,
it's
I
a
feel
good
like
game.
it's a good game, but I feel like it definitely like you can tell it's the first one. Like I mean like for multiple
Yeah.
reasons, but like it's the most basic
Well, here's the thing:
Mario game.
do we give it a lower ranking just because of the hardware constraints that were put upon it? You know,
That's a
because
legitimate
like
question.
I feel like it could have been a better game, but for being like one of the first platformers out there, it's very impressive.
I think that's true. I'm inclined to say it's the lowest is like or the highest is like B for me personally or A.
Mhm. Yeah.
B and between
Just
B and A.
comparing it with a couple other games on this list, I would say probably like a low B or high C for me.
Mm-hmm. Brennan, what do you think?
The first game,
Yeah.
probably a B.
Okay. I think
Okay,
B.
Because
B it is.
it's a great game and I loved playing it, but it is also extremely rage inducing.
Yeah, that's very true. Very, very true. And I think that a lot more of these games like deserve a lot of praise. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe that's a controversial opinion. I don't know. But anyway, next game. I think the Lost Levels is next, right?
Oh, okay, okay. I was about
Yeah.
ready to do the Super Mario Bros. 2, baby.
No, I think the Lost Levels came out before Super Mario Bros. 2.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think I've never actually played the Lost Levels.
I've
Which
played the first level of the Lost Levels, and that's about
all I
it.
know is that it's very hard. Like it's like
Yeah.
very, very hard.
I haven't played it either, but I watched Chugga Conroy play it.
Oh yeah? Oh, I didn't know you played it.
Mm.
Yeah, he did it for like a short, like April Fool's Let's Play.
Oh,
Beat
okay. Yeah. Um
it.
it I don't know. I feel like I've never played it, so I don't really have much to say about it. But Donovan, where would you place it based on the one level that you played?
It's like the original Rage game, I feel. I mean, like a lot of NES games are super hard and they make you rage, but like I feel like that game is specifically designed to be harder than Mario 1, and Mario 1 is already hard enough. So
Mhm.
like I don't know. I really don't have much of an opinion on it like you, but I put it in D just cuz like I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't have fun with it cuz it'd just be too hard.
Yeah. I don't I think D is I was gonna say we could put it in never played, but like for the sake of like because trying to put all of them in a ranking, I think D is fine. I think if I don't know, maybe we'll change that later, but we'll see.
Yeah,
For
we can
now,
change.
it'll be in D. Super Mario Bros. 2 is a weird game because it's not even really like originally a Mario.
I don't know why. I don't know
What?
why, but I think of Super Mario Bros. 2, and I instantly think of the video that Chris Pratt posted when he was confirmed about the whole Mario thing. And he's like,
I
it's a
watched that
me,
earlier.
Mario.
Yeah, it's a me, Mario. Yeah.
That's like I am glad though that he confirmed that they're not that he's actually been doing like
Imagine
voice
that's the
paint and
last thing
shit.
you hear before you die. It's just Chris
It's
Pratt
Chris
saying
Pratt.
that.
Hey,
It's
it's
a
me,
me,
Mario.
It's me,
Mario.
Mario.
It's so
Dude,
great.
Mario 2 was weird.
It's
Yeah,
weird how it's
but
based,
well, no,
dude.
it's good. Like it's not even a bad game. It's
Like,
just a weird game.
No, yeah, it's not bad. It's just it's fucking weird.
I
yeah.
haven't played
So
much of it.
as a kid, I've this is the actually no, I've beat Mario 3 as well, but uh as a kid and with my NES, I had the original Mario, I had Mario 2 and Mario 3. And Mario 2 was like by far the game I played the most.
I
Mm.
never
And
played Mario 3 until I downloaded it on the Wii shop when I got a Wii.
Oh, really? Also, don't
yeah,
mind me.
Mario
I'm
3
just
was
ordering. I'm ordering the games in in order of
Okay.
release date. But
I
yeah,
might disappear here a little bit and go get some dinner, but I'll be back.
Okay.
that's fair, dude.
That's fine.
But
I'm struggling. What do I like, Mario 2 or Mario 3 better? I'm not sure. I think I like Mario.
I know
me,
exactly.
me, I like Mario 3 way better.
I feel like Mario 3
Yeah.
is a better Mario game. Like
Mhm.
I feel like Super Mario Bros. 2 is a good
Well,
game, but it's just weird for a Mario game.
the other thing about Mario 3 is that it has like when you die, you don't have to restart. In Mario 2 and Mario 1, you have to restart if you get a game over. And I see that as like that's like a major factor in my enjoyment of these games,
Yeah, I think that's fair.
especially the early ones. So I'd say Mario 2 probably gets a B tier from me just by the mere fact that if you get a game over, you have to restart. And at that point, it's like, well, I don't want to keep playing anymore.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I think if I was going to pick a tier, I'd say C, which I know might be too low, but I'm willing to put B.
you gotta put it in donkey tier. Mario 2, baby.
Brendan, what do you think? B, C, BBC? What?
Antonio, British Broadcasting System.
Yeah,
I'd probably put it in C.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it was a good game, but I didn't like it as much as the first Mario. And it was like I said, it was a good game and it was fun to play, but it was fucking weird.
I think Donovan. I feel like I don't want to be cruel and put it in C. I feel like I don't
You
feel
could
like it's
you could put it in C. I'll sell for like high C.
high C.
know?
Okay, we can just say it's in high C.
I freaking love high C.
Dude, me too. I wish I had some high C right now,
Um,
man. I just have water. Anyway, so high C is where Mario 2 is. Mario Bros. 3. I really like Mario Bros. 3. I'm just gonna say that.
I like Mario Bros. 3.
Me too. I give it A.
I feel like it is like by today's standard, it's like overrated, but I don't feel like is it? I mean, is it overrated? I don't know. I feel like
No, it's impressive what they were able to do on the NES with that game. Like it had the world maps and stuff, and they're all detailed.
Yeah,
and there's like all the different like level themes and stuff.
Considering it came out, like it's weird to me that like the difference between Mario 1 and Mario 3 is so like drastic. I feel like
yeah, it is.
They're both on the same hardware. It's like crazy that they're able to like cram it into one cartridge.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess it's kind of the same idea as like Pokemon X and Y versus Pokemon Sun and Moon, right? Like they're the same hardware, but like pretty different between both. But yeah, this was a very drastic difference. And I think that
I feel like this game set the standard. Like Mario 1, like set the standard for Mario games, but Mario 3 is where they really like got their stride. Like they had like a formula at that point.
They set the standard for how Mario is presented. I feel like. And I definitely agree with you. Like I feel like even nowadays it's a lot of like even in like newer games like Mario 3D Land, for example, they have like a theme revolved around something from Mario Bros. 3. I feel like it like set the stage for that kind of stuff.
True.
So
and the Tanuki Leaf is based.
Yeah, the Tanuki Leaf is based.
Very.
I haven't actually beat Mario 3, but I've gotten very close. I've gotten to like the last world.
Yeah.
That was on the 3DS also.
Dude, getting like the hammer outfit or like the Tanuki suit is
I forgot about the hammer.
So hype.
Yeah.
They have some really cool power-ups in that game that like are super rare to get. So when you actually get them, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah. Dude, and the warp whistles and shit.
Oh yeah, true. I used to get the warp whistles in like the first and second worlds, and then just go all the way to the 8th world and then just beat the game.
That's how you got to do it. I think I would give Mario 3 a A ranking.
Yeah, me too.
What do you think, Brendan? A ranking? Yeah. Brendan, are you good, man?
Mm-hmm.
You gonna go get food?
Get something to eat, dude.
Yeah.
We can carry this without you.
We can carry it on, and then if you want to come back.
What's the next game? What's the next two games?
The next game is Super Mario World.
Oh, fuck you. I'm staying here for that one.
Okay, yeah, no worries. No, we're not trying to kick you out. I want you to...
No, I know. I'm just saying, but this game was a classic. I loved this game.
Oh, yeah, me too. I think this is one of my favorite Mario games of all time.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Really?
Yeah, okay. I love Super Mario World. I have beat Super Mario World. on the Wii.
Dude, I think we beat Super Mario World together, Antonio, or we at least played it a lot.
We played it a lot together. Well, this is one of those games where like the multiplayer is just you switching off every level, right?
Right. Oh, wait, no, this is the one that we made the Let's Plays on for our 3DS.
Did we? I thought we made it on a different game. Or
no,
maybe it
we
was
did
Mario.
one on my 3DS. We recorded this game.
Yeah.
I have
So-
the footage somewhere.
So Brennan, I feel like you probably know about this, but we used to record like Let's Plays of us playing games, like angle the 3DS up at the TV and like record it through that, and then have like our commentary.
That sounds like my Mario Kart Let's Play. That's on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, dude, shout out to your Mario Kart Let's Play. Go watch Brennan's Mario Kart.
Wait,
Let's
did you use your 3DS to record that?
No, I use an iPod Touch.
Oh, that's so awesome.
That's good.
So yeah, I would give Super Mario World an F ranking. All right, next game. I'm kidding. No, I would honestly give it an S. I think it might be my favorite
Really?
2D Mario game. Yeah.
Mm.
That's like I don't know, like there's something about how the world is laid out, like Super Mario World. I like how all the levels are connected. I like how there's like themes to like every time you like when you go to like a lake in the world map, you're playing a lake level in the game. I like in a lot of the newer Mario games, they don't really stick to that whole theming aspect. Especially
And
over time they
another thing in its favor is it introduced Yoshi.
And it introduced Yoshi, which
introduced
was your Club Penguin name.
Yeah.
I just feel like I should point that out. I feel like that's pretty
Yoshi 10132.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
which I didn't know Yoshi. I didn't know what Yoshi was until that. So.
Yeah, dude. Yoshi.
I had 6 episodes of me playing fucking Mario Kart. Jesus Christ.
dude, you know what I'm watching afterwards.
Oh my god.
But yeah, no, I would give Mario World an S ranking. Any objections?
Wait. Hold up. Is it like squeaky voice, Brennan? You're like, hey guys, it's me, Brennan.
It is. You want to hear it?
Oh god, we're gonna hear a little clip of squeaky voice, Brennan.
Oh yeah, you are. Ready?
I'm ready.
Fetus Brennan.
The fucking back of the white nose.
Hey, Bernice, oh my God.
Oh my god.
And then
Brennan.
look how I recorded the shit. Oh my god, the camera angle's so bad too. Look at that. You see my whole TV setup and everything.
Dude,
Yeah,
the
that's what we
setup.
used to do too.
Dude, that's
Anyways,
so awesome.
back to Super Mario World.
Yeah. Did you say stupid Mario World? How dare you?
No, I said Super Mario.
Oh, okay. I would give it an S ranking. Any objections? Donovan,
No.
you think?
I wouldn't put it over Mario 3 personally, but I'm okay with
Really?
this ranking. I'd
Yeah.
put it in 8.
That's 2 S tiers, so it's going in S.
Yeah.
I like. Wait. Wait, Brennan. What do you think? S tier or A tier? Which one?
S tier. I was like, that's 2 S tiers, so it's going in S tier.
Okay. I like Mario 3 a lot too. I don't know. There's something about Mario World that just draws
It's
me.
just
an
like
old video.
Mario 3 more, but
I played New Super Mario Brothers Wii on the same thing with my dad.
Well, that's
Did
awesome.
we all just have the same childhood where we did the same
Yeah.
thing?
Okay, I will say this, Donovan. You were willing for us to put Super Mario Bros. 2 in C, so I'm willing to put Mario World in A. If you think.
I just have a lot. I wouldn't put it in A for me personally. I'd put different games in
really?
S.
So you'd put it like lower. You'd put it in like B.
No, I put it in A.
Oh, you would? Okay,
I'm saying I wouldn't put it in S.
that's fair. I'll put it in A. Ah, that feels
Okay.
wrong. No, that's fine because I know that there's
Maybe
games that are-
at the end. Maybe at the end we can make a compromise.
we can
What's the next
adjust.
game?
Next game is Super Mario
wait, well,
World
okay.
2, which I knew Donovan has stuff to say.
Okay.
about.
Yes,
I'm
Yoshi's
so good.
Island is my favorite
guys have fun.
platformer. My favorite platformer of all time. So S tier.
Are you going, Brennan? What?
Yeah, I haven't played this one, so I'm gonna go grab food.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
Oh, dude,
No,
no,
sadly.
Well, this isn't
Sadly.
even like you could argue that this isn't even really a Mario game.
right.
But I'm not
And
saying it's
Did
bad. I'm
it
saying-
eventually become a game
normally-
series like the Yoshi games?
Yes, there's a
Yeah.
whole different series. This is like arguing that the Wario Land games are Mario games because the original Wario Land has Super Mario World 3 in it.
Yeah, which
That's kind of a dumb argument, but since it's on this list, we should count it.
Okay, I feel like I already know where you're gonna put this game.
S tier.
Yeah.
Like I love this game.
What is so compelling about this game? I'm not judging you. I want to hear why you like this game so much.
It's just a great platformer. The level design is solid all the way through the game. It's challenging near the end, but not too challenging to make you want to give up.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a fantastic game.
I feel like
I'll admit a lot of it is just the nostalgia, but still every single time I go back and play this game, like on the SNES Online app or whatever, I still have a great time with it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah,
I'm advocating for S tier for this one.
I mean,
great game.
It sucks now because we only have 2 people, so we don't have like a like if we have like a stalemate like this, where we can't decide between 2 different tiers, we don't have like a third person. But I would personally put it in probably B at the highest.
You played all the way through it?
No, okay. I've played like through the first couple worlds, and it was pretty good.
Okay. Wait, when did you play through it?
I played through it on the Wii U, maybe in like 2014. So I don't think I have that same sort of nostalgia for it.
Yeah. Okay.
I still think it's good though, and I'm willing to go with A tier for it.
A tier?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So Brennan said he didn't have an opinion, right?
Yeah, Brennan said he didn't have an opinion on it. So.
Okay.
But I think since I say B tier, you say S tier, I think the best way to go about it is meet in the middle and say A.
Okay, I agree. But high A though?
High A, yeah. See, I'll put it more to the left of A. So
just to make me feel better.
Yeah, it represents that it's in high A. Because okay, Super Mario Land is also a weird Mario game.
Yeah, that's a very weird game. And we're not there yet, but Super Mario Land 2 is also even weirder.
That's true. It is.
And I've never played either of them.
Oh, really?
I just remember watching you. I remember you had Super Mario Land 2, and I remember watching you play it, but that's the only experience I have with those games. So.
I eventually got both. I've played through both of them. More so Mario Land 2. But I think the original Mario Land, in the grand scheme of Mario games, it's not that good, but I think that is also attributed to the hardware that it was on. Because it was it was one of the first Game Boy games, so I think for what they were working with, I think it's pretty good. But when you're comparing it to all the other Mario games, I think it's C tier at best. Maybe
the way I see it is it's how with the NES they had Mario 1, which was pretty limited, and then they had Mario 3, which was crazy for that hardware.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of see Mario Land 1 and 2 in the same light, where Mario Land 1 is the Super Mario Bros. Of the Game Boy, and then Mario Land 2 is the Mario 3 of the Game Boy.
I agree, because I'll say this, Mario Land 2 is definitely better. A lot better.
Yeah. You can just kind of see that by watching the games side by side.
Mm-hmm.
You can just tell the second one is better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, they were definitely really adjusting to the Game Boy hardware with the first one. I don't know, man. When you're putting Mario Land against every other Mario game, it makes me not want to put it super high, because I feel like all the other Mario games deserve to be higher. You know what I mean? So I'm inclined to say D for Mario Land 1.
Okay. That seems fair, honestly. I hear a lot of people I feel like a lot of people are just kind of eh.
Yeah. I have a feeling I was gonna say we'll see what Brendan thinks about it, but I have a feeling I don't know if he'll have a lot to say about the Mario Land games, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of unfortunate too, because obviously it's held back by its hardware, but there's not really much we can do about it. It's based off our personal enjoyment of the game, so.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing: I could put it in C, but it feels weird to have it next to Mario 2. You know what I mean?
Right. Honestly, if there was going to be an F tier game, I could see Mario Land being it.
Yeah, I mean,
We
well,
wanted to put something in F tier.
I feel like I'd rather put the original or the Lost Levels in F tier. That's tough. It's kind of tough to put any of them in F
Well,
tier
yeah. I mean, I've never really played through either of
because
them.
Mario Land had at least the benefit that it was portable, so it was like a portable Mario
Yeah.
game. So I think that kind of puts it a
That's a
little
good
higher.
point.
But that being said, either way, I'm just gonna keep them both in
I
D.
will say I'd much rather play through Mario Land than play through Super Mario Bros. Or play through the Lost Levels.
Yeah, exactly. Because Super Mario Land, you can at least. It's actually also a very short game. You can beat it really quickly.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like I think some people would say that makes it worse, but I think if you're enjoying a game, it doesn't matter how long you play it for in a way. So,
Yeah,
but,
that's true.
but either
All right,
way,
so we'll go for D tier for that.
yeah, let's just keep it a D tier for now.
We'll see if Brennan has any objections. And do you want to rate Mario Land 2 while we're at it? Just
yeah, sure. Let's
we're
get the
talking
Mario
about
Land
it.
out of the way. So Mario Land 2, I think it's like I said, I think it's definitely better than the first Mario Land game. It's also a very weird game, but I think it has charm to it that like certain other Mario platformers don't have, or like
This
in
is like
certain
there's some
areas.
wacky games on here,
Uh-huh.
but like when I look at all of them, the one that stands out as like the weirdest is definitely this one. You know?
Yeah.
Because it's like it's got the bunny. I love the idea of the bunny. And then the final boss is Wario. That's so great.
Well,
that Wario is
this was the
final
first
boss.
game that Wario was in. Is that
Yeah.
true? Right?
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
Uh-huh. And so I mean that obviously puts it up there for introducing Wario. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Wario's Wario. I don't know.
It's amazing.
I think it like the difference between Mario Land 1 and Mario Land 2 is pretty substantial. I'd say I enjoyed it. I'm struggling if I want to put it in B or C. I think it's
Here's the thing. I think you should put it in B because if we didn't have this game, then we wouldn't have WarioWare get it together. So
that's true. It all led up to WarioWare get it together.
Yeah, it's like an eggplant.
Yeah, it's a butterfly effect that just like
the rite of passage.
The catalyst, one might say. Yeah, I think I'm
Insert
willing.
the cursed image of me standing on top of the Empire State Building with WarioWare get it together.
Yeah, that is an iconic picture. I think I think I'm willing to put it in B tier.
Okay.
I think it's in low B tier though. I'll say that.
Okay. Low B tier, that's fair to me.
Yeah. Okay, so pretty much okay, can we just get Super Mario Run out of the way? I feel like it's such an outlier.
Yes. But first I have to show the image that I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. There it
it's
is.
me standing on top of the Empire State Building with WarioWare get it together.
Dude, that was the day you got it.
Taken by Antonio.
Yeah. So I think Andrew took it and then I deep fried it.
Okay.
Yeah. So
It's
awesome.
so cool.
I know, I love it.
Okay, Super Mario. Okay, wait. First, Brennan.
Brennan, we just ranked Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island, Mario. Oh, I don't think you can hear us.
What?
We just ranked 3 games. We ranked Mario. We ranked Yoshi's Island, Mario Land 2, and Mario Land and Mario Land 2. So Mario, we put Super Mario Land.
The only one I played was Mario Land 2. So where'd you put that?
We put that in B tier.
Agreed. Okay, move on.
I think it's in low B tier, but yeah. So that's that. I'm glad you're back because the rest of the games we have here are pretty like substantial games.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've played most.
The exception of the one that we're about.
Yeah, but we want to get Super Mario Run out of the way because I just feel like it stands out so much. I don't even know why it's on this list.
Did you pay for the full version of this game? Because I didn't. I only played the demo.
I played the
demo. I thought it was fine, but it's very run-of-the-mill Mario, and honestly, I got bored of it after like 5 minutes. So.
Yeah, I don't think it's compelling at all. Like it's just a mobile Mario game.
You just have to jump. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I commend them
And
for
like
trying.
honestly, I don't know what they would have done different for like a mobile Mario game.
Yeah.
But like at least they could have made it so you control Mario other than just his jumps, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But I think it's in the same sort of way that like the Super Mario Land games were constrained, were like they were held back by being on a Game Boy. Obviously, this game is held back by being exclusively for smartphones.
I don't believe that at all because you can play fucking Fortnite and like Call of
That's
Duty
true.
Battle Royale and stuff on your phone. So I don't buy into that at all. I feel like they could have made something
Okay,
a lot better.
I'm
Even
gonna
Mario Kart 4 is like better than
I'm
that.
gonna play devil's advocate here, right? I
Mhm.
think despite like the thing about mobile games, the thing about putting console games on mobile, which was a Scott the Woz episode, by the way, a recent one, is that they have to be constrained to the touch screen. So like you really can't do much. Like you can put buttons on the touchscreen, but it's still kind of weird, because you're not actually
Sonic,
tapping like a physical.
Sonic 4 was like I'm pretty sure Sonic 4 Episode 1 was a mobile exclusive, or maybe it was on
No, it
Xbox
was
Live
on
Arcade.
no, it was on Wii. It was on WiiWare. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Well, regardless, I mean they fit that game on the phone, and still like you could control Sonic. So I feel like they could still make it work. They just tried to make Super Mario Run for like literally like the easiest thing so that like anybody could play it and get enjoyment out of it.
Which you could argue that that's good or bad, but in this case,
For me, who's a hardcore gamer,
yeah,
right?
right. Mhm.
I mean, you're speaking to a hardcore gamer right now. That is not good.
I feel like
That
we're
does
spending
not
way
help
too
me.
much time on Super Mario Run. I feel like we should just put it in F tier and move on.
I like how I'm calling myself a hardcore gamer and like literally we're talking about Mario games right now.
Mhm. Yeah. Hey, Mario is a hardcore game franchise, dude.
Mario, yeah. Mario is like very niche, so
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, I think
yeah.
Super Mario Run is F tier. Like it's just, I don't know. I don't think it
I don't
compares to the
care.
other ones.
I don't care if it's in C, D, or F, whatever,
Yeah.
wherever you want to put
Brendan,
it.
do you have any objections? All right. Let's move on to the good stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Besides Super Mario 64, because that one sucks. Okay, Super Mario Sunshine.
What?
I'm kidding. Super Mario 64. This is like another classic game. This is like what Zelda, what Ocarina of Time did for Zelda, this game did for Mario, obviously. So like,
Yeah.
and I think like I don't care who you talk to. I think like anyone that's played this game has good things to say about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
Now, did you play the DS version or did you play the original?
I played both. I played both.
I played
You played
both.
both. But would you play first?
I played the original first.
I feel like I
Okay.
played the DS version for. I don't
Did you have
remember.
it on? Did you have it on a virtual console on Wii?
Yeah, I had it on. I had the original Super Mario 64 on Virtual Console on Wii, and then I think I actually got Super Mario 64 DS later. So I think I actually did play the original one first. I will say this. I think this might be a controversial opinion. I think I prefer Super Mario 64 DS over the
No,
original.
I don't think that that's controversial. I feel like more
Oh, really?
people agree with you than you think because I agree with
Really?
that too. Not just because it's
I
like
do too.
the first version that I played, just because like it adds characters, it adds a couple stages, it adds the mini games. Like
It-
I feel like it just benefits from having those additions.
And I think considering the fact that it's a remake, they didn't have to add all of that stuff. They could have just made the models better and then called it a day. But they went like above and beyond, and I think that makes it a lot better. Not
agree.
well, maybe not a lot, but like still better than the original. But I still really like the original.
They should make a an HD remake of Super Mario 64 DS. I would eat that up.
Dude. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think they should, but then they couldn't call it Super Mario 64 DS. That'd be weird. They'd have to call it something else.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think I'm willing to put it in. This might sound weird. I think Super Mario 64 is an A tier for me. It's not an S tier. I know is that weird?
No, I think so too because I was gonna say the same thing because I honestly I have two other Mario games on this list that I would put above Super Mario 64.
Yeah,
So it
same
would
here.
be my S tier. So
Yeah.
yeah, I agree with that. High A tier.
I feel like a lot of these are going to be A tier. Like a lot of these remaining ones. Well, that's not true.
No, I don't think
Uh,
so.
well, we'll see. I think Super Mario 64
Also, I
is
just
A
want to
tier.
include this funny this funny story about Super Mario 64 DS. So they have Mario. You can play as Yoshi first, and then obviously you can play as Mario, Luigi, and Wario, right?
Yeah.
So I used to think that because you could play as Wario, obviously there was a way to unlock Waluigi. So I I remember spending like a lot of time on like forums and stuff as a kid,
Yeah.
like trying to figure out how I could unlock Waluigi. And there was like this really cryptic website
Oh my
where
God.
like it like told you like how to unlock Waluigi, and I followed all the steps and got all 120 stars and stuff, and then like nothing. And I remember being so
The utter
disappointed.
disappointment. Oh my God. Okay, but we all fall for stuff like that, right? When we're kids.
Yeah, I remember.
Like
Well,
Hero
never mind.
Brand.
I'll tell that story when we get to it. But
Okay.
There's a record book somewhere
Mhm.
that was called like world records for like gaming's biggest like conspiracy theories and shit like that.
Mhm.
And two of the ones in there was the Super Mario 64 Luigi is real /
L is real.
Waluigi is
yeah,
real.
that's true too.
Because there was always the rumor that Luigi was playable in the original, and then there was the rumor that Waluigi was playable in the remake.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
It just like history repeats itself, I guess, right?
Honestly, it's so random that they would have Yoshi playable instead of Waluigi. Like, why not just have like the four Mario brothers?
I disagree because I think Waluigi, I don't feel like there's much original stuff you can do with him compared to Yoshi.
Well, that's true, but like that was the first game that Wario was playable in like a mainline 3D Mario game. So
That's true.
I feel like they could have just added Waluigi, and then
Waluigi
Oh.
is just
I
destined
feel
to be
like
put to the wayside.
now it's seen as like weird to add Waluigi as a playable character in like a mainline Mario game.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
that
That was
precedent was set by Super Mario 64 DS. So like,
hey, maybe they'll make
they-
an exclusively Waluigi game. Would that? Do you think
No.
that would satisfy you, Donovan?
honestly, I don't even really like Waluigi that much. I don't know why I'm advocating for him.
There's something about his face, man. All right,
Yeah,
has that
his
look.
pink nose.
Mhm. So wait, Brendan, do you agree with Super Mario 64 and A tier? What? We can't hear you.
all right, you said high A, right?
Yeah, probably high A.
And then yeah, I agree. Because for me, it is an S tier, but that's just because it was like my childhood, you know.
Nah, yeah,
But
That's fair.
gameplay wise, yeah, it's
yeah,
higher there.
yeah. I don't want to spend too much more time on it, but I do think like the gameplay. Let's just say the gameplay of Mario 64 or of Mario games in general has improved since Mario 64, right?
Sure. There's something charming about those kind of rough first 3D controls, though.
Yeah, that's true.
They really did do the best that they could for the N64. But
That's true.
moving on, anyways.
All right, moving on. Super Mario Sunshine. I have had Super Mario 3D All Stars for over a year now,
Yeah.
and I still haven't touched this part of it. So
I touched it. I played like probably 10 stars through, and then I stopped.
yeah, didn't like it.
I think part of it has to do with just that I don't have the nostalgia
Never
for it
played it.
like I do for the other games. But
Yeah.
I never got to play this one, so this is all you two.
Okay.
from
Yeah.
what I've played, it's decent, but it's definitely my least favorite 3D Mario game, even considering 3D Land and 3D World.
You think 3D Land and 3D World are lower in the scope of 3D Mario?
Huh?
You just the way that you. So wait, are you implying that you think that 3D Land and 3D World? I'm sorry, I got.
I'm just saying a lot of people think that way. People think that like
Right.
3D Land and 3D World are lower. But I'm
Yeah.
saying I like them better than Sunshine.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I'm sorry. I got triggered because I I don't want to go
No,
into
no, no,
it,
no,
but I
no,
love
no.
those.
I like those games. They're
Okay,
good.
okay,
They're good.
that's fine. No, it's okay. No, I don't have much to say about Mario Sunshine.
It definitely feels like the most people are kind of indifferent about this one in terms of the 3D Mario games, because like I feel like a lot of people have strong opinions about 64 and Galaxy and Odyssey and stuff, but like everybody's kind of just like, yeah, it's Mario Sunshine. It's okay.
Yeah,
And I agree with that from what I've
I
played.
agree. So where would you put it? Because I could say where I would put it, but like I don't feel like my viewpoint really matters too much because um, I haven't played it.
I don't know. I haven't played the game all the way through, but I've watched so many like Let's Plays in my middle school years that like it kind of feels like I played through the whole thing.
Mhm.
You know?
I haven't played it, but I've watched through the entirety of Chugga Conroy's Super Mario Sunshine.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same, brother.
We've
Yeah,
all
all three of us. So I put it in C.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Honestly, it's a more fun game to watch than to play because then you don't have to deal with the shitty controls.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, the
That's
controls in
true.
Mario Sunshine are worse than in 64.
Yeah, no, they definitely are. I think I don't know. Maybe they were just adjusting to like the GameCube controller. Or, I don't know, but it does seem like they're not that great in that game.
Yeah, and a lot of people when they talk about Sunshine like to say like how great it is that like all of the level themes are like interconnected, you know, because it all takes place on an island or whatever.
Mhm.
I don't like that. I'd rather there
Really?
be variety.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see the
I
benefits of
feel like
both.
it kind of holds it back.
What?
I kind of feel like it holds it back. you
Yeah,
know?
I can see the benefit of both. Like I can see like how you'd like them to be connected because it kind of just feels more like an adventure in one like world. You know what I mean?
That's
But
true. I can see that.
I think
I
the
just prefer variety, I guess.
yeah. Well, I think considering you prefer variety, we're gonna get into a game soon that will represent that feeling you have. Anyway, New Super Mario Bros. The original. Interesting thing about this one for me is I played this one last out of all four New Super Mario Bros. Games.
Really?
I didn't. I played all the Mario Bros. Wii, Mario Bros. 2, and Mario Bros. U before I played the original.
I played them all in order, so
You played them in order.
yeah, I've won because I got them all like pretty much when they came out.
So you like you saw the growth
Yeah.
as it was happening.
I played Wii 2 and then the original.
Really? Oh yeah, because you is
So you never played you then?
you is pretty niche.
I played
guess
you.
I-
I played you. I just say it was the last one I played.
Okay, I've played you at like friends' houses, but
Same.
I feel like it's kind of impossible to talk about one new Super Mario Bros. Game without talking about all the other ones. So I feel like we should just kind of rank them all together.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it would make most sense to do them all in order. Um,
Yeah.
so I think considering New Super Mario Bros. Was like the first 2D Mario game like we had gotten in a long time, I think it's pretty good. Like I think they like found a way to present Mario in a modern way, and I just think that
Mhm.
that's pretty cool.
Here's
And it
the
was
thing. Look at the box arts. The box arts
Hey,
the box arts speak for themselves. Look how
Yeah.
freaking derivative the latter ones are of the first two. Like it's insane. And that goes
Yeah.
through the whole game, which
yeah,
I
but
know
New Super Mario Bros. Did it first. Okay, and
I know
think
that you right. And I know that you kind of have to like grade a game based on like its own merit, like is it a good game, not how derivative was it from other games. But just based on from my point of view, the derivative of the derivative, oh my god, I can't speak right now. Seeing how derivative they are makes me enjoy the latter two games less. So
I'll say this. I agree with you that like you should like look at a game like on its own, but also these are all sequels to each other, so they're asking you to compare them in a way. You know what I mean?
that's true, but I still feel like they could have done more with it, you know?
No, I agree. No, I'm not. No, I'm like I agree with you. I think as much like okay, Are we just gonna like rank all four of these like kind of like at the same time in a way? That's kind of what we're doing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I mean, okay,
That makes sense to me.
yeah. I mean, I do kind of want to go in each of them in order because I feel like New Super Mario Bros. Is the least like is the or I should say it's the most creative out of all of
Well,
them.
because it was the first, yeah.
Yeah, but even when you consider that it's the first, if you just look at the game and like look at certain aspects of it, it has like stuff going on that I don't feel like they carried on into like the later ones, like the shell power up, for example. The whole like the bosses
Well, I mean,
were original.
they always gotta like carry on, like they always gotta have different power ups, right? Different bosses. I mean, but the same basic formula is always the exact same. There's 8 worlds. It goes grass, desert, blah blah blah. All the
Yeah.
level design is like pretty similar for the most part.
Mhm.
I'd say the only things that really change about them are like the graphics, the bosses, somewhat, and then like the power ups.
Yeah.
That's basically it. And then, like, I guess the world maps get better too, with the exception of New Super Mario Bros. 2. But
Yeah.
you
I
could
don't-
also argue that the series is so like plasticky and standard because it originated on the DS, because there was hardware limitations there, and so they had to make the art style super basic.
Mhm.
And then they just continued that through the whole thing, which I think is an argument that's worth considering, but I don't know.
I feel like we could make a video about these games, like a single video about these games, because I feel like there's a lot to say about.
Well, yeah,
And people
right.
have,
And then
but yeah.
with as much as we're kind of talking trash about them, I do still love the games, and I know you do too.
Yeah, I have like a kind of I think in the same way that you have like a nostalgia for Yoshi's Island, I have a listless nostalgia for basically all of the new Super Mario Bros. Games, and they're like guilty pleasures of mine. Like even like the later ones that are more derivative.
I agree. I think the first two, I feel a little bit. I don't feel as bad for enjoying those, but like the
Yeah.
last two, you're right, are definitely guilty pleasures.
New Super Mario Bros. U in particular, I really enjoy
Right.
that game, and I feel bad that I enjoy it because I feel like it's so derivative and there's like so unoriginal, but at the same time,
Right.
like I have so many fond memories of like playing it with friends. Make it. Well, actually, more so the Let's Plays come from New Super Mario Bros. Wii, which I also have a very listless nostalgia for.
I remember we tried to record us playing New Super Mario Bros. Wii at my old house, and Ellis was there, and he kept like getting in front of the 3DS.
Camera. Yeah, we were like, no, you're messing it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I think we should just. Okay, I'm gonna say my ranking for each one of them, like just right off the bat, right? Because I don't want to spend too much time on each one individually. New Super Mario Bros. 1 is a C tier, maybe only because I played it last. As much as I had good things to say.
Definitely because you played it last.
Yeah, I think it's definitely because I played it last. New Super Mario Bros. Wii is A tier, maybe S tier. New Super Mario Bros. 2 is. You know what? I'm changing my ranking. New Super Mario Bros. Is B tier. New Super Mario Bros. 2 is C tier.
Okay.
New Super Mario Bros. U is A tier. That's my ranking for those. They each get a different one.
Okay.
So wait. So I'll wait.
Let's start with Let's start with the original New Super Mario Bros. I think B tier is like fair.
Yeah.
Personally, just because of nostalgia, I put it at A, but B is fair.
B is fair. Okay. New Super Mario Bros. Wii.
New Super Mario Bros. Wii is an A tier. There's no way that that's an S tier.
Listen to me. It's S tier because it's multiplayer. First 4-player multiplayer Mario game. It's easy to pick up. So many people can play it. You literally just put the Wii remote on your side.
You would not believe the amount of hours I have in that fucking game.
It's so fun. I've replayed it multiple times. They had to design the levels over like for 4 players, and they're so fun. It's so expansive levels. You know what I mean? it's not too challenging, but it's challenging enough. Like the special world, for example, is challenging, but it's challenging where you don't get mad. You just get like, oh, I want to beat this game. You know what I mean? The box art is red.
Yeah, you're running out of things
I
to say.
think it is S tier. I'm putting my foot down.
It's S tier.
Come on, it's 2 against 1, Donovan.
I know. Okay, fine.
You know what? Okay, how about this?
But does it rank up there with Mario Galaxy and Mario Odyssey?
Hold on. I'm willing to make you a deal.
Spoilers.
I will put New Super Mario Bros. Wii in A tier if you let me put Super Mario World in S tier.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's completely fair.
Okay, fine.
I'm willing to make that swap. Because I don't want A tier to get too crowded. It's going to get too crowded no matter what. But yeah, okay. So we got New Super Mario Bros. Wii out of the way. New Super Mario Bros. 2. What do you think of my C tier rating for that one?
Agreed.
Yeah, it's the most basic out of the 4 most basic games in the universe. So, I would say, yeah, it's C tier. The only thing they introduced was coins.
Yeah, they were trying. Wow, I can't believe they introduced coins to Mario. they try. I think they tried to rely on the whole coin aspect for that game a little too much, and I think that makes it too basic.
This was like during the era of Mario games where they just tried to make them as milk toast as possible. You know what I mean? Because like Mario Kart 7 came out around then. It was like pretty basic for a Mario Kart.
It's really
game.
vanilla Mario. Like,
it's super vanilla.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Mario U. And I would not put that in A. I'd put that in high B. But
yeah, I think considering I'm putting New Super Mario Bros. Wii in A, I think New Super Mario Bros. U should go in B.
Yeah. I just think that like when I look at the 5 games that you put in A, I would not put New Super Mario Bros. U with them.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's definitely fair. I think I was letting my nostalgia get the best of me a little too much for a minute, but I grounded myself. I'm good now. So yeah.
Wait, what about New Super Luigi?
We're still ranking Mario games. Okay. What?
Is that Quentin?
I don't know who that was.
I forgot. Oh, where's New Super Luigi U?
Yeah, they don't have New Super Luigi U, but I think I'd rank it in the same ranking as Mario Bros. U. So
it's literally the same.
It's not okay. It's not the same for certain reasons, but it's too similar to consider them like drastically different. So
okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I will say that I got it for like $60. It's not worth the $60 price tag.
You got New Super Luigi U only for $60.
Yeah.
What?
I have never played. I've never owned New Super Mario Bros. U. I've only played it at like your house.
Yeah, no, but like, dude, it's literally $20 DLC, and they were selling it for $60. That's not right. That is not right.
Yeah, it was stupid,
but it's like it's not a bad game, but it's not worth that much. Okay, let's move on because we only have 5 games left, and we've already been doing this for almost an hour, I think. Super Mario Galaxy. What is there to say about this game?
Speaking of S tiers.
Yeah, speaking of S tiers.
S tier.
It's an amazing game. Like, you know how you were saying like you like variety in the Mario like levels? Like this is literally the embodiment of that. Every level is different.
It is my favorite game of all time, I think. It's either that or Wind Waker is my favorite game of all time.
Really? I didn't realize Wind Waker was one of your favorite games. That's fair though. Super Mario Galaxy is so good. I don't think putting it anywhere less than S tier would be fair. So
yeah.
S tier.
It's just like whenever, like literally, you could play any song from that game, and I would immediately know it. I've played that game so many times. I think I've probably played it upwards of like 10 times, just all the way through, all 240 stars. It's a fantastic game.
Yeah, the music is good. The graphics are good. Considering it's on the Wii, the graphics are really good.
They have like an interesting story too. Like
they have Mario never has good stories, but in this game they did. Yeah. So that's a good aspect of it. What else is there to say? The level
It's
design is good.
cinematic.
The
It's like
platforming
a
is good.
movie.
The cinematic is good. The
Yeah.
the power
The
ups are good.
ending
You
is
can be a
emotional.
bee. You can be a bee.
You could be a bee.
You can be a bee. You can be a ghost.
It introduced like one of my favorite Mario characters.
Rosalina.
Lena, yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about Lubba for a second.
Yeah, I thought you were talking
No.
about. No, Lubba was introduced in Mario Bros. Or Mario Galaxy 2. Actually, okay. Gosh.
Damn it! They should keep bringing back Lubba. He's
Yeah, I
my
think
favorite.
Lubba was my.
Why wasn't he playable in Mario Kart?
Yeah, they put the honeybee queen in Mario Kart before they put
Yeah.
Lubba.
They put Link in Mario Kart before that.
They did.
Or Lubba.
Yeah, they put fucking Zelda characters in Mario Kart. Okay, whatever. We're not talking about Mario Kart. That's for another video. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So Mario Galaxy's S tier. No objections there. Super Mario Galaxy 2, on the other hand, it's basically the same.
Yeah.
Although here's something I want to say about Mario Galaxy 2. I played Mario Galaxy 2 well before I played Mario Galaxy 1. And I don't know if this is why, but I think I like Mario Galaxy 2 more. I think that I think certain people would think the same way depending on who you talk to, but
Yeah,
to me, they're the exact same. So to me, they're both just like equal fun.
It's
Mario
really
Galaxy
just
2
like
has
a
Yoshi.
DLC expansion that adds like basically a whole new game. You know.
Yeah, but Mario Galaxy 2
Right.
has Yoshi.
True.
Need I say more? But
And
also
how much I like Yoshi. So.
but also the hub world is not as interesting. So
And there's less story.
that's
But
true.
you don't really need the story because the gameplay is good. I would say the level design is even better in Mario Galaxy 2 than Mario
I think so
Galaxy
too. I mean, because I've played both now. I'm actually in the process of playing through Mario Galaxy 1 on the Switch on All Stars. But Mario Galaxy 2, I played on the Wii with the nunchuck and Wii remote.
Man, I was so excited when Mario Galaxy 2 came out. I remember my uncle and aunt bought it for me for my birthday, like in 2010, and I was so stoked to play that game. It's another S tier for me.
Yeah, I think same here. What was I gonna say? Yeah, no, I don't remember, but yeah, no, Mario Galaxy 2. It also has Lubba in it, so like it's obviously got to be high. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say, like, wasn't Mario Galaxy 2 it was originally gonna be like it wasn't gonna be a full game or something like that, but they just kept having more and more ideas for it, so it became a full game. I remember hearing about that.
I think so. I think they're gonna make like a Mario Galaxy 1.5.
Yeah, that's what it was. So they were gonna do 1.5, and then they just did like, the whole second game, which is honestly the better way to go about it.
Man, if they ever announce Mario Galaxy 3, be fantastic.
I feel like they're like reluctant to do that for some reason.
I don't think that they will. I feel like people in the Wii U era thought that they would, and then they didn't. And then I kind of have given up hope.
I feel like it's too long now for them.
I hate to interrupt, but regarding Mario, I just got a post on my Instagram pretending to be a Nintendo Direct, saying Super Mario Cum Factory, a familiar face in a messy situation.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
Well, this episode of Chit Chats is rated R. No, I'm just kidding.
R for cum.
R for really sexual. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
No, but thank you. Yeah, thank you for that, Brendan.
Got us demonetized.
That being said, Mario Galaxy 2 S tier. Do we agree?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Sweet.
Okay. Now,
Super
these
Mario
last
3D
three
are
up to you guys. I have not played.
You haven't played any of these?
Oh, really?
I've watched a Let's Play of Mario 3D World, and I watched someone play a little bit of Mario Odyssey, but I have never played myself 3D Land, 3D World, or Odyssey.
Really? Okay. All right.
I've never done anything with 3D Land. I watched the Runaway guys play through 3D World, and then I watched someone at school one time bring Odyssey, and they played it.
Gotcha.
But other than that, I've never touched these three. So these three are up to you.
All right. Are you gonna stick around for what we rank them, Brendan? Okay.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just saying that these last three are up to you.
All right. Sounds good.
I want to hear what you have to say about 3D Land first.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. So 3D Land is another game that I have nostalgia for, just right off the bat. It was the first game I got for my 3DS, as was a lot of people's first 3DS game. Um, and at this point, I had never really played Mario. I think the only Mario game I owned besides this one at the time was New Super Mario Bros. Wii, honestly. Um,
Mm.
and because of that, I think I had never played a 3D Mario game, so this was like my first like 3D Mario game. I know that's probably sad.
Really, your first one? I didn't know that.
I think so because I didn't play Mario 64 until I got it on. I got this for Christmas in 2011, right? 3D Land that was. I didn't get a Wii until 2012, so I didn't play Mario 64 until 2012. I didn't play Mario Galaxy 2 until 2012.
Shit.
None of that.
I will say it's not a bad like transition,
like gateway 3D. Yeah,
between the 2D and 3D games. So
I agree. So because of that, all that built up to me really appreciating this game for what it was. I like that I could take it with me. I like that the levels were like short enough that you could play them without like, spending too much time on each one. So you could like play one and then put it away, play it again. And I have like fond memories of like playing it during Christmas time and stuff like that. So I think because of that, I think this is an A tier for me.
An A tier. Okay. I agree. It's a great game. It's the first game. Well, I guess there's only really been two of them, 3D Land and 3D World, that are like kind of. I mean, they're 3D Mario games, but a lot of people would argue that they're lesser because they're not full 3D Mario games. If you get my drift.
Yeah, definitely. They're like half 3D,
half watered down. They're a little bit probably lower budget, a little less effort maybe, but that doesn't make them bad games. And I
think I'm rethinking my ranking only because the next two games I think I'd rank above. But I think Super Mario 3D Land is like high B. But what?
Yeah, I agree. It's like above the original Mario Bros. In my mind.
Yeah. But when did you was this one of your first 3DS games too, Donovan?
I think no, I don't. I didn't get it like with my 3DS. I think I got it about a year after. I remember actually. I remember now. It was Valentine's Day, and and my grandma always got us like a little gift for Valentine's Day, and I was like. I remember she asked us what we wanted, and I was like, "Please, I want this game. I want this game. I know it's like higher budget than the small gifts that you usually get us for Valentine's Day, but I really want it." And she got it for me.
Well, that was nice of you.
Yeah, I remember also the 3D effect on the 3DS blew my mind with this game because they do a really good job with it. It's like the only 3DS game that actually uses the 3D like really well.
That's true, and it actually shows like why having like the 3D on could be beneficial to gameplay.
Even though the level design is simple, I also feel like that kind of allows for it to be like pure level design, right? Because like in a lot of the other 3D Mario games, it's like they kind of have to design it like a world, but in this one, it's like they can literally just put platforms like in midair, and nobody questions it. So I feel like that makes the game a little bit more creative in some aspects too.
I think that certain people have the same problem with this game that they do with like the new Super Mario Bros. Games, where they feel like the presentation is too derivative. So that holds it back for them. But I don't know. I think, like you said, there's a lot of creative aspects of this game that I don't think people give enough credit to.
That's true, and it kind of, you're right. It kind of came in that era with like New Super Mario Bros. 2, Mario 3D Land, and Mario Kart 7, where it's kind of like the basic, simple Mario games. But I'd say this is the best out of those three games.
I agree. I think it's definitely. Yeah. Wait. Out of New Super Mario Bros. 2, New Super Mario Bros. U, and this one? Or are you talking about? Okay.
No. New Super Mario Bros. 2, this one, and Mario Kart 7.
Oh,
which isn't
okay.
on this, but
Right. Yeah.
yeah, I just think
Okay.
it's the
Yeah.
best out of the three.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm putting it in high B tier.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad that we're ranking these next three games in the order that we are because I feel like they just go higher and higher. But
Yeah.
yeah, so that's that. New Super Mario 3D World. Let's hear your opinion on this one first.
Yeah, so this was like the reason why I wanted a Wii U.
Same
So
here, or one of
yeah,
them.
I got this for Christmas 2013 with the Wii U, and I think I played through the full game like with my sister and brother the first time. So I have a lot of positive memories attached to that.
Positive because the cat is
Yeah, it's. I will say that if you're playing the game by yourself, it's not as interesting. Like, I feel like you need to play the game with other people.
I mean, I played it through all the way by myself, and I still enjoyed it. But
Yeah, no, I definitely play all through by myself as well. I just think it's a lot more fun if you play it with other people.
Mhm.
It's just one of those games where like you're just not gonna have as fun. I feel like that doesn't go for a lot of the other Mario games where you can play them single player but also multiplayer. I feel like this is the only one where it's like significantly more enjoyable if you play a multiplayer.
I agree, and it was the first 3D Mario game that was multiplayer, so they were actively encouraging you to
True.
play it with multiple people.
I will say I love this game, but going back to it, like whenever I like make a new save file or like try to come back to it and play older levels, this one is consistently like one of the hardest Mario games for me to actually go back and play.
Mm.
Because I feel like I've kind of gotten everything out of it, and
Yeah,
there's no need for me to go back and play it. Whereas I don't feel that way with a lot of other Mario games, and I don't
that's
know why that is.
very true. I can definitely like agree with you on that because I definitely have like thought about playing through Super Mario 3D World like again by myself, and it just doesn't compel me. I did
Yeah.
get the remake or the re-release of it, the
Mm.
Bowser's Fury edition,
Okay.
and that made me play through it again with my aunt actually. So I will agree with you that like playing through it with another person makes it more fun.
Yeah.
And they
So
added Bowser's Fury to it.
you should rank Bowser's Fury like even though it's not on the list, you should rank it separately.
The thing about Bowser's Fury is that it doesn't feel like it's a full game. It like and it's not, but it definitely like I'd rather rank it with Super Mario 3D World as a package. I know that that's technically not what is represented by this icon, but like I think that like if I'm because Super Mario 3D World the most recent release is how like a lot of like people nowadays are going to be playing it. And I think that what like given that
I'm
with
pretty sure the Switch version has already outsold the original Wii U
I
version, so
yeah no I would
you're
not be
definitely right
surprised.
about that.
I think it's like it's a very good game. Like to put it simply, there's a like a lot of like new ideas that they add. There's a
Mhm.
lot of like you can play as like all four or technically five different playable
True.
characters.
Rosalina being an unlockable is really cool. You know what I
Yeah,
love about the game?
what
The the
the
fucking mouse enemies.
the mouse enemy.
I love those little mice enemies, dude. They're so funny.
I
And they
feel
like
like
run on the little
oh
rolling
yeah yeah the
platform
roll yeah
and they like jump and look at you and
best
stuff.
best part of
They're
the
so
game is the mouse enemy.
funny.
Oh my god,
Dude, like Lubba, the mouse
the
enemy.
mouse enemy. Mouse. Okay, we should rank Mario enemies. Mouse enemies S tier. S tier Mario enemy.
Yeah, the mouse
Uh,
enemy.
yeah,
That's another thing about 3D World though is like I feel like it was in the era where it was like kind of coming out of that basic Mario game era
definitely. Yeah,
where they were more willing to experiment with the formula and the presentation a little bit more. So there's a lot of like ideas in that game that don't come back, like a lot of the enemies
yeah,
and like Plessy as well, the Plessy levels.
yeah. But they did bring back Plessy for Bowser's Fury, which was pretty cool.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's true. I
I will
forgot
say
about
this:
that.
Bowser's Fury is pretty good. Like it's definitely it makes the $60 price point of 3D World like more worth it. if not just flat out worth it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Super Mario 3D World is A tier, personally. I don't know.
Yeah,
I really enjoy it.
I could put it in low A or high B.
I think low A is fitting.
Yeah, I think that's fair because I think it's better than 3D Land.
I think it's better.
I still think 3D Land is great, but I think it's better.
Yeah, I definitely like. I like 3D Land a lot. So it's hard for me to say that in a way, but it's also yeah. I like
so this is interesting. We've kind of ranked these last 3 games in the order of progression of 3D Mario games in modern times. Kind of went like 3D Land was really basic and people were disappointed by it, and then people were disappointed again by 3D World, and then Odyssey is kind of the one that kind of like validated those 2 games because it was like, now we have a real 3D Mario game, so
you can retroactively appreciate 3D Land and 3D World a lot more given Mario Odyssey's existence.
And that's definitely how I felt with the progression of these three games because I feel like before Odyssey came out, I definitely would have ranked 3D World and 3D Land lower than I do now. If you asked me to rank them before Odyssey came out.
Yeah. And that being said, Odyssey, fantastic game. Love Mario Odyssey. I mean,
I would put it in S tier. I think it's equal with those.
I think it was the Mario game that everyone needed, I think, to put it simply.
Yeah.
And
it was like the right game at the right time.
Exactly. It really was. I was blown away when they revealed it too.
Do you remember the E3 trailer in 2017?
Yes.
I still go, like, occasionally I'll go back and watch that, like, when it's in my YouTube recommended, because that trailer is damn good.
Brennan, remember when we were eating at the Chinese place and we literally were sitting there? We pulled up the original Mario Odyssey like E3 trailer and watched it.
Yeah, we just started watching all these, like we watched like the couple of the Mario Odyssey trailers. We watched a couple of the Breath of the Wild trailers.
The Wild trailer from the same year, yeah.
Yeah, we just watched a bunch of those old trailers because it just
for some reason, like in 2017, Nintendo killed it with those trailers.
Yeah, they were like they literally put. I think they just wanted to like make up for the Wii U's failure, so they were just like, let's put all of our like energy on this year specifically, and I think it really made a difference. It like jump started the Switch, I think.
It's such a huge success.
I played through Mario Odyssey like literally I think a year ago today, and I loved it every minute of it. So like
there's never a dull moment.
No, there's not.
It's so creative. I think it's like probably one of the most creative games on the list, and especially with like all the Cappy power-ups, like it's insane what they're able to do with it.
Like Nintendo took the criticism that they were getting for the new Super Mario Bros. Games and just literally just like I don't even know how you put it. They what?
They took it to heart. They were like,
they did. They
people
were like,
are criticizing this. We better give them what
we are going to prove that Mario is still creative, and I think that they justified like Mario games continuing on too. You know what I mean?
True.
Because obviously, no matter what,
they're so formulaic, and then like I think people were like, well, I guess this is what Mario games are going to be like from now on. It's just going to be like super simple and basic for babies.
Exactly. And this game proved that notion wrong. So yeah, I love this game. What else do you say?
Luigi's Balloon World. So
and it has Luigi's Balloon World. So like,
I don't think I've played that, but
no, I haven't either. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's all I have to say. This is so like let's review the list, right? I think S tier is fitting.
Happy with this.
Yeah, I think A tier is fitting. B tier is fitting. C tier is good. B tier, yeah.
Yep.
Don't have any complaints. Here. Brennan,
I feel like the only thing that some people might be kind of irked about is that we put Mario Sunshine in C, but
do you think they think it would be lower?
No, I think a lot of people would think it would be in B tier, but
so many people would say it would be higher.
Yeah, but I feel like
I don't understand
know,
the
man.
praise for that game.
I need to play through it at the end of the day because I need to like familiar myself with like why people
at
might
the
think
end of
it's
the
good.
day, like I played part of the game and it wasn't compelling. So my opinion is that it's like a bad game.
Yeah,
So,
but I feel like to really evaluate a game, you have to play through all of it. You know what I mean?
yeah, you're right.
But I feel like, but also if you have to force yourself to play a game, that's gonna automatically make you enjoy it less. So,
Yeah.
but either way, I'm satisfied with this list. I think we did a good job, guys. So high five.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right.
So next, are we gonna do a Metroid tier
Metroid
list?
game tier list. That is
Even though I'm the only
totally
one who's
on
played
you.
those games.
Yeah, maybe that could just be a solo Donovan tier.
Yeah. Hey, Brennan, have you played the Metroid games?
Very few.
What ones did you play?
I played the original Metroid, and then I played Metroid Prime 1 and 2, and then I think I played one of the like OG side scroller ones.
Probably Super Metroid.
I have played Metroid Fusion.
True. Yeah, I've played Metroid. Did you finish it?
No, but I played it.
So I've only played the original Super Metroid and then Metroid Prime 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's what I'm doing after this is going to play this.
Do it, dude. I will say Metroid Dread compels me a lot. I think I will end up getting it.
You should.
I might try to find it used somewhere, and then I might.
Yeah, definitely. I think the next tier list I want to do is Pokemon games or Pokemon Generations, one or the other.
Oh God, that's going to cause a lot of debate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think that one is just fitting to be next. So that
I feel like
because like in my mind, and you guys can agree with me, disagree. A lot of companies or a lot of things have what's called like the big three in like their community. So like the anime group that's called Show and Jump, they handle a lot of like action packed like animes and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Their big three was like Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach.
Yeah,
and I've always thought that like the big three for Nintendo was like Mario, Zelda, and Pokemon.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. Like I feel like that's like undeniable.
And then I feel like Splatoon and Metroid would be like right behind.
Yeah. Well, they just have. Well, Metroid hasn't been like just they haven't had many games come out recently.
A lot of those series like Animal Crossing and Splatoon and whatever.
The like
they haven't
list
had as many games
or
we can't really do a tier list on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but I feel like the Pokemon one is going to be interesting because a lot of that comes down to just like personal preference and nostalgia in terms of like which games you prefer.
When we do the Pokemon game tier list, I do want to do like a game tier list, not like a generation tier list, because generation would literally only be like 8. But I want to do like each game like individually. But that I will try to hold back my nostalgia as much as possible.
Yeah, I'll have to do the same.
Yeah,
because I'll have to hold it back because if I don't hold it back, I'll end up putting a shitty game in A tier.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, hold up. Before we end this, do we want to quickly rank Mario Maker and Mario Maker 2?
I was thinking about it, but I just
those to me those feel more like
since I brought it up, just rate them really quickly.
Okay,
my computer's dying.
Mario Maker original is B tier. Mario Maker 2 is A tier.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I was gonna say too. So.
And I haven't even played Mario Maker 2, but like based on like everything that is in it, it's A tier.
It's just the original that improved. So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's that. We don't want to get eventually we can do like a spin-off.
Okay, now let's add all of the sports games, the card.
Now we have to do the Wario Land games and the Mario Party games and the Mario Kart games. And Brendan's like, I'm gonna kill both of you. All right, let's end this off here.
We forgot the original Mario before Mario was even Mario.
Oh shit, we forgot Mario and Donkey Kong Minis Madness or whatever
No.
it's called.
March again.
Wrecking Crew.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck, guys.
We forgot Hotel Mario, dude.
Oh, we forgot.
Okay.
Oh, we forgot Mario.
Thanks
Teaches
everybody
Hockey.
for watching this episode of Chit Chats. I'm doing the intro because Antonio's losing his mind.
The intro. You mean the outro?
Yeah.
Intro? You mean we're doing another
Oh.
episode?
Brendan go to sleep.
Okay, Brennan, I'm releasing you from your sentence. You can go to bed now. All right, guys. Thank you guys for joining me. And thank you guys for watching. And we'll see you guys in the next, hopefully shorter episode of Chit Chats.
Kill me.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching
Wait,
Chit
let's do
Chats.
the Chit Chats.
Thank you for watching Chit Chats.
Dude, that's Socko from Bo Burnham Inside.
Yay.
Awesome. All right, bye. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
My name's Brennan.
And I'm Donovan. And let's do a Chit Chats.
Woo! Yeah, baby!
Oh yeah, baby.
Chit Chat time. Let's do this.
Dog. Testing the energy.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to another wonderful episode of Chit Chats.
Oh my god.
We got a big boy today, guys. We got Brennan.
Oh.
We got Donovan. And we have business to take care of. Because I don't know if you guys know about this little game called Pokemon. It's a little popular. But they make a lot of games. A lot of Pokemon games. There's a lot of them. There's many. There's not a few. There's quite a bunch, I might even say. So we're going to be ranking them. Brennan's muted for some reason. I don't know why. I guess he just doesn't like Pokemon.
My dog was barking.
Oh, okay. See, she's really passionate about Pokemon too, obviously.
Oh,
I'm back. My screen froze for a second. You guys froze.
So did you hear any of what I just said? Or?
No, I didn't at all. But just continue.
That's fine. That's fine. I want to ask you guys before we start. What is your experience with the Pokemon franchise?
Brennan, fucking childhood. It's my childhood.
What was your first game?
My first game.
The suspense is building. It was Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
He doesn't even remember.
No, I think you might be right. I think it may have been. I didn't play the originals until after I played one of the other ones. So I'm pretty sure.
That was
it was Heart Gold. I think it may have been Heart Gold. It was either Heart Gold or Platinum.
Both great games.
I played those both pretty similar on the same time. So
Heart Gold was also my first and my favorite to this day. So
spoilers.
I'm right there with you. Oh, well, my bad. Sorry. Anyway, hey, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to rank it above the rest. But Donovan, what's your experience with the Pokemon franchise, and what was your first Pokemon game?
What's a Pokemon? What is that?
All right, so let's get started.
Okay, my first.
I know your first game. You don't even have to tell me. I know what it is. It was Fire Red.
It was, and then Ellis got me Pearl, and then that was my second game.
And that was your second one. Both good games. I'm not going to spoil where I'm going to rank those, but
okay, fuck you. They're S tier.
Okay, all right. With that, let's get started with the tier list. I have every main series game. We have, I believe, 34 games to rank, but most of them, as you know, Pokemon does a lot of pairs of games. Like they'll release a red and a blue version, a gold and a silver version, and most of the time they're pretty similar games when they come in pairs. So I'm guessing that if we rank one in one tier, we're probably going to rank the other one in the same tier.
Yes.
That's my guess.
If we were to do every single one individual, we would be here for fucking hours.
We would be here for quite a long time. Not that we're not going to be here for quite a long time, because usually these tier lists are the longest episodes. So strap in. Let's get started with Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue. So here's the thing about these games. These are the originals, right? And these are the ones that I'd say a majority of the Pokemon fan base has played whether you're still playing the games or not, right? That being said, does that mean that they're good games? Because
yes
they were
and
the
no.
first ones. Brennan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. So for me, the original 2 Pokemon games, I feel the exact same way about I do for the original Zelda,
Okay.
where it's the birth of the franchise. A lot of things that we know and come to love in the future games started in that game.
With these games, yeah.
But it was also limited, and it's not their fault. It's not their fault, but they were limited by the technology of their time.
That's very true. And that's
so,
very apparent when you play them.
Yeah. And so, but I also remember that I had some of the best memories reading into like glitches and theories and myths with these games.
There's a lot of them.
And
yeah.
Okay, you guys talk for a second. Something come up.
Mew under the truck.
Mew under the truck. Like, missing no.
I feel like something to consider with this game is just the cultural impact in general. I don't know if we're necessarily ranking them by that, but like Pokemon was a huge hit out of the gate.
It was.
And I think that the quality of this game or of these games kind of speaks for itself, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The impact that it had on really the entire world.
It did have a huge impact.
Wide phenomenon.
The original Pokemon games, I think they were like one of the last Game Boy games to get released, and they still are like in the top selling Game Boy games of all time.
Yeah,
so that
I think they might be in like the top selling games of all time.
They might be, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's tough because okay, well, first of all, I should have asked this before we started talking about them, but have you played either of them?
I have not.
You have not. So you haven't. I know you've played Fire Red, but
yeah.
these are like Fire Red is substantially different in terms of quality compared to these.
Okay.
So because I've played Blue, on the
3DS. Are we ranking the first 3 first and then the remakes and then Let's Go?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
Now, granted, Yellow, the reason why I put Yellow as a separate entry, well, mainly because it is a separate entry, but also because it does have a good amount of differences in comparison to Red and Blue that do make it stand out.
I count Yellow as a different.
Yeah, it's definitely different. Here's the thing, though. I'm not ranking these based on like cultural impact. I'm ranking these on quality. And unfortunately, one, the quality with the today's standards, because a lot of these games, even though they're older, a lot of these still hold up, right? With Red and Blue specifically, I just don't feel like they hold up enough to qualify them to be like top tier. So because of that, I think I'm going to have to give... I know this might sound pretty absurd. I think I personally would give these a D tier, possibly even an F tier.
Wow.
I know. That's
I go that low. I would say like C.
I mean, that's fair. Like, I'm not saying these are bad games. I'm just saying in terms of the quality of the franchise, they're low. I'm being a little harsh, but... I'd say I'd rank Red and Blue probably D, and I'd probably rank Yellow C, personally.
Okay, in Yellow, Pikachu can follow you around.
Can follow you around. You get access to all 3 starters. The gyms are different. The Pokemon available are different. There's quite a good amount of differences. So, and for that reason, I'd say Yellow is...
I'm inclined to agree with Brennan. I think C for them, and then a B for Yellow because Pikachu. Yeah,
I would say C for all 3.
C for all 3.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm inclined to put
Yellow goes in B. Fuck you guys.
I don't know, man. I don't think.
I'm kidding.
I do think Yellow is slightly better, but also I don't necessarily know if I want to put it in B tier. because I don't think it's that good.
Mm.
I think I'm going to put them all in C tier.
Okay, I can work with that.
And I'm going to put yellow towards the front of C tier just to indicate that it's like above them. But
C plus.
Right. Okay. That's fine with me. All right. Moving on to Fire Red and Leaf Green.
All the 90s kids are fucking yelling at us right now.
Yeah, they would be. They would be not. They would not be so happy. The Gen 1ers, as they're called.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a Gen 1er, and that could just be I don't have the nostalgia, but you'll see my nostalgic side coming in later. So Fire Red and Leaf Green are next. The first remakes of the original games. Let me ask really quickly: have you guys played these games? Or
I played Leaf Green.
Leaf Green. Okay, I've played Fire Red, and I know Donovan's played Fire Red. Here's the thing: I like Fire Red and Leaf Green substantially more than the originals. I think that they're basically you're basically better off playing Fire Red and Leaf Green than the originals.
Did you play Fire Red and Leaf Green first, or did you play Red and Blue?
I played Fire Red first, and then I played Blue years later.
Right.
I played Fire Red first, and then Leaf Green.
Wait, what?
I played Fire. I played Pokemon Red, and then a couple years later, I played Leaf Green.
Okay.
I feel like this is one thing where like it's kind of nostalgia speaking, but I feel like the remakes are just like substantially better than the originals. And they don't really add much. They're just like little quality of life improvements.
Oh, Donovan. Silly Donovan. What? Have you forgotten about the Sevi Islands, Donovan?
Oh, I did forget about the Sevi Islands.
How could you forget about the Sevi Islands?
I'm sorry, they're just so memorable.
Now, granted, okay, here's the thing. The fact that you did forget about them, that speaks, that says something. But Fire Red and Leaf Green are better, if not solely because they have a lot of the more updated mechanics of Pokemon, like abilities and natures and updated types and, better graphics. Which came with all of the entries. But they do have more content than Red and Blue. Like, that is factual. And that's one of the reasons why I think that they go above. Granted, I don't necessarily know how much more above they go. I think
not much. I would say most B.
Yeah, I would also have to say B. They are very good.
Think? I don't know. I think it's just nostalgia, but I want to say A personally. But B seems fair as well.
I'm saying B mainly because there's sort of a good amount of like limitations in these games that you don't see in like the others, and that's mainly because they're remakes of the originals. But they are still really fun. So I'm gonna say B. As long as you're okay with that, Don.
Yeah, B is good.
All right. Now let's go.
Okay, let's go.
I never played this, so these is all you guys, I think.
Okay, Donovan, have you played Let's Go? I just want to know.
I've played like the first 3 gyms because my brother has it. I played it with him, and I don't know, just the fact that you don't even battle the wild Pokemon.
I know,
dumb. I can't get past that, and I know some people are like, "Oh, it's a minor gameplay tweak, and it's just like it's a choice, like they're just doing something different." It's like, no, that's stupid. I hate it. But
people constantly argue that Pokemon is too easy. This is like taking that to like a whole other level.
Yeah.
Granted, I want to point out
that it's not really enjoyable.
What?
It's so easy that it's like kind of hard to enjoy.
It is, and I want to point out something funny. I own Let's Go Pikachu, and I've played it, and I actually have not gotten as far as you said that you did.
Really?
Because I was not enjoying my time playing it. I was just not enjoying it. The battling was not fun. the
I think it's a good introduction for people who've never played Pokemon before.
That's
like, let's be real. Who's never played Pokemon besides like young children?
It was an attempt to get the Pokemon Go crowd interested in the franchise as a whole.
Yeah, good point.
And I feel like it probably succeeded in that a good amount because these are like some of the top selling Switch games of all time. But I just don't like them.
Yeah.
And I think I'm gonna have to give these like a D ranking.
When I heard that they were gonna make like a Gen 1 remake on the Switch, I was expecting something like at least Sun and Moon quality where like they make the world more believable and it's not on a grid anymore. But they didn't it feels like they didn't even try. They were just like blatantly nostalgia baiting.
The graphics do look good, but
they do, but it's like bare minimum in my opinion.
It's like an upscaled 3DS game, as like many people have pointed out.
Yeah.
So
I wonder if it was originally intended for the 3DS.
It probably might have been at one point or another, but I think I'm going to put them in D. And Brandon, you said you didn't play either of them?
No, I have not played either one of them, but I also do not like the style of them either. I like the style of how the game itself looks and some of the mechanics in it. But
I like that
just
Pokemon
the game
can follow
in general.
you. Huh?
Yes, or that you can ride like almost any Pokemon.
Or you can ride. That's arguably a feature that they should have kept. You know?
Yeah. But other than that, I've never been interested in them. That's why I never played them.
Same here. Also, I should mention, this is unrelated, but I should mention that we're choosing not to rank Legends Arceus in this particular list only because it hasn't been out for very long at this point.
And Donovan only played a little bit of it, and I haven't bought it yet.
And I've beat the game, and I have thoughts about it.
I think at the end, Antonio, you should tell us like where you would put it.
Okay, I could do that. That being said, there might be a standalone episode where we review those games. If we
once I get it too, I'm getting it next week.
So. Hell yeah! Okay, cool. All right, moving on to Gold and Silver.
Gold and Silver.
So I think these are probably the games that I've played the least amount of out of all of these, mainly because their remakes are arguably a better way to play them.
Yeah, I don't think I ever finished. I remember because I know I played Heart Gold. I can't remember if it was like I said, I can't remember if Heart Gold or Sapphire were my first one. Not Sapphire, Crystal. I can't remember which one was my first one, but I know I played all the way through Heart Gold. But I remember I tried to play the original Gold, and I was just like, why would I play this when I can play?
It's just not as good. And I think a lot of people have like rose-colored glasses when it comes to Gen 2. Maybe not as much as Gen 1, but still very prevalent with Gen 2. Oh, I should admit, Domin, have you played Gold or Silver?
No, I haven't, so I don't really have any opinions on this. So this is all you guys.
All right, that's fair. I don't know. I think Gold and Silver are definitely improvements upon the originals, you know?
Yeah.
But that's about as much as I can say about them. The graphics are basically the same. There's more Pokemon.
Colorized.
They're colorized. Wow.
They're colorized.
The battle sprites are better. I know that for a fact.
I think it is very impressive that they're able to fit all of Gen 1 into it as well, though.
I agree. I think that was
pretty cool.
That was pretty revolutionary, I think. But I don't know, man. I just don't feel like the original Gold and Silver, especially considering they got a third version that is basically better than both of them. I feel like I'm inclined to say they're about the same as the originals. I think I would agree. Still rank the originals at D, but since we have them in C, that's fine. But I think I'd put Gold and Silver in C tier.
I agree.
All right, so Gold and Silver are going to C tier. I don't really know what else to say. So Crystal, this was the first time that they did a third version of the games.
Yeah.
And have you played Crystal, Brennan?
Yes.
You said you did? Okay.
yeah, I can't. Like I said, I can't remember. I can't remember if Crystal or Heart Gold was my first game, but I played them roughly the same time.
Okay.
So one of them was my first, but I can't remember which.
I think Crystal.
I liked Crystal a lot, actually.
I never played through. I think I've played through a little bit of Crystal, but mainly the experience I have with Crystal is watching Chugga Conroy's Let's Play on it. I watched the whole thing.
Yeah, I did too.
And that was like one of the first like Pokemon related videos I ever watched on YouTube. And so I know, like, I basically know how good these games are from that, I guess. I don't know. But I don't know. They're basically just gold and silver, or it's basically just gold and silver, but better. You get both legendaries. Yeah. There's an updated story that, I mean, it's able to fit both of them in, I guess, which is nice. It's good. I don't know.
I would probably just say like B tier.
I don't. That's the thing though. Is I don't know if I want to put it in B tier. I don't know if it's that good.
You really like B tier, don't you?
Hey, I would have ranked the originals in D tier if it was my choice.
Okay, correction. You really don't like the old games, do you?
No. There was a reason they had remakes. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. But you know, I'm fine with putting them in B tier.
How much of a substantial improvement are the remakes, though? Actually, that's a bad question because that's your favorite game.
So substantial. Well, and that's okay. We're not. I'm gonna put them in. I'm gonna put it in B because I do think that they are better than Golden. I do think Crystal's better than Gold and Silver. But here's the thing: Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
Those were good games.
Here's the thing. Okay, have you guys played these?
I have played Heart Gold, yes.
Regrettably, I have not, but I want to because I know it's your favorite.
These are my favorite pairs of games. Specifically, Heart Gold is my first Pokemon game, so you could always make the argument it was my first game, so obviously I have nostalgia for it, and it's, But even taking that away from it, I still think Heart Gold is very good on so many different levels. Should I care to explain, or can I gush about Heart Gold?
I would say yes, except for the fact that we've still only ranked that many, and we've already been going for about half an hour.
That is not true. We did not start at 10.
We're at about 20 minutes.
Okay, you're right, but it won't take long. It won't take long.
Okay, short rant.
Listen. Heart Gold and Soul Silver have so many good qualities, right? Following Pokemon. Access to not only the box legendary, but the other one as well. All 3 legendary dogs, all 3 legendary birds. You get the legendaries of the Hoenn games. You get the starters of the Kanto games and the Johto games and the Hoenn games. You get the Safari Zone, which was added from Gold and Silver. You can catch so many more Pokemon from that area alone, right? There's so many other areas in the game where you can catch random Hoenn and Sinnoh Pokemon that you couldn't in the originals, right? Because they didn't exist. Did I mention following Pokemon? That was incredible. That was a revelation. Better graphics. The graphics look beautiful. They basically took Diamond and Pearl's engine and improved upon it, made the original games look better, right? You have 2 regions to explore, Johto and Kanto, and you can fight all the gym leaders. Okay? The final battle with Red is iconic. Okay?
I love the final battle with Red.
Now, granted, this wasn't the first game that had that. Obviously, Gold and Silver had those first. But the atmosphere that it creates with the updated graphics when you climb atop to the peak of the snowy mountain and you see Red there and he doesn't even say a word to you. You just start the battle and it's the highest level Pokemon in the whole game. It's incredible. Okay, it's incredible. And I think I was blessed that these were my first games because I think these these made me into the Pokemon fan that I am today.
Practically. Was this tier?
That being said, I don't know, man. I know this is predictable, but I'm gonna have to say S tier for these. I don't have any reason to put them any lower.
I'm not gonna fight you on it because, like I said, Heart Gold was one of my first games, whichever one happened first. And I had a blast with it, and it was, whether it was my first or not, it was one of my first introductions to Pokemon. And I remember my cousin showing it to me and letting me play it, and just being able to explore everywhere and the red battle and everything. I won't fight you if you want to put an S to. I think it deserves a high rating for sure.
The funny story for these is that originally I used to be someone who thought Pokemon was for nerds, right? And
we have a hypocrite. We have a hypocrite now.
I got Heart Gold for Christmas, right? Not because I wanted it, but because apparently the person at the store told my mom that like they were really good games, so she was like, "Oh, maybe he'll like this one." And I was like, "Oh, Pokemon, I don't want this." So I didn't play it for like a week, right? And then I finally decided to play it because I was like, "Well, it's there," you know what I mean? It might have not been a week; it might have been like a couple days because I feel like my mom probably would have taken it back by then. But I still had it, and I decided to put it in my DS and play it. And I loved it. I couldn't put it down. So
Fate was made that day.
It was, and you know that it brought me to where I am today. So what else can I say?
That's beautiful, man.
I know, honestly, I feel like I should write a novel about it. It's you know, my Pokemon.
Make a YouTube video essay about it, like a retrospective via Ant-Man, or not Ant-Man, Ant-Dude.
Yeah. I will be the new Ant-Man. Anyway, not Ant-Man, Ant-Dude. Anyway, Ruby and Sapphire. Yeah. What have you guys played Ruby or Sapphire?
I have played Ruby.
I've never played the originals, but I played the remakes.
I have played.
We'll get there when we get there, Don.
Ruby and only Ruby.
Well, it just means I don't have anything to say about it.
That's okay. I apologize for that. That being said, I think Ruby and Sapphire are good. Like
They're good games.
They're good. I
have a lot to say about Emerald because I played Emerald before I played Ruby.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a lot to say about Emerald. But for Ruby, it was a good game. I had a lot of fun with Ruby, and it was Groudon and Kyogre were like my favorite legendaries for a while because of those games.
I really liked playing Ruby. I thought it was like I don't remember. I think it was the third game I ever played in the Pokemon series. I think I had Heart Gold and then Fire Red and then Ruby. I'm pretty sure that was when I played it.
I cannot remember the order I played these games live with me.
I mean, I could be wrong, but that's what I remember. Yeah, and I don't know. Like, I don't have a lot to say about these because I think they're good, but that's about it. Like, I could say this: I do think that the remakes are better. So, but that's more talking about the remakes. So,
I will say one thing that you guys may disagree with, but I feel like the Pokemon roster of Gen 3 is like the most forgettable Pokemon roster of them all.
I would respectfully argue that there are other rosters that are more forgettable.
Maybe like Gen 8, but
I don't know. There's a lot of Pokemon that were introduced in this that are forgettable, but there's a lot that I think are like some of the best that they've ever introduced, like Blaziken, the Swampert line, the Sceptile line, all the starters. Honestly, I like the starters a lot. The Gardevoir line, the Breloom line, I have fond memories of.
That's
the
fair.
Manectric.
I can see where you're coming from, I guess.
Sharpedo.
I feel like you could say that about any of the starters, though. Like, from any generation, they're all pretty iconic.
That's fair. But I don't know. I think it's a matter of like, well, and you did play the remake, so if you do think that they are forgettable, that does say something. But I don't know. In terms of like the quality of the games, I think that I think in terms of like the entire franchise, I think Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald have like the best frame rate, if that means anything. Like,
no, I understand you, man.
They run super quickly. Like it's not even funny. But other than that, like I don't know. I just think that they're solid games. Like I think if we were going off of my ranking system, I would say that they were a solid C. I think based on how we're ranking these, I think I would say B. I think I would say these would be in B tier.
I would agree with B.
Okay. Specifically Ruby and Sapphire.
Yes.
Now Emerald, on the other hand.
Emerald on the other hand. Now the reason I was saying I have a lot to say about Emerald is that, like I said, I mean I've probably said this fucking 20 times now. Can't remember which one came first, Crystal or Heart Gold, playing them around the same time. Those may have been my first game, but the game that I played that was like, dude, Pokemon is fucking sick was Emerald.
Was Emerald. As was a lot of games,
and so Emerald is to this day one of my favorite Pokemon games. Even compared to some of the other games and some games that I absolutely love. I've just always loved Emerald, and it added so much good story to what was already there in Alpha Sapphire. Now, I'm not saying it's the best. There's still problems. Just because it is an older game, and every game's gonna have its things, but it is definitely to this day still one of my tops for sure.
It's very good. I haven't played it, but I've seen like Chuck Converse Let's Play. I know I keep bringing him up, but it's just like.
We you and me both watch him, and he's played a shitload of Pokemon.
Exactly. So, and I know there's a reason why he plays the third versions. You know.
Yeah, he always plays the third versions
if they're available.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think I'm cool with A tier for Emerald. I think that
cool. I appreciate that.
It improves upon the originals substantially. You get all 3 legendaries. Rayquaza is badass. The Battle Frontier is a thing.
Dude,
that
I will always love the Battle Frontier.
I'm not well acquainted with it as much as other people are, but a lot of people seem to like it. So I can't deny that.
Yeah, because I remember that's one of my main problems with Alpha the Over the remakes.
Which here we go. Here's the remix.
Remakes were freaking awesome.
They are.
Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire.
I remember when the game came out, and I remember you playing it in Mayo on the bus, and I remember it looked so cool to me because you could like fly. And weren't all the legendaries at the time in it?
Most of them, yeah. You could get them to like special event portals and stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember.
They introduced Hoopa. They introduced Hoopa in Omega Ruby.
They introduced Hoopa. Here's the thing: I think Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are peak Pokemon remake.
Yeah,
like
they.
For sure.
And that's saying a lot because Gold and Soul Silver are my favorites, but in terms of like the best Pokemon remake, I think it's Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire hands down. The amount of content in those games to this day is still like shocking to me.
Oh yeah.
And like new Mega Evolutions too. Also, I want to say like the opening. I've always loved the opening to those games.
It's very good.
So every time it plays, like I almost like. Start to tear up. It's like the opening is so good, and it's like nostalgic to me.
It's chilling. Like it's probably one of the best openings that a Pokemon game has had. I would have to agree with you.
Yeah, the best opening. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, like it like all the remakes, it improves upon the original. The amount of content is incredible. The graphics look good for 3DS. They look really good. It runs well. Flying with Latios is still like one of the best features in these games.
Dude, I loved that so much.
The post game is so beefy.
The post game is really it has a lot of legendaries. This was like one of the first games that they did that was like just here, go and catch every legendary ever.
Yeah.
And
I'd say the only thing that holds it back is Wally, honestly.
Yeah, Wally sucks. Yo, can we get a fuck you in the chat for Wally?
The thing that I didn't like was that the Battle Frontier wasn't in it.
Yeah, they teased the Battle Frontier and then never put it in the game, and that always pissed me off.
Yeah, they like teased that it was coming. Remember, like there
and
was
everyone
things
thought it was
saying
going
like
to be DLC or something, right?
Yeah, and it never happened.
Never happened. But that's like my only. I think that's. I don't even know if you can call that a complaint from me because I didn't even necessarily care.
No, that is my only complaint because other than that, the way that they took all these new things like the new Mega Evolutions or like characters or Pokemon and stuff like that, the way that they all put that in there, they did it in a way that it was still respectful to the original. You could tell it was new.
Yeah, that's very true. And so I think this was around the time when like people were starting like the hype for remakes for Pokemon remakes was like at an all-time high. Like when everyone was like, Hoenn confirmed, where's Hoenn remakes?
Dude, hashtag Hoenn confirmed. Do you remember those days, dude?
Oh, I remember, dude. I was so excited when they were. And I think I played Ruby at that point. But I was like, my hype was like, they looked so good. I was like, oh my god, give me these games. I remember getting them on launch day, or getting Omega Ruby specifically on launch day, playing it in a week because that's how excited I was to play it.
I got Alpha Sapphire for Christmas, and I beat it in the last week of winter break.
Oh, I couldn't put it down. It was a problem.
No, I could not put it down. I beat that game so fast.
It was so good, and yeah, I'd have to go with S tier, right up there with
I would agree. Even though the Battle Frontier stuff made me mad, the rest of the games is still good.
It was incredible. Do you agree, Donovan?
I agree. Yeah.
You're just like, no, F tier.
It is not F tier.
Yeah, that being said, F tier. Okay, moving on to Diamond and Pearl. So I played Diamond. I think I've played all three of these.
That's right. You and me went reverse because you played Pearl first and I played Diamond. I played Pearl first. You played Diamond first. So you bought Brilliant. I brought Brilliant Diamond. You bought Shining Pearl.
Yeah, we've done some weird mixing up with the order that we played these games, but
yeah.
Wait, but what'd you say, Donovan?
Pearl is my baby. Pearl is my child.
Oh, I know Pearl's your baby.
Just laying out on the table, like, this is my S tier. And I realize that's for nostalgia, like, just on its own, but, like, I fucking love those games. And I feel like if I went back and played them today, I feel like they'd hold up. I feel like they would still hold up and be, like, really just quality, classic Pokemon experience.
Antonio's got them things to say.
Yeah, I can tell he's raising his hand.
You're really not going to like my thoughts on
that. Yeah.
I have a question. I have a question for you. Have you played just Pearl, or have you played Pearl or Platinum, or all three of them?
I've not played Platinum. I've just played Pearl, but like I don't feel like I need to play Platinum to get like the full experiences. I know that there's a lot of improvements in Platinum, so I would say that probably if there was going to be an S tier or a high ranking one here, it would definitely be Platinum. I'm just saying personally.
So yeah. Maybe before I say anything, maybe you should talk about Diamond and Pearl with Brendan.
So I only ever played Pearl.
I didn't know this was going to be
I know Antonio's making it seem dark.
Well, okay, I want to know what you think.
So I only played Pearl back in the day. That's why I bought Brilliant Diamond now. I never played the original Diamond. I never played Platinum. I did watch Let's Play of Platinum, and
yeah.
Platinum was really cool. A lot of the things that were in it was really nice. But like for me, Pearl was it was a good game. Like it was a good game to me. So like it wasn't nothing like it wasn't as special to me as like Emerald, but it also wasn't as like kind of bland. Like okay, it's another Pokemon game to me as like the original the original Gold and Silver. Mm-hmm. So like it was for me, Pearl was just like just barely below the amount of love I had for like the original Ruby. Just because like for me it was kind of like, oh cool, my Pokemon game, cool. The only thing good for me that came out of I better not be wrong on this, but I think you corrected me before. Manaphy came out of this generation, right?
Yes.
Yes. Manaphy is my fourth favorite Pokemon. And so
favorite legendary, right?
Yeah, it's my favorite legendary, but if I'm going down like the list, it'd be favorite Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it's just like it's just below like the level of Ruby. So for me, it's like a B. But now I'm excited to see this hate that is building into his mind.
So I'm skeptical to say, because here's the thing. I really like Gen 4, but Diamond and Pearl is, and I stand by this, the weakest point of Gen 4. And I guess that's not, I don't know if that's saying a lot, because you're comparing them to Platinum and Heart Gold, Soul Silver. And also they were the first ones to come out of Gen 4, right?
Yeah.
I think that there's so many problems with Diamond and Pearl that got fixed in Platinum and Heart Gold and Soul Silver in a similar way. That just makes them worse by comparison. I think
you mean like they're not really bad per se, but it's just there were so many things that could have been better that they fixed in later games. It's like, what's the point?
Exactly, yeah. And
okay, I can totally see what you're saying from that.
So I don't think that that's necessarily like a controversial thing to say. I just think like I just feel bad because I
agree. Hold that opinion.
Mm-hmm.
People consider Platinum to be better than the originals, and that's the way it should be, honestly.
I agree, and there's and that's why I think you should play Platinum, Donovan, because I think you'll have more of an appreciation for like how much they improved on Pearl, because it's it's a remake, it's a third version, it's the same base game but like just better.
Well, I wanted to get Shining whatever, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and then I heard that those weren't that great.
Oh, I have thoughts about those too.
I'm interested to hear what you guys have to think about those, because those are very recent. So your thoughts on those will be very fresh.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm very critical about the original Diamond and Pearl, because I was almost going to say like C or D tier, but I think
okay, you can't go that low, because it is better than
they're not worse than the originals. They're not worse than
Gen 1 and Gen 2 for sure. Like they gotta be B tier.
Yeah, I mean, based on this ranking, I would say B tier is fitting. But
has anyone here played Platinum? Because I haven't.
Oh, I've played Platinum.
Okay. Well, then take it away, Penny.
And I love Platinum. I think.
Then where would you put Platinum in comparison to Diamond and Pearl?
See, that's tough because I really like Platinum. In fact, I think at one point I almost considered it as like my favorite Pokemon game, even above Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Just because I thought.
How about that?
I just I don't know. I just really liked it. The amount of like just the way that they handled. I played Diamond first, and I really liked Diamond, right? But then when I played Platinum, I was like, "Whoa, this is incredible." And I don't know. I guess a lot of the stuff was like minor, but it was just minor stuff. Like,
what are the changes that they made? Really,
you could argue that
Giratina.
See, I feel like I'm not the person to necessarily talk to about this because I can't remember every change that they made off the top of my head. But even just things like improving the frame rate of the game, the Pokemon roster, the order of which you do things, because it's infamous that the original games are like super slow, right? There's a huge gap in between the second and third gym, which is like a really big complaint that people have about those games. And so they paced it a lot better in Platinum. And it overall just makes it a more consistently enjoyable game. And that's why I think Platinum is like, it was like, if not for Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, it was like the best third, well, not remake, it's not a remake. It's the best third version, I think. So I'm debating putting it between S and A. Is basically what I'm saying.
I'd be cool with A.
I'm gonna say S because that's where I want Pearl to go, and I just want like one of those games to go S tier.
Okay. We'll go S tier.
Yeah, we'll go S tier. It's very good.
It was a very good game. I very much enjoyed Chuck Connor's Let's Play of it.
Yeah, Chuck Connor's Let's Play was awesome, as it usually is.
No.
Anyway, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are next. These are the most recent, not counting Legends Arceus, main series games. And so, Donovan, I know you haven't played them, right? You said that you wanted to play them.
Because I have heard that they are very bare bones, low effort, and I honestly I don't want my opinion of the original Diamond and Pearl to be affected by a crappy remake. So
yeah, that's fair. And Brennan, you're almost done with it, right?
Yeah. Well, no, the only reason I say it like that is because I'm about to say something super controversial.
Oh, shit.
I like Brilliant Diamond.
You what?
I actually really like Brilliant Diamond.
Oh, shit.
I don't mind it.
Oh, shit.
I just like...
I thought you were going to say the exact opposite, but I guess that would be controversial.
I can see why people would have problems with it.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not saying it's a perfect game. Like, I'm not even saying A tier. Not even close to A tier. But when it comes to actually just playing the game for me, and like, I know that one of the biggest problems people had was like the style of it, like how everyone's tiny.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it's like, well, it's a remake. Remember in the original game, everyone was tiny too. And it's just like, but like, I can still see why people have a problem with that. And I'm not saying it's a perfect game, but I've enjoyed playing it a lot.
Personally, I just have a problem with Game Freak and Pokemon Company being lazy with their games because they're sitting on such a huge pile of cash, and this will come up when we talk about Sword and Shield as well.
Yeah,
but like I feel like it's super low effort, and they have all these resources.
Yeah, and I totally get that. But I actually have quite a fun time playing Pokemon Diamond.
That's also fair. Yeah. I can see that.
So, have you seen my video, What It's Like to Be a Pokemon Player fan?
I have not.
Okay. So, because
I can relate to that a lot.
That basically sums up all of my thoughts about the games in their entirety. Basically, I think Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are just lazy. Like, they're very rushed remakes. They have some, like, they're nostalgic, and I enjoyed playing through Shining Pearl, but even I was able to, like, realize its flaws, and especially considering it's in terms of remakes, it's following Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, it's, like, sad. You know what I mean?
That's the thing, because, like, up until now, all of the remakes have been in the styles of the current gen. So, like, the Gen 2 remakes were in the style of Diamond and Pearl, and the Gen 3 remakes were in the style of X and Y. So I feel like everybody expected them to like go all out and make them in the style of Gen 8. And when they initially showed it, I was just excited that they're remaking the games at all. But then it started to set in that they weren't going to be what I thought they were going to be. And maybe I just had too high of expectations. And I don't think it's necessarily bad that they're staying super faithful. I think it's you could say it's just like a stylistic choice for them to stay faithful, and that they're just like doing it to respect the old games. But I don't personally feel like that's what it is. I feel like it's just laziness.
I agree, and that's the thing is like everyone had that expectation about the remakes because the remakes were going to happen no matter what. But everyone had that expectation, and personally, I was not bothered so much about the style like you guys were saying. And so, like, that wasn't the problem for me. It was just more like they could have polished the game a lot more, and it really just illustrates the problem with modern Pokemon games is that despite all the resources they have, because they're yearly releases, they don't have the time to put all those resources in before the deadline. So they don't. And then they
if there was one game that I really wanted them to get right, it was these games, and I just don't think that they made the right choices.
They made a lot of good choices, but some of the other choices they made were like, really? You know?
Yeah. Well, these games were being hyped up for years too.
They were,
and
yeah.
so like, a lot of people were disappointed.
Almost, you might even say almost more than the Gen 3 ones, but I don't know. But
I think almost more than the Gen 3 ones. Yeah, because it was such a large gap between the Gen 3 remakes and the Gen 4 remakes, longer than the usual time that we have to wait.
7 years.
Yeah.
Which is a long time. And for that 7-year wait to lead up to the product that we got was just a little bit of a letdown. But it's not like they had 7 years to develop the game. They were developing other games, so
yeah.
I don't know. And also, it was from a different team, right? So that's another thing to factor in. I don't know. See,
I think they just could have done it more justice, and that's the be all end all of it.
Despite the fact that the remakes, I cannot confidently put them above B tier. Like, there's just no way. I cannot put them in A tier. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Would you say that the improvements that they do make it better than the original Diamond and Pearl, though?
Yeah, I'd say so. They're definitely better than the original Diamond and Pearl, but not good enough to be an A tier. That's what I think. Brennan, what do you think?
I can agree with that.
Okay. That's what I think, because they do have like more content than Diamond and Pearl, and the graphics look by technicality better. Following Pokemon is always a great thing, although they kind of didn't make it as good as they could have. Following Pokemon,
it kind of feels like they put it out just to die. Like you don't hear anybody talking about the remakes anymore, especially now that Legends Arceus is out.
That's very true.
And there's so much buzz about that game.
But I do respect that you do like that. I don't think they're bad games. I just think that they could have been better.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's definitely could have been better.
I can respect that they're well-made games. And technically I haven't played them, so I shouldn't be able to give my opinion. I just have a lot of thoughts about it personally.
Mm-hmm. For sure. But don't want to linger too much. We're already lingering quite a bit on most of these, but which is understandable because, Pokemon. So my baby at least. But Black and White now. Moving on. Who's played Black and White, or Black or White?
I have played Black.
I've also played Black. What about you?
I've played half of Black 2, and it's not that I didn't like it.
Those
I just never.
Different games.
Next game, Donovan.
Oops. Okay, never mind. I've never played it.
Yeah, exactly. You wait your turn.
I'm sorry.
I really like Black. I'm just gonna come out and say that.
I really liked Black and White. It was, for me, Black and White was like, I don't know why, but for me, Black and White was like the style of Pokemon for that game to me felt way different than what we'd had. Like
it was
like the previous years.
They were.
I just remember Black and White always stood out to me so much compared to 1 through 4 and all the remakes and stuff like that.
Well, they're almost like a reboot of the franchise.
They kind of are. Although Black and White did introduce one of my favorite characters of all time.
Weren't they intended as a reboot though? Because I've heard that Diamond and Pearl were originally intended to be the final games in the entire series, and then when they brought it back, Black and White were the soft reboot. Almost.
I think they basically were, because they have a whole other Pokemon roster. They have a whole other region that's not tied to the other ones.
You couldn't catch any of the originals until post game.
Yep. Yeah. You had to go with the new ones. And a lot of people hated the new ones. But honestly, I really like a lot of the Pokemon from Gen 5.
There was quite a bit that I liked from Black and White. I really liked the crocodile.
Crocodile. The
I really
grounds.
liked that. Yeah, I really liked that line.
Crocodile, Bisharp is another one of my favorites. Starmanitan.
I liked Leavanny.
The starters were Oshawott the only one that I really like.
Same.
Let's see. They had the fact that I can't remember. There's a lot. They introduced so many Pokemon in this one. Oh,
yeah,
Haxorus and Axew.
It was the biggest gen, wasn't
it?
Wait, I'm sorry. What?
Go ahead, Brennan.
It was the biggest gen, wasn't it? Like, wasn't it the most Pokemon added?
156.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, Victini.
Well, that's because you could only catch the black and white Pokemon in that game, right?
Yeah, but
and not until post game. In post game, the others became available.
Oh, the bug types of this gen: Scolipede, Leavanny, and Scavalier.
Leavanny was like the first bug type I've ever actually used. I actually used Leavanny back when I played.
It's very good. Yeah, they buffed bug types a lot. They made some really badass like dragon types and buffed a lot of other types too. So and the story is also really good. I want to bring
the story is good. I did like, and then I also liked they weren't my favorite evil team, but I really liked Team Galactic, Team Plasma.
Team Plasma. Who was your favorite evil team? Just out of curiosity.
Magma and Aqua.
Magma and Aqua?
Yeah.
Not Team Flare. Fuck Team Flare.
Team Flare sucks.
Fuck Team Flare, dude. No, honestly, yeah, no, I really like Black and White. I think I would have to put them in A tier.
I definitely agree with A tier.
All right. A tier they go. So Black 2 and White 2. And guys,
I played White 2, but I never finished White 2.
Oh, you. Shame on you.
Same here. I've played like halfway through Black 2.
What?
Yeah. No, it's not because I didn't enjoy it. I actually really liked it. It's just
I really enjoyed it. I just never found the time to finish it, and then I think I ended up losing the cartridge.
I see.
Or I gave it to a friend. I think I gave it to a friend, and then I never got it back.
I got you.
Yeah, I was literally borrowing it from you, Anthony. Remember?
I do remember that. I think I took it back. I was like, give it back.
Yeah.
To be fair, I really like these games, and I'm about to say something that's going to blow your guys' mind, right? I think Black 2 and White 2 are better than Black and White.
No way.
I wouldn't know.
Oh my God, you said that.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
I wouldn't know. I never finished them.
Isn't it basically like a remix, kind of, more or less, with a new story? Like they just remix the gen, so like you
takes place after. It takes place. Doesn't that take place after the first one?
Yeah, it does. They take place.
The story is different.
Oh yeah, the story is different.
Well, yeah, the story is different.
They're sequels first and foremost. They are literally sequels. Like
the sequel.
Yeah, which is interesting. That's not something that the Pokemon games have ever done since then. So.
No, they haven't. And I kind of wish that they would do more because honestly, Black 2 and White 2 were really good follow-ups to the original. They added more content, more areas. You had a mix of Pokemon from all of the gens, which was really cool. So many Pokemon to choose from in those games. More legendaries to catch. I always enjoy catching a bunch of legendaries. So any game that has a lot of those is going to be like up there for me. Yeah, a lot of post-game content.
I remember hearing about that. There's a lot of good post-game content.
There was, yeah, and I remember playing. This was like one of the first Pokemon games that I really I had a lot of multiplayer experiences with. Like I played this game. I remember I played it with Andrew. I remember I played it with people, so, like this random kid that I didn't even know, on a train one time. And he traded me like some like legendaries and shinies. So I really got into like the social aspect of Pokemon with these. Specifically Black 2, I should mention, but I did end up getting both. The fusions are a little weird for me. The black Kyurem and white Kyurem. I don't know if that's controversial.
No, it's not. No, I mean, like, I can understand why. I thought it was cool, but I can also understand why.
Yeah.
It's like Dragon Ball shit.
Yeah, yeah. That is what people tend to complain about those, but overall, I think that they're good games. I don't have much to complain about, and I think because of that, I think I'd have to put them at S tier.
I can't. I mean, you're the only one that's played them, so.
From what I played of Black 2, I would say it deserves S tier. Plus, I've heard that the stories of both the original, both the
story was good,
and the sequels are really good.
Probably the best stories that Pokemon has ever had. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Okay, we're getting tired. We got to get amped up, guys. Come on, perk up a little. All right, we got 8 more games to go. All right,
gotta get bricked up. No,
yeah.
wait, not that.
I'm super into this, but I'm also working on an assignment right
That's
now.
fine. I know that. But Brendan, you have no excuse. Anyway, X and Y. Brendan, I know you like X and Y.
I do love X and Y.
Yeah.
X and Y is so good. And I feel like they get shit on them.
Bring in Cody. You said you wanted... bring in Cody. You said you wanted... he wanted to speak about these, right?
True. One sec.
Okay. Yeah, before we continue. But Brendan, what is your experience with X and Y?
I loved X and Y. I definitely think it got hated on more than it did. It was the first 3D game. It introduced Mega Evolutions, which everyone loved, and then Nintendo stupidly took away.
Mm-hmm.
And
ladies and gentlemen, drum roll, please.
Oh shit!
Cody.
Yo,
Cody!
Special guest Cody. No way. Okay.
What?
Okay. So those were Cody's thoughts.
You gotta help us rank this game because this is the only Pokemon game.
We're on X and Y.
Honestly, I don't even remember if I finished them. I'm not gonna lie.
Did you enjoy them? Do you have positive memory?
I remember the sword.
What's
the sword one, yeah.
Hot Edge, Dual Blade, and Ice Slash.
Those were some of the coolest ones that they introduced in that gen. But yeah, no, I really like X and Y. A lot of people hate on it, but I have a soft spot for them.
Than any other generation.
I thought that they were shit on pretty good.
They are, but they're so good. I will say there's too many partners and the story sucks. So that kind of brings it down.
And Team Flare sucks. Team Flare's worst team. Actually, that's not true. The Sword and Shield team is arguably worse.
Oh, Team Skull? Yeah, wait, never mind.
No, Team Skull is Sun and Moon.
Oh, I hate them more.
Okay.
I hate Team Flare more. Anyway, what do you think, Cody?
Where's Pokemon Brown?
All right, so glad we brought you in here. So X and Y.
Hold up. Isn't X and Y the ones? Didn't they bring in Mega Evolutions?
They did, yeah.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Yeah,
okay.
I thought that was cool.
Mega Evolution was one of the best. People are constantly asking for Mega Evolution to come back. So I think that says a lot.
Yeah.
Shouldn't just keep making up new things.
What, they didn't like big? They didn't like
big
Pokemon?
No, let's make it bigger.
Oh, you're talking about Dynamax, yeah.
Yeah, Dynamax.
Yeah. I think Mega Evolution was arguably cooler. But they have to have a new gimmick in every one, so I don't know. I think in terms of like considering they were the first 3D, well, relatively the first 3D games, but like the first 3D main series games, I think that they were very good. But I don't know. I'm debating between A and B for these.
Two of my favorite Pokemon came out of this gen, and my 2 favorite characters came out of this gen.
The
Froakie line, eventually Greninja, the Honedge line, eventually Aegislash, and then my 2 favorite main characters, Callum and Serena. So
I would say A. I don't know if it's a B for me, but I would go with A.
I think A is fair. I agree with A because I feel like you have to dock it a little bit for the story and the shitty evil team. But
see, but I would argue that like I don't think they are on the same level as Black and White though. You know?
Really? They're not. They'd be B minus. Black and White is B plus.
You mean A plus A minus?
Yeah, whatever.
I've never played Black and White, so I can't say, but I want to give it A personally.
I had just as much fun playing.
Just from playing it, I remember I was just kind of like, eh. Like, this is cool, but like...
I had just as much fun playing that game as I did Black and White.
Okay. I mean...
Also, my opinion is not super valid, only because I don't remember much of playing it, and it was the first and only Pokemon game I've ever played. So
we have 2 Bs and 2 As.
Well, Cody didn't say a ranking. He just said it was A.
He just said B.
Oh, he said B? Okay.
We have 2 Bs and 2 As.
Yeah, we need a tiebreaker. Wait, hold on. I'm going to get a tiebreaker really quick.
Oh, no. He's going to get, like, Andrew or Quentin, and they're going to talk shit on it.
No, if I do it first.
It's going to be Quentin. No, Quentin is coming in for a fifth opinion.
Not if I do it first.
What, you're going to get
Look, ladies and gentlemen, our next guest for the evening. Let's have a chit chat. Wait, is that it? Yeah, that is it. Oh, let's go.
Quentin, you have to go check your phone.
What the? Okay, we lost our guest. Or he might come back, actually, though.
Oh my god.
Okay, Quentin. I have a quick question.
Game in the
Quentin, I have a really quick question.
Friggin' fun.
If you in a Pokemon tier list, where would you put Pokemon X and Y?
That is the question. Probably F tier. All right, wait. So what was the question? No, I actually think that Pokemon X and Y are B tier. That's what I'm saying, and that's what Cody's saying.
I think it's bullshit. This is bullshit.
So we needed a
This
tiebreaker.
is bullshit.
No,
awesome.
If Black and White are bottom A tier, there's no way
That's
you could.
what I'm saying.
There's no way you could put X and Y next to Black and White.
That's bullshit. That's
You're
bullshit.
Hey, I was just here for the chit chat. Exactly.
Get out of here, Quentin. You're never welcome back.
Pleasure as always. Thank you.
Thanks for your ass opinion, your awful opinion. Fuck you.
Well, you. Dude, the Marks player. Thank you, Quentin.
All of a sudden I have this really hey Donovan. All of a sudden I have this really strong urge to move Heart Gold and Soul Silver into like C tier. Do you want to do like a 2 against 1 and like move it down?
Me too. I just played for the entirety of Heart Gold Soul Silver. I can say it's solid F tier.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Guess who's in control of the tier list, huh? Yeah,
this is This is democracy.
Thank you, Cody. Thank you,
Cody.
Oh, you ruined everything. Get out of here. It would have been 2 A's versus a B if you never came here. Bye, Cody. I actually love you.
Oh, my hair is revealed.
Follow Cody says.
Yeah, follow Cody says. Link in description.
On Instagram, Cody says.
All right.
Get out.
As much as I'd love to debate you guys more about X and Y, which we can do when we're done, we have to move on to Sun and Moon. So, I think we've all played either Sun and Moon, right?
The hype leading to Sun and Moon was unlike the hype for any other game I've ever
crazy, dude. Yeah,
it was the first Pokemon game I pre-ordered.
Yeah, same here, I think. Yeah, I think I pre-ordered those.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Stop.
What?
We are not putting X and Y in bottom B tier below Fire Red and Leaf Green.
Okay. God, all right.
Okay. Continuing on.
Well, in that case, I'm moving Black and White up. Here.
Fine.
And I'm moving Gold and Silver up too.
What the fuck?
I forgot we were.
Everything now.
I forgot we were doing like rankings within tiers. So
that's fine.
Let me make a couple edits here. I think Ruby and Sapphire go above these. I think Diamond and Pearl. I'm not even asking for your guys' opinions anymore. I'm just doing my own thing.
No, I agree with most of these so far.
Yeah, no. Let me know if you disagree. But
Of shining and brilliant, whatever bullshit. Yeah, yeah. There we go. That's better.
and then I think I think these stay at the bottom.
Yeah, no, those can stay down there.
Was actually going F tier.
Oh, and then in these, I think these go above platinum for me.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, we're good now. We're good. Okay, Sun and Moon.
Yes, we're good.
I agree. The hype was crazy for Sun and Moon. I remember
this was the first and only Pokemon game I've pre-ordered.
Yep.
I pre-ordered both Sun and Moon and played and beat both. Sun
you
and
pre-ordered
Moon.
both, dude. That's commitment.
I didn't pre-ordered both and beat both.
Dude, what the hell? I don't even think I have both of them, but I never beat Moon. I only beat Sun.
Yeah, I have both.
I don't even know why I got both. I think the hype was real, but yeah, no, I remember when these came out and we all played them. I had a lot of fun. That I think they lived up to the hype. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah, for sure.
I really enjoyed Sun and Moon.
I love these games like so much. They have such a personality too. Like just it taking place in basically Hawaii.
Yeah, and I thought the Hawaiian setting was really good.
Cool.
I liked a lot of the new Pokemon. I remember.
Yeah.
That's true. It has great new
like Lycanroc.
Super memorable to me too.
Mm-hmm. Which a lot of people don't like Alola as much as I feel like we do. I don't know. I feel like they're almost sometimes. Well, no, I feel like X and Y are still hated more. But yeah, no, I have fond memories of playing Sun and Moon. I thought that the switch to non-traditional gyms was a breath of fresh air, for the series. I do think that the tutorial, which is that's obviously complained about from everyone, but I do think that the tutorial drags a lot,
What for the tutorials for Sun and Moon?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's a slog, dude.
Go to the school and stuff and learn how to catch Pokemon.
It's bro, I've played every game. I don't need this, Yeah. But there are people that have it, so it's good to be inclusive.
No, it's not. It just drags.
Yeah, you're right. Let's not be inclusive.
Let's
not be inclusive with any of them.
You're starting with Sun and Moon, then the problem is you.
Yeah, you're the problem.
Yeah.
No, but I have fond memories for these games. Also, that year, 2016, because that was also the year of Pokemon Go. So Pokemon was popping off that year.
That's true.
And I thought that it was the hype train was a chugging, if I might say that. Anyway, overall, I like these games a lot. I think I would still put them in B tier, though.
I agree. I really liked these games, but they also did things really different in this game.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I have a very different opinion. This is for me, if I'm making my personal list, Platinum and Sun and Moon are my S tiers. So
really, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. When you've played every single game, it warps your opinion on them for sure.
It really does. It really does.
Okay, I want to make another point. The story is amazing in Sun and Moon. I feel like it might just be underneath Black and White.
Okay, I mean the story was definitely it was good.
It was.
That being said, I don't know, man. Even then, I don't know. So you put them in S tier, you said, right?
Personally, yeah.
I'm willing to put them high B tier, low A tier. Because I really like them, but I don't know if I
agree.
I think I'd put them above X and Y.
I disagree.
And then put them in A tier, like low A tier.
Yeah,
I feel like that's meeting in the middle, pretty much.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm cool with that. All right. This is a whack list, dude. I'm just gonna say that. Like, I feel like a lot of people would disagree. Well, I don't know. I actually don't know. I've never like seen someone rank Pokemon games before, so I don't know. I just generally know people's opinions on them. So
I keep all my 3DS games on my desk, so I just like look through them and I found Alpha Sapphire.
Hey! Let's go. All right. Well, yeah, no. I love the 3DS in general. Such a great console.
Dude, there's the 3DS Pokemon games in general, just like some of the best.
They were some of the best. That being said, moving on to Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon.
I never played either one.
Probably some of the most forgettable Pokemon games. I'm going to say that much. Like, I feel like a lot of people don't even remember that these came out.
No, I don't even remember why these came out. Why wasn't it just like DLC? Like, what was the point of this?
That's basically what they were. They were just DLC. Donovan, did you play Ultra Sun or Ultra Moon? Just out of curiosity.
No, did it come out after the Switch was already out?
They did, yeah. They came out the year that the Switch came out.
Weird that they did that.
Well, and that wasn't necessarily Pokemon's fault. That was just like bad timing. But yeah, no, this was the last pair. Well, you could call the Switch a handheld slightly, but these were like the last like pure handheld games. And I think because the Switch was out, I think that's what made them like more forgettable. You know?
Yeah. And like the stuff they added was cool with the wormhole and the Ultra Beasts, and diving more into the story with Necrozoma, because in the original Sun and Moon, you were told, hey, this weird black Pokemon that was like not reflecting any light flew to the top of this mountain, and then you go up there and you just randomly run into this awesome looking legendary Pokemon. And then you catch it, and then that's it. And then you go back and you're like, "Hey, I caught it!" And they're like, "Oh, good job!" And they give you like what, $2 million or something like that.
They give you a lot. Yeah, they give you like $1 million in that game.
So with the Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon stuff, I think it was really cool. The stuff they added with exploring more into the wormholes and the Ultra Beasts and stuff like that. But I also feel like it was a little pointless, and they could have just maybe focused more on that, and maybe in the original game instead of just completely. Or that would have been a great solution. They should have made a third one. They should have made like Pokemon Eclipse.
That's basically okay. To be fair, that's basically what these were. They were a third version split into two. That's basically
like, and like they haven't done the third. They haven't done like the third game release since I think Platinum, right?
That's true. They haven't.
Yeah. So, dude, if they would have done like Pokemon Sun and Moon Eclipse,
because money, Brennan. They need the money.
Yeah, because Nintendo are fucking.
They need you to buy both.
Shit.
They need you to buy both games. They're like, we can't just release one game. We need to release two. Unless you're talking about Legends Arceus, apparently. But
yeah, right.
Yeah, no. But with Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, I don't know. It almost makes me mad to the point where I almost want to put these below Sun and Moon because they're almost like Sun and Moon, but like unnecessary. You know what I mean? Like they did, like these didn't have to come out. You know?
No, these did not have to come out at all.
The Rainbow Rocket team.
Oh my God, you're right. The Rainbow Rocket team. We have to put them in S tier because of the Rainbow Rocket team.
Wait, because of the what?
The Rainbow Rocket team, Rainbow Rocket. See the fact you don't even remember that. That's
I don't even remember that. The whole like where they brought back all the old team leaders and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, dude. Like that was cool, but like clearly I didn't even remember it.
I don't know. This is really hard because I feel like they're like they actually are like slightly better than the original Sun and Moon games.
They are. Yeah, I think we need to stop looking at them and the fact that they were the stupidest fucking thing ever made and just money grabs, but they were still good games.
Yeah, very true.
So,
I don't know, man. I guess we could put them in A tier. I don't feel like
they put them behind Sun and Moon because the original Sun and Moon were like the OG and like they were better. These
Sun
are just
and Moon
pointless.
Came first. Earth came first, Brennan. So therefore,
put them up.
These go. Yeah, sure, whatever. They're just unnecessary. That's all that I can say. That's my one word.
They were good games, good story, good things added, just unnecessary.
Yeah. Okay. We've reached the final pair of games.
Finally.
And possibly the most controversial pair of games on here. Are you guys ready to dive in?
Yes.
Oh man. Who's played Sword or Shield?
I played Shield.
Okay, I have also played Shield. Donovan, what about you, huh?
I own it. I've never played it.
You don't own it. You have your brother's copy.
My brother owns it. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Are you the same person as your brother?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I can just walk into his room and grab it and be like, "This is mine." So it's basically mine.
Okay. You're like hippity hoppity. Pokemon Shield is now my property.
Yeah. Exactly.
So there's a reason why these are divisive games. I'll say that much. Because I feel like the hype. A lot of bad things came from the year that these games were released. No national decks, bad graphics, no, not very good animations, right?
No.
Weird Pokemon. Like here's the thing. Here's the thing about the Pokemon roster for Sword and Shield. They're very weird, but I don't think that they're bad. Does that make sense?
No, they're not bad. Although I am gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Out of every Pokemon here, hands down my least favorite cover box legendaries.
Yeah.
Like,
that's very true.
not even close to the love of like Kyogre and Groudon or Palkia and Dialga and stuff like that.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
Or my favorite duo, X and Y.
I do think, like, even when they first were announced, I was like, really? Dogs?
Yeah, I remember watching people react to it. The trailer did hype it up really well.
They did.
Like the trailer, but like always, the trailer made it look really good. But then even like the legendaries were revealed, and they were like, dogs.
Yeah, dogs.
Or like all the memes that came out, like when they were first showed what's his like Zacian or something like that, the one that holds the sword.
Zacian and Zamazenta, yeah.
Okay. The one that holds the sword, it was like it showed him and it was like that old video where it's like, what do you have? A knife? No. But it showed like him running around with the sword in his mouth. It's like, what do you have? A knife.
Yeah, there were some good memes that came from these games specifically, especially with like the camp feature. Yeah, that was a good feature. That was a good feature.
The camp feature was fun. I will forever love having a Gengar in the camp.
Yeah,
Gengar would do this most stupidest shit in the camp.
I loved how many people would like share their experiences of the camp on like Twitter and stuff. That was a good factor.
The camp was good. The camp was definitely one of the good things that came out of this.
That's where the budget went, was the camp.
To the camp.
Yeah. Donovan, you like what? Based on your limited knowledge of the games, what do you think? I'm just curious.
Like the same thing that I think for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Basically, everything I said then applies here. I just feel like they're lazy, and like I don't know. I feel like the fact now that Legends Arceus is out and it's kind of what I wanted those games to be, kind of makes up for it, and like maybe I can appreciate them more now if I played them now rather than if I played them before Legends Arceus came out. But I don't know. I feel like I can't really like give my full opinion on it because I haven't played them, and that'd be kind of unfair of me to try and rank them.
Oh well, yeah. Because like, if I'm being perfectly honest, I had a blast playing Shield. I'm not saying it wasn't fun. It was still a Pokemon game. It was cool seeing the Pokemon run around in like the nature.
The wild area was really cool. That was a precursor to everything we had.
I caught a completely legit like random chance shiny. Like I wasn't even trying to hunt for one. I just found one and I was like, no way.
Same here, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when you just see stuff like the opening cutscene where like the characters' lips are moving, but there's no full voice acting.
It really shows
it feels like they were really holding back on like making the game like live up to its full potential. And it was like the first like major Switch Pokemon game. So like
it was, yeah. So there
I
was
feel like
high expectations for them. And I just don't. They did not meet the expectations. I'm gonna make the joke that everyone makes. Pokemon as a franchise, when these came out, it was clear that they were not evolving
No,
as well as
It
they
was
should
cool.
have been. You know.
like
But that being said, I agree with you, Brennan. The first time I played through these games, I enjoyed myself. Like they were very fun.
I very much enjoyed myself playing these games, and I beat it, and I still much enjoyed it. I did not like the Dynamax feature.
I'm not a fan of Dynamax.
But I had fun. And looking back after beating it and playing as much as I have, I realized that it definitely had its problems. Definitely was lazy on some parts. But like it was still a Pokemon game and it was fun and I had a blast and being able to even though it was such a pain playing with you a couple times that you and me played together. That was fun.
God, the online connectivity is
online
awful.
connection is terrible.
It's like almost my least favorite part of the game. That's how bad it is.
It's so bad, dude. And then we get this easy shit with Pokemon Diamond, like the Diamond Shiny Diamond.
It's so easy in those games. Like that's another thing about X and Y and Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire is the online was the best that it would ever.
The online for X and Y and Alpha and Omega Ruby were so good. I wish we could just have that.
Why I don't know why they didn't just keep that for the rest of the other games.
The same reason that they didn't keep Mega Evolutions because they don't care how much fans want it. They want to change it every time.
Yeah, I guess. And so this isn't necessarily super relevant to the games alone, but I think that the DLC for Sword and Shield is also very good. If Brendan, specifically, if you haven't played it, I enjoyed it. I think you would also like it.
I have not played it, but I've heard I've heard that it definitely helps with the opinion of the game.
It does, yeah. But I'm trying to base my opinion on the games alone without the DLC. And I think with that, I feel like they would go at like low B.
For me, I would say
like
so for me, the game itself, right? I actually wants me to just how the game was itself wants me to put it in C, actually, like high C.
Really? Okay.
But just because even though it was a really weird game, it was clearly lazy and had its problems, I still had a lot of fun with it. So I'm gonna agree with low B.
Okay, I think I would put them above Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl for sure.
Yeah, just because some of the mechanics are still way cooler than what they did on D&P.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's still a Pokemon game, and there's still like a lot of creativity and love put into it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like
even if it is lazy a little bit.
Even the Pokemon alone, if you like read like the dex entries and like kind of like about the lore of each Pokemon, there's a lot of thought that goes into them. So I can appreciate that. So at the end of the day, Pokemon is a great franchise. It's my favorite franchise of all time. Every Pokemon game has at least a little bit of quality to it. But there could, they can't all be the best. Like no one ever was. So with that,
you're gonna make me puke right now, dude.
All right, so I'll stop talking because we ranked every game, guys.
Did it.
Right? We did it. Yeah. This was
Zelda, Mario, and Pokemon.
Yep, we've done the big three franchises of Nintendo.
We've done the big three of Nintendo.
We're doing Fire Emblem next, guys. Strap in.
No, I've only played one Fire Emblem game.
I have played 0. So, thank you guys for watching. If you made it this far, holy shit, what is wrong with you? Go outside. Go read a book or something. Holy shit. But this was a fun one, guys. I enjoyed this. Obviously we had, there are some, but we generally have the same opinions about a lot of these games.
Most of these we had a pretty similar opinion.
We had pretty similar opinions. There definitely are ones that are more up for debate than others. But
I think the only thing that we can 100% all three of us agree on is that
Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Alpha Sapphire, and Omega Ruby are like the only 4 games that are absolutely 100% S tier.
They are, yeah. I would have to agree.
Black and White 2, me and Donovan don't know, so that's completely up to your choice. And then same with Platinum. So, but I think the 100% thing that we can all agree on is that those 4 are definitely S tier Pokemon games.
They're S tier in my heart. I'll say that much.
Yes.
I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, fuck all you haters.
That being said, Donovan, do you have any final thoughts?
Play Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Oh yeah, you wanted me to say my opinions on Legends Arceus, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm interested in where you would put it, where you would rank it if it was on the list, which I guess it kind of is now, but.
F tier. All right, so thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys in the next video. Bye bye.
I have to buy that game next week. What?
Okay. Well, are you guys ready to begin?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm starting.
Chit Chats time.
I'm starting. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
What?
What is going on right now, Brennan?
If I was being this loud in my house at this hour, I'd be crucified.
We're good.
Okay, I'm going to start the intro again.
Yes, we're good.
No, I think that was the intro.
No, that was the... Okay.
That was the intro.
Yeah, no, you guys didn't say your parts, though. We can't start until you say your parts.
I'm Brennan. That's Donovan. We have a good time. Chit Chats.
All right.
No.
Works for me. All right. Cool.
Thank you for the chit chat.
Thank you for the chit chat.
If you can't, are we actually recording?
You know what? I'll check. I'll check live while we're recording. Yes, we are recording.
Yes, we are recording. This is the one that's going up.
It is.
Only reason I'm asking that, if you can't tell already, we've already had technical difficulties, so we're already just done.
Yeah.
let's try it again tomorrow night.
I think the most disheartening thing was when we recorded like an hour-long chit chats one night, and the whole time it was not recorded.
Oh god,
that was just like that. Like made my heart sink. So we're not gonna let that happen again. That being said, This is Chit Chats. You know what it is. We're doing another tier list today, guys, because we do those sometimes on this channel. Woo! And guys, you know, as you guys know, we've done a Mario game tier list, and a Zelda game tier list, and a Pokemon game tier list. But you know what else? We've never done just a tier list of the freaking consoles that these games are on. And I just feel like we're overdue to do something like that. So Nintendo console tier list. That's the video. That's the video, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you clicked on.
You can't freaking read.
That's what you came here to see. So that's what we're gonna give you. That's what I'm gonna give Donovan and Brennan right now. They're gonna see the screen. I got a nice little display of 13 Nintendo consoles here. I tried to pretty much include all of them. I will clarify. I did not include console revisions of specific consoles, as in new Nintendo 3DS to the Nintendo 3DS, DSi to DS, stuff like that. But other than that,
How dare you?
Everything
so we just do okay. Just to set the ground rules, are we just considering what the picture is of, not the entire like family of consoles?
In my opinion, at least when I rank them, I want to consider everything in the line, everything in the family.
Okay.
For me, I'm going to be considering everything, every console in the family, the games that are on that specific system that were made for that specific system, and also just overall like how like just fun time playing it, abilities of the console, stuff like that.
Okay, question before we start. Virtual Boy?
Yeah. Virtual Boy.
Okay.
All right, I won't question it.
We got that, but we will cross that bridge when we get to it.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
We could just start. We could
Can
either
we start? Are we gonna do it in order or what? Like
well,
in order of
that's the question. Is if you guys would rather do them in chronological order or alphabetical order. However, the more I think about it, the more I feel like we should go in chronological order. But
I feel like we should too.
okay, in that case,
We
let me
would not.
let me make a slight revision to this. Tell me if
Okay.
I'm getting anything wrong.
Well,
Hello?
NES, SNES. I think it was Game Boy.
Okay. Then I think
I think.
was this, and then I think it was that, and then
I thought Game Boy Color. No, that's right. You're right.
and then I think it was this, and then it was that one, and then it was that one. I'm pretty sure that's the order. If I'm
I
wrong,
think you're correct.
shoot me and bury me. Don't actually do that. Okay.
Goddamn.
Guys, let's get into this. What do we think about the NES? The original Nintendo.
One of the grandfathers of gaming.
It is I would argue that it is not the grandfather.
No,
You're right.
Because
You're right.
the OG is Pong.
You're right. You got a point. Yeah. But in terms of in terms of Nintendo consoles in general, this
it
is
the
grandfather. Unless you want to
The
count
elder.
Game and Watch. I didn't put Game and Watch on here. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't think it should be on here. I don't think it should be on there. No.
How dare you?
No, that came out in 2021. That doesn't even. We're not even talking about that.
It's still a Game and Watch.
Oh, goody! The screen froze. Okay, we're back. So the Nintendo. We didn't even rank any of them before that happened.
Yeah.
All right. So here's my dilemma with the NES. It is one of the grandfathers of video games in general. However, in terms of the games that are on it, I feel like we've come so far since then that it's I feel like it's towards the bottom half of the list for me. You know?
Mm-hmm.
The games are great. But I feel
it did set the standard and set so many series into order,
that's
the series that are still they're on that console, a lot of them are still going today.
That's true. And for the era, I'd argue that the Nintendo Entertainment System was probably the best console out there. I mean
yeah.
I feel like that's not a controversial take, but I don't know. This is tough for me. I feel like I'm thinking B or C tier.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like games have just evolved so much naturally that we have much better games now. That being said, the games are still really good.
I feel like my dad would put it in S tier, but I'm not my dad.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly.
Sorry, Dad. I'm a disappointment.
Yeah, he's watching right now and he's shaking his head.
Dude, no way. So am I.
Oh, well, where would you put it, Brennan?
Huh? Dude, wow, we have so many comments. Yeah, wait, Brennan, what's your hot take about the NES? If you have one.
he just eats.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have a hot take. He just wants to eat.
I got out of work late, all right. Honestly, I can understand what you're talking about, Antonio, but where it comes from, but how it's kind of held up overly. Okay. I feel like I love the console too much that I cannot accept it being anything lower than a B.
I mean,
I was between B and C.
Here's my dilemma is that I grew up with it, and so did you, Brennan, but Antonio did not. And so I have nostalgia for it. Like just the little machine is like so nostalgic to me.
Full
But
disclosure,
maybe not for you. So maybe you would put it lower.
a good amount of
us.
these consoles I've never played before, so I will say that.
Yeah.
Like the actual consoles, I played the games obviously, but
yeah, a lot.
There is only one of these I have not played.
I feel like I know which one it is. That's impressive though. I've literally we'll get to it when we get to it. I think I'm cool with B if you guys want to do B for the NES. I think
I think B is
that's
fair.
actually pretty on the nose fair. So
I think it would be an A tier for me, but what brings it down for me is the fact that they keep re-releasing the games on it over and over again, and like none of the games from the other consoles, and like it gets kind of annoying because you get kind of tired of those games.
Super Mario Bros. Re-release over and over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of annoying.
Yeah. But still a great console. Still definitely love the NES. Now the SNES, I'd argue, is possibly an S tier, if not, then an A tier.
There's a lot of great games on the SNES, and I feel like a lot of the games are like they refine the mechanics and everything from like the NES games, and then just like make it better. Like if you think of like A Link to the Past, it's just like a better version of The Legend of Zelda. If you think of like Super Metroid, it's just a better version of Metroid.
Super Mario World is like one of the best Mario games. Like 2D Mario games.
And a lot of games on the SNES still hold up super well.
They do. That's very true. You can't say that about some of the games on the NES. You can say that about a lot, because the thing is like a lot of like indie games nowadays, they almost have like an SNES feel to them because that's how good they hold up. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I would
agree. When I think of like old school video games, I think of the SNES. I don't really think of the NES because the SNES did it better.
I think of both, but that's fair. Brendan, you have any takes? Feel free to speak up whenever you want.
Oh, I'm just letting you two talk for a while because it lets me a chance to eat, and then I just talk with you.
Okay, I see. I got you. If you have, yeah, I'm just saying, if you have anything to say, you can.
Give us the placement. Where would you put it on the list?
If you want to be controversial, you can.
I don't know. I really want to say S tier, but for me, I think it's probably an A tier. Like a high. No, A.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know why I heard D.
I agree with that. It's not S tier for me either. It's A.
Like it's very very close. It's like about to spill into S tier, but not quite.
That's fair, honestly. I think I just wanted to put it in S tier because it starts with an S. I just thought, it was fitting. I don't know.
Oh yeah, same like we did with the NES,
Yeah, it starts with a B.
The finesse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The basic Nintendo Entertainment System.
Yes. The bitchin' Nintendo Entertainment System.
Bitchin'.
All right, so we'll have that placement now. Now moving on to the Game Boy, the poster child of handheld gaming, even nowadays, I would argue.
It wasn't it? Wasn't it the first handheld other than the Game & Watch?
Well, I don't know, to be honest, but like it's definitely like the definitive like handheld. Well, that's not okay. I'm using that.
No, it is because there's a story behind it. Like the creator of the Game Boy, he saw people playing with a calculator on the train, and he was like, "That's fucking stupid. What if we just made a console?"
Well, I thought that was backstory for the Game & Watch specifically. I don't know, but I thought
no, it was the Game Boy. You're wrong.
Well, shoot me and bury me, I guess.
I will.
I don't know why that's my new catchphrase of the night. That being said, like as much as I think the Game Boy is like it defined a lot of like the handheld video game in a way, I feel like a lot of the games on it don't hold up super well.
Yeah, I know we'll get there when we get there, but I feel like I love the Game Boy, but I feel like its later relative stepped up so much what it was capable of.
Definitely.
That's like it's amazing. Don't get me wrong, but
yeah, I agree.
This is definitely one that was like it gets held back by what it can do.
Yeah, but for the time, it was really good. So it's like, I don't know. And it also lasted a long time. The Game Boy, like, as a console, lasted like 10 years. Like, over 10 years, I feel like.
Damn. Even before the color came out?
Okay, don't quote me on it, but, like, it lasted a long time. Because, like, it came out in, like, 88, I want to say, around then. And Pokemon was coming out on it in, like, 98, I'm pretty sure. Around then. So, like,
yeah,
it was a long time, you know?
Wow.
That being said,
I never thought about that.
I feel like Brennan is pretty accurate with what he said. I feel like the later Game Boys are way better. And the later Game Boys can play Game Boy games. So, like,
yeah,
I feel like it's either a C or a D. Yeah, that's right. I'm dipping into D territory.
I don't think it's bad, but I would put it in D too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not bad. I don't think any of these are bad.
Well, what about the next one?
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I mean, we're about to get to it, but I don't know. If I feel bad to put it in D, but like if you guys aren't going to object to it, then I'm gonna put it in D.
I agree.
Okay.
Like you said, it's not a bad console. It's just compared to how it held up, especially with its two later siblings.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
So.
All right, moving on. Virtual Boy F. All right, moving on. Nintendo 64.
We're just not going to discuss the Virtual. I mean, I've played the Virtual Boy once.
You played the Virtual Boy?
Yeah, I've played it once. I played I don't remember what it was, but I played it at they had like this Portland Retro Gaming Expo, and I went there one year and I played a game on it, and I didn't even play it for that long, and it gave me a headache, just like everybody said. So.
Exactly. And how many other Nintendo consoles give you a headache?
The 3DS sometimes.
The 3DS sometimes. Okay, fair enough. But the Virtual Boy also only has like what, 20 games?
It has Wario Clash.
It has Water World.
Water World. It has like Mario something.
It has Wario Land, Mario Tennis, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's Wario Clash, right? Like Wario.
I don't know. I thought that they had a Wario Land game on the Virtual Boy. I don't know.
Right, but I thought it was called Wario Clash.
It could be.
Mario? It
could be. I'm not sure. You might be right. I don't know. Either way, I feel like the Virtual Boy. I feel like. Is there anything inherently like valuable about the Virtual Boy that makes it?
There's nothing. There is nothing redeemable about it. It was a commercial failure, and nobody bought it, and that's why it's an F tier.
And that's why it's an F tier. I don't think that that's controversial.
No.
It was called Wario Land.
It was called Wario Land.
Yeah, Wario Land for the Virtual
If the Virtual Boy had Wario Clash, it would have been D tier. But because it doesn't have Wario Clash, it's F tier.
It has Mario Clash though.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't care about that. So.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't either.
All right.
Although I will say that it would be really cool if they like ported the Wario Land game over to like modern consoles. I think
I agree. But see, then they would have to acknowledge the Virtual Boy's existence, and I don't think that Nintendo wants to do that.
They did it in Tomodachi Life.
That's true. That's actually really true. And also,
I forgot about
in Animal Crossing New Leaf, they had a Virtual Boy item.
And in Game & Wario, in the Gamer game.
Okay. Then I don't know what Nintendo's problem is. Why don't they just port the game but make it color instead of red and black?
I think it's like an in-house meme, like for all the employees at Nintendo. They all just meme on the Virtual Boy.
You're probably like exactly right, dude.
Yeah.
Um.
Moving on.
Okay, moving on. The Nintendo 64.
S tier.
S tier, really?
Yes.
I don't know if I would say that.
What?
Fuck you.
That's
What?
only because it has Ocarina of Time on it. That's the only reason
No,
I'm saying
it
that.
has Mario 64, Donkey Kong 64, Mario Kart 64,
Mario Kart
Ocarina of
64
Time.
is like the worst Mario Kart. I'm sorry.
Damn. Hot takes coming, spitting hot takes.
Why
Damn.
am I even part of this show?
Worse than Super Circuit.
I didn't, Brendan. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know you had such an affinity for the Nintendo 64.
I love the Nintendo. That was the console I grew up playing.
That's. Well,
that makes sense.
I thought you. Okay. Yeah, I thought you grew up playing the NES, like, because I know you played Zelda, like the original. Zelda.
I only played that whenever I got the chance. Whenever I went over to my grandpa's who had it.
Okay. So
that was later on, but like the one I played the most of was an N64.
I see.
Remember, my first ever video game played was Ocarina of Time. Remember?
Right. Okay.
Or my first Zelda game.
Right.
So that was my first introduction to a Nintendo console.
See, I feel
That's
like
fair. You grew up with it, so there's going to be nostalgia
there's
goggles.
nostalgia
but
bias, right?
let's look at how is it really that great? Is it really that great?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's good.
What? I can't change his mind. I wouldn't change his mind because I'm not a bad person. So I'm still gonna say C tier.
I am a bad person, so I am going to try to convince Brennan. Look.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I don't think the Nintendo 64 is bad. I actually think a lot of people think it's worse than it is. Like I think like games like Ocarina of Time, Super Mario 64 are redeemable, but like there are a lot of things about the N64 that are objectively like it does make it worse than other consoles. Not very much third party support. Graphics were pretty rough.
It's like the NES but for 3D games.
Exactly. And that being said, like the games that came out on it, like from Nintendo, were amazing. Like,
okay, I get it. I get it. It sucks.
Like...
Put it in C tier, you fucking crooks.
I wasn't gonna say it should go in C tier.
Donovan said D tier.
No, I said C tier.
Okay.
It's not D tier. It's not D tier.
You say C tier, Donovan. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's between
I feel
B
like
and C.
Okay, it does have a lot of good games like Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time, obviously, but like I feel like comparatively, like to some other consoles, like it's not like above other consoles game selection. I don't feel like.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's tough. It also has like Majora's Mask, Paper Mario is really good. Banjo-Kazooie.
Paper Mario just by itself might bump it up to a B tier for me.
I really do like the original Paper Mario.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with B tier.
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, honestly, I would put it in B.
Let's do B tier.
Okay, I'm gonna put it below NES though.
Yeah.
I don't know if is that. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I want to put it above or below.
I would put it below personally.
You think below?
That's just me. That's me. Yeah, I mean for me, but Brendan would put it above, so you can put it wherever you want.
I'm on the fence about that. We can revisit that, but for now, I'll put it there.
Go to the next console.
Okay, Game Boy Color. This is arguably not.
Game Boy Color.
Oh shit! You actually have fucking Game Boy Color on you.
I do, and the only game I have for it is. Can you see that? Can you see the game? It's Deer Hunter.
I would have expected Tetris,
nope.
Mario Land, but no, Deer Hunter.
Deer Hunter.
This is arguably not justified to be here because you could argue that the Game Boy Color is merely a console enhancement and not a new console. But fuck you, I'm gonna put it on here anyway.
Yeah, I mean, even Nintendo themselves is kind of inconsistent with how they consider the Game Boy Color.
Yeah.
But there were exclusive games, so I feel like you kind of gotta consider it.
There were a good amount of exclusive games too. You know what I mean?
But you
Like,
could all. I mean, like if you're using that argument, though, you could also say the new Nintendo 3DS is
okay,
its own thing.
I thought about that, but how many new Nintendo 3DS games exclusives can you name?
Xenoblade, and that's it.
And Fire Emblem Warriors. I'm pretty sure that's, or
Maybe, I don't
I don't know if it's there was a Fire Emblem game that was exclusive, but like that, those are the only two I can name. Game Boy Color had Pokemon, Zelda, a Tetris game. It had more.
Yeah.
That being said, I think I'd only put it in C.
The marginal upgrade.
Yeah.
Agreed. C for colored.
C for color.
Yeah.
There you go. It was written in the stars. Okay, moving on to the Game Boy Advance.
I like this one. This one has a lot of charm to me. I love
this
console.
This
is a great console.
This like best version of the Game Boy, obviously.
Yeah.
Game selection is freaking incredible.
Top tier.
Minish Cap is one of my favorite Zelda games. I know I haven't played a lot of Zelda games, but I really do like Minish Cap.
No, I don't blame you. That's my favorite. That's my favorite 2D Zelda game. So.
Mm-hmm. The Pokemon games. Mario Advance games were pretty good. The Pokemon games were really good.
Oh, dude. Pokemon Emerald.
Pokemon Emerald is still one of the best. Well, actually, it was a really good one. What other games? Metroid Fusion?
Technically, you needed one to play The Legend of Zelda. What was the one on the GameCube that you needed to...
Oh, Four Swords?
Yeah.
Or Four Swords Adventures? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What other games? Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga?
Oh my god. I forgot about that.
That's a great game. Oh, Metroid Fusion also.
I said that. I said Metroid Fusion.
Oh, you did? Oh,
I did, yeah. It's okay, you didn't hear me. Kirby something came out on it.
Yeah. A lot of good Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland.
Yeah.
An Amazing Mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Amazing Mirror came out. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. I never played those, but I hear that they're really good. Yeah. I would put Game Boy Advance A or B. We could do A for Advance.
I would say
A.
All right, A for Advance. Is it below or above the SNES, though?
Above for me.
Above, yeah.
Probably yeah. That is fair.
Did either of you guys ever have a Game Boy Advance?
My mom had one, and I played it.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I just stole it every time I went over to a friend's house.
I had the games, and I would play it on my DS, but I never had the Game Boy.
I would do that, too. And like I said earlier, the Game Boy Advance can play every Game Boy game, so it's literally like the best version of the Game Boy, essentially.
I kind of want one, though. Like, if I were to buy, like, a console, like an old Nintendo console, I think I'd get the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. If you can find one for a good price. I don't know, like, how... I feel like they're probably pretty spendy if you tried to buy one, but I don't know.
I don't know.
I guess it's not too... I don't know. Moving on to the GameCube. I never played an original GameCube, but I have like several GameCube games I played on the Wii. And
I feel like the GameCube has one of the most impressive first-party outputs, despite the fact that it was a commercial failure for the most part.
Was it a commercial failure? I guess
it didn't sell that well. That well.
That's true. Comparatively to the competition, it did not sell well.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like there's so many things you can name on the GameCube that just, like, immediately jump to mind. Like, Double Dash, Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion, Wind Waker, Melee, Metroid Prime.
Is still, like, one of the most, like, competitive esports games.
Yeah.
Not even the new Smash Brothers. I mean, the new Smash Brothers 2 probably, but like Melee is still like up there.
Twilight Princess.
Twilight Princess, Wind Waker,
Forgot to say that one.
Pokemon Colosseum and XD Gale of Darkness.
Oh, dude!
Giants.
Hey, we're not to that one yet. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Never played that. Still want to though.
I want to play that. I just feel like there's so many like good games on
the original Animal Crossing. I mean, come on, man.
Dude, yeah.
Actually, in Japan, it was on the N64.
You know what? Because you said that, GameCube is F tier. Just kidding.
No.
I would put the GameCube in probably A. Maybe even S. I don't know.
I was going to say S.
I think this is an S for me.
I feel like, I don't know, like the GameCube is just so iconic. I feel like even though they still sell GameCube controllers for Christ's sake. Like the controller is even still
Yeah, the GameCube controller is one of the most iconic. They literally released the GameCube controller just because people are like, Nintendo was like, I know for a lot of you playing Smash without a GameCube controller is like, you know.
Exactly, yeah. So it's like, come on. Yeah, I'm cool with having it in S, honestly.
It's also like I feel like that's the most mysterious Nintendo console to me because I haven't played a lot of the games on it, and I really want to.
They're just hard to get a hold of because Nintendo doesn't re-release them ever.
No,
that's
true. That's like the one console that they have not done Virtual Console for.
Mm-mm. They literally bounced around it too. They were like, "Oh, N64, Game Boy Advance, DS." Like they literally skipped.
Wii.
Yeah, Wii. It was annoying, man. But maybe someday, maybe once it gets old enough.
I hope that they just do like they just add N64 and GameCube at the same time to the service and like do just a big update. But I feel like they won't because GameCube games are kind of like they have enough substance to them to where like I feel like they would just put out like a remaster instead.
Yeah. They could do like I feel like they should. Well, actually, yeah, no, you're right. I just remembered Pikmin. Pikmin came out on GameCube originally.
Yeah, Pikmin.
Oh shit!
And Pikmin's freaking goated.
Pikmin.
All right.
Chibi Robo. Also.
Moving on, Chibi Robo. Where are we ranking it?
Where's Chibi Robo?
The Nintendo DS. Possibly my favorite handheld console of all time. I think
definitely like the console on this list that I have the most nostalgia for.
I think same here. Because I think the DS was like the first console I ever owned myself like entirely.
See, and this is fun because now we can start like also taking into consideration like the extra features that each of the consoles have. Because this was the first one that had online play, that had picto chat.
I don't know if this is your guys' most nostalgic one. I'm just gonna start shit talking it like you did mine. So the DS could break very easily because of its dual.
Oh, all right, okay. You were waiting. You're petty little bitch. All right.
I don't even disagree with you, Brennan, on that point. That because like my L and R buttons broke so many times on the DS.
Yeah, same.
Like that thing was built like shit.
I mean, okay, that's fair. Well, actually, no, that never happened to me. I don't think. That happened to me with the 3DS. That didn't happen to me with the DS. I did drop it though. I did drop it though, and then like the dual screens broke. That did happen.
Brennan's point exactly, but that doesn't take away.
That doesn't. I mean, you could basically. Oh fuck! I dropped my NES. Oh, it broke. Oh, what the fuck? Bad console. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. So I don't know. I'm trying to be.
There's no point. There's no point now because you can play DS games on a 3DS. So instant D tier, just like the Game Boy.
Wow.
Whoa!
The pettiness. Oh my goodness. All
Holy
right.
crap!
What? That's what we said about the Game Boy.
Yeah, but
Okay, wait. You never owned a DS, did you, as a kid?
No.
That's what. That's what
all right.
this is.
That is very clear. Okay.
My friend had a DS,
Okay,
and I
but we
just
haven't
stole from
even
him all
listed
the
out
time.
the games yet. We haven't listed out the
The
games yet.
games. The library of games on the DS is freaking insane.
Yes. New Super Mario Bros. Mario Kart DS.
Super Mario
Super
64
Mario
DS.
64 DS.
Call of Duty Black Ops
Spirit
1
Tracks.
on the
Call of Duty
DS.
Black Ops.
Yeah.
Personal Trainer Cooking.
Cooking Mama.
Cooking Mama.
Mama.
They had a Tinkerbell game that my sister and I played all the time.
Nintendogs.
Nintendo.
Tinkle's Rupee Land or whatever.
Kirby Canvas Curse.
Kirby Canvas Curse.
Kirby Canvas Curse.
Brennan. Zelda, Spirit Tracks, and Phantom Hourglass.
Wait, okay, how do you feel about Spirit Tracks?
Donovan, go watch the hour-long Zelda
I don't
tier
remember.
list.
I don't remember. That was like literally a year ago.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So wait. So do you like Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks?
Well, I like them.
Because I never played them. I kind of want to get them though. I want to try them out.
Play Spirit Tracks. Spirit Tracks is really good.
I hear Spirit Tracks is better than Phantom Hourglass.
I've never played Phantom Hourglass. I don't need to.
My only problem with Spirit Tracks for me is gameplay wise and it's a great game. It's honestly it is a great Zelda game. It's so fucking weird for Zelda lore. Like it's just off. And like that's the only game that Malice is like the enemy, I think.
Yeah.
Spoilers. No.
Now we're just talking about the game. The game itself.
That's what happens when I'm in a video, Donovan. We just end up talking about Zelda.
Well, I do want to bring up that Brennan, you do have a point though. Like the fact that the 3DS can play pretty much every DS game, it does kind of devalue the DS a little bit because hear me out. The Game Boy Advance,
didn't the DS also play Game Boy games though?
It did, but only Game Boy Advance. But let's envision a hypothetical scenario here. You own a Game Boy Advance and a DS and a 3DS. You don't need the DS. If you have the Game Boy Advance and the 3DS, you can play all Game Boy games, all Game Boy Color games, all Game Boy Advance games, and all DS games and all 3DS games with the 3DS. You don't need the DS. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm trying to play devil's advocate right now.
Backwards compatibility should not be like a super huge factor in when we decide the rankings because like most of them are backwards compatible.
I mean the handhelds, yeah. I mean like the thing is like well, but you were the one that said like we should take into account the extra features, right?
Yeah, but like most of them have backwards compatibility is what I'm saying. So like, who cares?
Why did he sound like he had a lisp when he said that? Yeah, but most of them have backwards compatibility.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm merely trying to like be as unbiased as I can because the DS. If I had it my way, the DS.
I'm extremely biased with the DS. Like I remember going to church and like all the kids would get out their DSs and play it during church. Like that shit was awesome.
See, in terms of like playing it with friends, I have more nostalgia for the 3DS because we always used to play the 3DS together, like at school, but not the DS. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I have a similar amount of nostalgia for both of them in those terms.
I'm gonna say my final ranking, and then we don't have to go with it. I think it's high B, low A.
I think it's A.
I will accept high B.
Oh, okay. Will you accept low A though?
No.
Well, shit. Well.
Damn it!
I guess we're doing high B. I'm sorry to say, Donovan. We'll do it above the NES though.
Brennan. Look at me. This is for you.
Well, speaking of Skylanders, we made it to the Wii.
The Wii.
The filthy casual console. Ew, gross. Casual gamer.
Xbox 360, PS3, or Wii?
Or Wii. Well, the Wii did sell 150 million units, so or actually was it 150 million? It was pretty freaking high.
Definitely over 100 million.
That being said, what does that mean? Like what are you guys thinking in terms of like what do you think about the Wii? I have to know.
It was the first game console I actually.
It was the first game console
in general.
Ever. It was the first game console you owned. Is that what you said, Brennan?
Yeah.
It was the first home console I owned, so I can relate there.
Yeah. Yeah, same.
Yeah, man. I remember.
I didn't get my own consoles growing up. I would always go over to friends and play them, or I'd borrow them.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I played almost every Zelda on like the handhelds or Pokemon games on the handhelds, because I would just borrow theirs. Mm-hmm. I didn't get my own console until I got the Wii.
True. It does have like my favorite game of all time on it, which is Super Mario Galaxy.
True. And you literally have the poster right there.
Yep, right there.
Out of the generation of consoles that were released during the time of the Wii, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360, Wii sold the most consoles at 101.63 million consoles.
Damn.
Just below it was the PlayStation 3 with 87.4, and just below that was the Xbox 360 with 84.
Yeah, it freaking killed in the.
Well, it's just because it was the motion, the freaking. You know, it was like the first big game that had the whole motion controls yet.
Well, and then PlayStation and Xbox literally copied it because of how successful it was.
Yeah, remember who else remembers Xbox Connect? Was it called Xbox Connect? Or
yeah,
whatever the fuck it was?
My uncle had a Connect. I was freaking blown away by it, but I never had one for my uncle.
Dude,
I had a Wii. I didn't need it.
We used to go over to Bruin's house just to play Connect Wipeout.
I mean, Connect games do have a weird charm to them, but
whenever I think of Xbox Connect, Antonio, all I think is back when Smosh Games was still a thing, and they did that video where they ordered Papa John's pizza with an Xbox Connect, and it kept fucking up their order.
That's funny. I think I do think Wii has one of the best presentations. One of the most iconic for sure, probably because a lot of people had it and they all shared that experience. But just all the different channels and that brings
the Mii channel.
So much the introduction of the Mii's.
The introduction of the Mii's.
There's so much Nintendo charm with the Wii. And I think that's its greatest strength.
I would argue it had the most charm of any of the consoles.
It has one of my favorite Mario games, which is the New Super Mario Bros. Wii.
Yeah, I do really like New Super Mario Bros. Wii. The Wii Shop channel music.
It was the first.
Need I say more?
First 4-player Mario game.
Check Me Out channel.
The Check Me Out channel.
The weather
Everybody
channel.
Votes
the
channel.
Weather channel.
Need I say more?
Come on, guys.
On and having a letter from me or the news channel every day in your mailbox.
Smash Brothers Brawl. The first Smash Brothers game I ever had. I love Smash Brothers Brawl.
Oh my god! I remember you used to come over to my house, and I remember when you first discovered Smash Bros. Brawl. You told me all about it. And you were just so excited about it.
I was so excited for it. It was so cool. I think I still will never forget when I still will never forget playing through the Subspace Emissary and then having Rayquaza come out of the water and I had to fight Rayquaza. I was so freaking excited, dude.
Yeah.
Nothing will beat Super Smash Brothers Brawl theme music. You know?
Yeah, the intro music.
That song. That's still used in today's memes. People
I know, yeah.
most people do that like Smash Bros. Ultimate, like a new challenger approaches, but they still use like the brawl.
Yeah.
Like new like character.
I think I sent you a TikTok recently, Brennan, of it was the Smash Brothers Brawl opening, but it had Ultimate.
I watched that. I watched that this morning.
Yeah, exactly. I'll send it to you.
Oh, and then don't even get me started. Don't even get me started on the chills I would get when you load up the game and it would play like that intro of all the characters.
Oh, yeah.
And then it would cut to that picture of all of them with the sunset, and it was like Super Smash Brother.
Yeah.
Controversial take though, Melee's opening is way better, in my opinion.
I think
because it's like an actual CGI cutscene that is like original.
The CGI cutscenes in Brawl's opening are original. They just were also used in another game.
Yeah, but they're all in Subspace Emissary.
Okay, we're not talking about Smash Bros. We're talking about consoles. I'm changing the subject.
I had to put that out there because it was gonna bug me. If
Donovan, look what you did. You made my screen. Okay, we're
back to the matters at hand.
Back to matters at hand. Donovan, I know you said that we shouldn't take into consideration backwards compatibility, but hear me out. The Wii can play NES games, SNES games, N64 games, GameCube games, and Wii games.
Right. That's a lot of points in its favor.
A lot of points in its favor, I think. Mario Party 9. No, we're not talking about that Mario Party 9.
And like we take that we took that for granted, like with the 3DS and Wii U, but like that was the first time that Virtual Console was a thing, and so that was like so exciting. I bet
it was.
I mean, I was too young to like remember it.
Exactly.
It was probably super exciting.
I think all of this is leading to me saying I think we should potentially be an S tier.
I'm cool with it.
Dude, I remember I was like 5 years old, and we went over to my uncle. That's it. That's the end of the statement.
All right, and
we over to my uncle and aunt's house, and they had Virtual Console Castlevania on their Wii, and my mom like freaked out, and she was like, "Oh my god, you can play Castlevania on the Wii? That's awesome!"
Exactly, and that's the sole reason why the Wii is S tier, because you can play Castlevania on it. Exactly.
And Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest.
Exactly. That being said, should the Wii be above or below the GameCube?
I don't know.
Below.
Oh no. All right, below. All right, moving on to the 3DS. The 3DS. This might actually be my favorite. This might actually be my favorite handheld console that Nintendo's ever made.
I agree with that. The 3DS has so much charm. They had Miiverse, they had Virtual Console, they had Face Raiders, they had Photo app, they had sound, they had a lot of shit.
I thought it said Miiverse. I thought he said Beavers. So he's like, they have Beavers?
They have Beavers.
They had Beavers, dude.
They had
Skylanders Giants on that.
Yeah, why the fuck did they release Skylanders games for the 3DS?
I don't know.
You have to bring the fucking portal with you everywhere. It's not a fucking handheld at that point. It's like you have to go out of your way, but whatever. Yeah, no, man, I love the 3DS. Super Mario 3D Land. The best game on the console, obviously.
Yeah, dude.
The Kirby
Actually,
games.
I do like that game.
I like that game. I like that game. Kirby Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot.
Yeah. XY, Sun, Moon,
Zelda,
Sapphire,
Link Between Worlds, Brennan.
Omega.
That was such a good game.
It was. I mean, I haven't played through all of it, but it looks really good.
Oh, dude. What was it called? Triforce Heroes.
Triforce Heroes. Dude, I didn't play Triforce Heroes in its heyday.
Majora's Mask 3D.
And Ocarina of Time 3D, yeah.
Okay, but
I still have more fun with the original than I do with the 3D version.
But Brennan, you forgot about Triforce Heroes.
Donovan, I think I'm convinced that Triforce Heroes is Donovan's favorite Zelda game.
I think so. I need to get a big poster and just.
I have to admit that it was a fun game and pretty good. But if that's your favorite Zelda game, you need help.
Triforce Heroes.
I'm gonna Google Triforce Heroes.
Triforce Heroes isn't even like. I don't even think it's in the timeline, right? It's like not even canon.
It's not in the timeline.
I'm pretty sure they made it just so they could have a Zelda game that year.
I think they made it just so they could have like a multiplayer.
It's a good one, so fuck you.
See, I'm not gonna argue with you about that. What other games did they have that I really liked?
You're not gonna argue about him saying "fuck you."
No, I'm not gonna argue. Pokemon X and Y, Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire.
Oh, dude,
are you
the
kidding
Pokemon
me?
games that Mega? Oh my god!
Oh my god, dude. Oh,
dude,
what other games?
Sun and Moon,
Paper Mario Sticker Star, Chibi Robo Ziplash.
Stop talking.
Shut up. We don't talk about
Wings Resort.
We're on such a good roll.
No, I had to break it. I have to play devil's advocate. I have to bring up the bad parts of the 3DS, okay?
We don't talk about Paper Mario Sticker Star.
I liked Paper Mario Sticker Star, okay?
It sucked.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You didn't.
I didn't hate it like everyone else. I played it.
You didn't like it. You were just like, okay.
You didn't
you
like
just like
it.
This exists, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nothing like I definitely don't.
Let's just say, Antonio, after I played the game, I understand why Sugar Conroy fucking hated it.
Hold up, guys. I could buy this right now.
Fucking buy it right now, you won't. Wait, how much is it?
You're right. No, you're right.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
I won't do it.
If you wanted to prove your loyalty to the game, you would, but you're not loyal to it. So.
Hey,
I'm gonna buy a Skylanders Giants poster.
Hey, fuck you! I'm the loyalty one here. You see that fucking Twilight Princess fucking poster
Brennan,
I got
if you're so loyal to Zelda, go get a Triforce Heroes.
Have you ever seen my awesome Breath of the Wild metallic poster? Look at that shit.
That's freaking sick.
Oh, okay.
Brennan's like, do not argue with me. Who is the bigger Zelda fan?
I got a wooden carven fucking Master Sword, Dark Link Master Sword, Link, Ocarina of Time Link holographic picture, 2 Breath of the Wild things, Skyward Sword right there.
I have nothing Zelda related in my room.
2 more Zelda posters over there.
I literally have nothing I can pull out.
Well, who dressed up as Link for Halloween 2 years in a row?
Oh, I'm sorry that I'm a fat kid and couldn't cosplay Link, you hypocrite.
All right, we're getting
that. Not you,
dude. I don't. This isn't a Nintendo console tier list anymore. This is just a.
That's it. Where's my Zelda? Where's my fucking 4 Zelda collection?
So,
oh my god,
the 3DS.
I can't beat that.
The 3DS.
S tier. Move on.
S tier. All right. I agree. It's an S tier console. All right.
It's an S tier. It's got so many things to do on it. It's probably the Nintendo console that has the most things to do on it.
Where's my Zelda?
Potentially, yeah. All right, guys. We had to get there eventually. We've made it to the Wii U.
Is it bad that the only thing I liked about the Wii U was Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD?
Is it bad that you never owned a Wii U, so shut up? No,
okay, you cannot speak on this one, Brennan. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, Brennan, you can give your take, but me and Donovan do have some authority here, and you cannot argue that.
What, you guys like the Wii U?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a lot of good games on it. I will defend the Wii U. It's got a lot of good games.
All right.
Was it a huge commercial failure? Yes. What?
I guess I never did get to play that much of it. So
Antonio and I were literally playing the Wii U today.
This very day.
Yeah.
If that doesn't speak volumes, I don't know what does.
It had Miiverse on it. It Nintendo Land, which is still one of my favorite multiplayer
I
local
remember
games.
Miiverse. I like Miiverse. That was fun.
Yeah, it had Mario Maker. It
Mario
started
Maker, dude. Splatoon. The technically, guys, let's be fair here. It has Breath of the Wild on it.
Yeah, and Mario Kart 8.
And Mario Kart,
They
the
both
original
got
Mario
the
Kart 8.
start on the Wii U.
Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, Country Tropical Freeze.
I feel like people are gonna forget in a couple years that like all these games started on the Wii U and did not start on the Switch.
That is true.
Exactly. And I
They've
will admit, I am incredibly biased because I think as much as I really wanted a Wii, I really wanted a Wii U. And when I got one, I was so excited.
The problem with the Wii U, to me, the biggest problem is that at some point they just stopped trying. Like,
yes,
they decided like, oh, we're not gonna make a big original. I guess no, they did make a big original 3D Mario game. My bad. But like they didn't make a big original Animal Crossing.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of like half-assed the Star Fox game.
Yeah.
Like,
But it has Super Luigi U.
It does have Super Luigi U.
It does
and
that.
Zombie U. No,
I think if they were just consistent with like the quality of the games, like throughout its entire life, I think it would be a lot higher for me. But I'm gonna put it at B tier.
The last couple years of the Wii U were very bad.
Yeah, but the first couple were very good.
The first like 2 or 3 years, and we literally were playing Pikmin 3 earlier, which is I think the best Pikmin game.
And even in those last few years, they were like good games because they still had like Mario Maker and Splatoon come out.
That's true.
So.
That's true. Honestly, I would put it in A tier, but I think I'm just biased, so I feel like B is probably.
I definitely would not put it in A tier. I put it in B.
Okay, can it be high B though?
Sure. Oh, definitely.
Okay. Maybe above the DS.
No.
Below the DS? I don't know.
Below the DS.
Okay, fine. Below the DS. Below the DS. That's fine. I will take that. All right, we've made it to the last console here. The current console, still technically, being supported. The Switch.
The Nintendo bitch.
The Nintendo bitch. As much as that image I have for it is really bad, because you can barely tell that it's a Switch. It is.
It just looks like a screen.
Yeah, it looks like
it just looks like if you told me that was just like a weird TV, I'd believe you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Switch is like my primary console right now. So like, I love it. He's got it right there.
There's the Switch.
There's mine right here.
I don't have one on me right now.
I was playing Picross S3.
Nice.
As you can see.
Awesome.
Yeah. And I feel like Picross alone makes this console the best. No, I love the Switch. I just wish it had more personality,
That's the biggest problem with the Switch for me is that it doesn't really have that Nintendo charm. No. It just feels like a corporate product.
Yeah. The games are really good, and they have the Nintendo charm, but the console itself...
You're right about that. The games definitely still have the Nintendo charm, but the console itself does not.
I think Super Mario Odyssey might still be my favorite Mario game of all time. I don't know if I've ever said that.
I've never heard you say that. That's news to me, but it's definitely up there in like my top 3 for me. So
I've just been I've thought about it, and I really like Mario Odyssey.
I really like Mario.
I was putting the Switch back in the box.
No, I know.
I really like it.
I thought it was funny. What about you, Brennan? What do you think?
Brennan, how was holding that there for like 20 seconds?
It was good.
Cool.
I kept saying "fuck you, Donovan," and then I realized I was muted.
Yeah.
Switch good or switch bad?
Yeah, switch good, switch bad.
Good.
I love the Switch. Good. See, but here's the thing. I don't actually know where I put it. What?
this is definitely the hardest one to rank for me because it's still going.
Yeah,
but
like
it has, Switch at this point has, like, I feel like a quality first party title for like every single series, and it has a lot of really good third party and indie stuff too,
that
which is like
true.
something that you can't say about a lot of other Nintendo consoles.
I would argue it's might potentially be the best console of this generation as of right now. Like, if you compare it to the PS5 and the Xbox, like, granted, I don't keep up with news for them, so maybe I'm kind of like, I'm out of line saying that, but like,
I think that's an unfair comparison at this point, though. Like, it will be in a few years once they're done, but like at this point, the Switch came out like 3 years before those other two consoles, so it's not a fair comparison. I don't feel.
That's true. That's true. But it does, like you said, like every main Nintendo franchise, it has like a
Antonio's
really
just
good.
like Nintendo top tier.
Yeah, exactly. All of these are S tier. I'm a Nintendo guy, you know.
Except for even Virtual Boy.
Even Virtual Boy. No,
even Game Boy.
I'm just trying to think, like, pretty much every game I have on the Switch is like a really good game. Even
what bad games have they had? Like, some of the Mario sports games are kind of like
the Mario sports games are pretty bad, or like not that great.
Mario Golf.
That's the thing. I mean, okay, I'm about to go on like a Mario sports rant for just a second. Just allow me to do this. They don't put enough effort into those games because, like, they'll show the trailer and then I'll be like, oh, that looks good, I want to get that, and then like the game actually comes out and it seems like they just like put the minimum amount of effort into it.
Well, especially when you look at the older Mario sports games, they look so much more fun.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
I wouldn't know though, because I don't think I've ever played a Mario sports game.
But I will say that they're still better than a lot of the Mario sports games during like the 3DS and Wii U era.
Mm-hmm. And I still now here's the thing. The thing about the Switch is, like, it's a handheld home, like, hybrid console, right? And everyone talks about, like, oh, it's so great how it's portable. But I feel like what doesn't get talked about as much is how easily transportable it is. Like not like portable like you can carry it, but like packing it up and like bringing it to a friend's house is so simple. You know what I mean?
It is like, it's so easy, especially because like you can get the case just like this to put all your games and the fucking main part of the console in, which is the screen and the Joy-Cons, and then all you have left to bring is just a little fucking plastic thing that you plug a power cord and an HDMI cable in, and you're fucking good to go. Like, like literally, it's like the size of the fucking Switch.
Yeah,
you know, compared to like the size of the PS4.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. Oh
it's
shit!
like
his phone probably died. Fuck. Damn it. Well, yeah.
Gather around the campfire and sing.
But I agree though. But because the thing about the Switch is that if you think about it, sorry, I'm gonna keep talking even though Donovan's not here. This is the whole console, right?
Yeah.
So this is like so easily to like, and especially like if you're going over to a friend's house and they already have a dock, you don't even need to bring your dock and stuff. You can just bring the Switch, and plop it in, and you can play any of the games that you have on your Switch at their house, and it's freaking awesome. Donovan, are you back?
I'm back. My phone died, so I'm on my computer, and I'm not going to turn on my camera because it's just going to cause me problems.
Okay, so the last part of this video, Donovan will just be audible.
Yeah.
As part of this video, Donovan will just be baby vision.
Baby vision, yes.
What were you guys talking about with the Switch?
So with the Switch, this is the whole console, which is awesome because it makes it just so easy to transport. But we already kind of.
Yeah, no, I agree. And even if you're bringing the dock and like the wires, it's still easy to transport.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's small.
Yeah,
So you can
exactly.
fit in the back. Yeah.
Yeah.
The one thing about the Switch that is different to me than the other Nintendo consoles on the list, and that like brings it down for me from S tier to A tier, is that it feels, and I already said this, it feels more like a corporate product than any other Nintendo console, in the sense that like the home screen, you can't do shit with it. Like a lot of the games, like especially the Mario sports games, like feel half-assed, and then they released like free DLC afterwards, and then it's, I don't know, it's just frustrating because it feels like they kind of have been like just like going through the motions almost with a lot of the stuff that they've been releasing on the Switch. Like, oh, we need another Mario soccer game because, well, that's a bad example. We need another like Mario tennis game because there's a Mario tennis game on every console, so make this one and like kind of half-ass it. Who cares? So it feels like they wouldn't have done that with like prior consoles as much.
Yeah, I will agree with you on that. I feel like Nintendo has kind of gotten to the point where like they'd rather like get up their numbers of like selling consoles rather than like making like games that are going to be loved for like generations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think
that's what's different.
That's what's different about the Switch for us specifically, is that like we can see like the more like political side of it, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Apologize.
Where like when the Wii came out,
we were talking about that earlier, Antonio, and I have a GameCube controller.
Yeah.
It's like when we were kids, like it didn't matter if there were problems because we just so easily looked past them. But like with the Switch, they're like the problems and the issues with it like really stick with me more.
That's very true. Yeah, because like I'm not I like the Switch, but I'm not nostalgic for it. So like it's very easy for me to like see the issues it has.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. Probably B then, I guess.
I'd still put it in A.
I would say
I still think there's like nothing can like, I think it's the console that I've been the most excited for. Like I remember when it came out and Breath of the Wild came out, like that is the most excited I've ever been to play a game, I think.
That's fair. I guess for me it's like I didn't get a Switch like until like 3 years later, so it was less like the hype. Like I still had hype, but like it wasn't built up as much, I guess.
Yeah, I have nostalgia for like the first year of the Switch, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Mario, like I said, Mario Odyssey is still really good. I'll put it in A.
Okay, A sounds fair.
I think A is fair. Well, what do you guys think?
Maybe it'll get bumped up to an S by the end of its lifespan.
S for Switch.
S for Switch.
S for Switch.
Oh my God, you're right. Move it right now.
We gotta move it right now. All right. So I guess this is our final ranking. It's very. I mean, if it says anything about Nintendo's quality overall, I think like most of everything is to the top of the list. So that's says a lot, right?
Pretty cool.
Overall, final verdict: Nintendo good.
Except N64 is definitely C2.
Brendan. If Brendan wasn't here, it would be C tier.
It would be in C tier.
I still, and DS would be C tier too.
Oh, okay. Well,
there's no point in it. What you literally said yourself, Antonio, that if you have a Game Boy Advance and a 3DS, the DS does not need to exist.
Thank you for watching this.
Picture chat.
Thank you for watching this episode of Chit Chats.
This is some bullshit.
I love you all.
You two sit there and just casually talk shit about my fucking childhood console, and the second I bring up about yours, you're like, okay, buddy.
Guys,
I feel like we always fight on these tier list episodes at the end.
It's been fun. we're gonna see you guys later. Thank you all for watching.
Yeah, we gotta end this episode. Mom and Dad are fighting.
We gotta end this episode before Brennan comes to my house and kicks my ass.
Yeah, and my ass.
Because as we know, if I end the episode, he won't do it. But if I keep it going, he will.
Yep, here I come.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
This episode's about to end, and we're just gonna completely forget about this whole conversation.
Yeah, exactly. This experience, yeah, it's a one and done.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, well, in that case, thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, no, I can't do the Chit Chats dance.
It's okay.
But I'm doing it right now.
It's okay. Brennan will do it for you, right, Brennan?
Brennan, do it.
Yeah.
Who wants to say let's have a chit chat?
Me.
All right.
It's like yesterday.
Yep. All right. Okay, here we go.
Oh, wait. Mom! Recording.
Mom, I'm recording Chit Chats. He's like, fuck you. All right, are we good now?
Yes, we're good now.
Okay. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
What's up, YouTube? I'm Gay Bowser.
And I'm Gay Donovan. And welcome. Let's have a chit chat.
Let's have a chit chat. Cool.
I'm Tokyo Ghoul.
I'm not gay anything. I didn't realize we were doing that. I'm sorry. But
that's the theme
program.
That's the theme
now.
I'm sorry. I guess I could be. I don't know. I could be gay Frank.
Tonio.
I'm not wearing my Frank shirt, but I could
Hey,
change into it and be.
I'm
yeah.
Frank.
Yeah.
You Frank.
No, I'm just gonna I'm just maybe another episode. All right, welcome everybody. We got Donovan and Brennan up in here today. Guys, welcome. We're gonna be talking. There's this little movie that came out recently that we the three of us went to go see along with several other people. Named the Mario movie. It was not Cocaine Bear, contrary to popular belief. It was the Mario movie.
Bullshit. I thought we were gonna go see Cocaine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I misled you, Brennan.
Yeah.
I know you were really excited to see Cocaine Bear, but no, we went to go see the Mario movie. And at the time that we're recording this, it's been about 2 weeks since we saw it. By the time this goes up, it will have been about a month since we saw it, so it's going to be a little bit less relevant of a topic. But that's okay because that is not the extent of the topic of this episode of Chit Chats, and we'll be getting into what the other part of this Chit Chats is going to be about later on. But for now, I want to talk about the Mario movie because we're all Mario fans, I just think I have some thoughts. I wanted to see if you guys had some thoughts, if we had sort of shared opinions about certain aspects regarding the movie. I know it's been a bit since we saw it, but I hope you guys kind of remember it well enough to be able to comment on it. Donovan, you saw it twice. Is that correct?
I saw it again.
I saw it again,
a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm, yeah. So it's pretty fresh in your mind, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I'm planning on seeing it again at some point because, I guess that's kind of a spoiler of what we thought of it in a sense, but I don't know. Either way, general thoughts before we kind of get into.
I want to see it again because it was so bad.
Because it was so bad, I wanted to experience the pain of the Mario movie. Yeah. General thoughts. What is your sort of general opinion on the movie?
It fucking surprised me.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. That's
I think that's a general consensus. I think going into it, the critic review scores were kind of meh.
Mm-hmm,
so I kind of thought it's just going to be another kind of shitty Illumination movie.
I was worried about it for sure. Yeah.
And for the most part, I do think it's a pretty milquetoast children's movie. But as a Mario fan, damn, Mario movies got hands.
Yeah. It kind of fucks a little bit. If I'm not being honest. I don't know.
What?
Yeah. So going into the movie, we heard about it. It was first announced back in September of 2021. when they announced like the cast reveal and all that. And I think I think it goes without saying that I think we were all a little concerned about it.
Insert the video of our reaction to that cast reveal.
Yeah,
me, you, and Quentin.
That is like one
Keaton.
aspect of that time that I really remember enjoying was just watching everyone's reaction to the cast reveal, because it was it was so fun. It was so funny, like seeing everyone respond to just Chris Pratt as Mario, Jack Black as Bowser, like all these absurd casting choices. But
and I will say, at the time, it was fucking absurd. Just because it was so like none of those characters had ever been voiced by like A-list celebrities like that.
It felt so out of left field.
But I think it worked well for the movie, honestly. Like all of them did pretty well. Even like I thought a lot of people thought Chris Pratt was going to be bad, or like his voice was just going to be distracting. I surprisingly thought he did a pretty good job. So
well, and a bit of a spoiler.
That's fine. We can talk spoilers. The movie's been out for a while.
It's a fucking review, and the movie's been out. There's no spoilers. This is, I mean, it kind of shows from the trailers too. Mm-hmm. This is like Brooklyn Mario. Mm-hmm. This isn't like a hardcore like Italian Mario, and so he's got more. And so Chris Pratt is playing. There's only a couple scenes where he does kind of like a strong, or tries to do a strong like Italian accent for Mario, but in most of the movie he's actually speaking in more of like a Brooklyn accent, which actually really shocked me. It was way better than I thought it was going to be when you think of the idea of Chris Pratt's Mario.
Yeah,
but if you look at it, the fact that it's Brooklyn Mario, it's better than you think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the way that they like kind of like explained why he doesn't do his in-game accent like was pretty clever, because they were like, because he did it for like the commercial, and
they make
like, is that too much, Luigi? And they make a joke.
I enjoyed that,
and then they actually use Mario's voice, but for like a different character.
He played
Charles Martinet.
Jumpman. He played Jumpman, and he played Mario's dad.
Yeah, as far as I know,
he played Mario's dad too.
Yeah,
as far as I know, I
awesome.
think those are the characters that he played, and I quite enjoyed that, because I remember like at the time when they announced the cast reveal, everyone was like, "Dude, this is such a disgrace to Charles Martinet. Like he deserves to play the role." And I definitely think like they did a good job with it. They wait. What'd you say?
I mean, I still think that like they should have at least offered like the original voice actors to do it, but
maybe. I mean, yeah, and I mean like
it still turned out well.
Yeah,
that's
not the conversation, I guess.
Charles Martinet has come out and said that they originally did ask if he'd be interested in doing a full-length movie, and he straight up went no. He's like,
really? I didn't know that.
He's like, I will voice this character till the day I die. But he was like, his straight up answer was, I'm old. He's like, I don't have it in me to voice like a whole movie. He's like, I'm fine doing some cameos, and he's like, I'll keep doing Mario's little quips and sounds until the day I die, but I do not have it in me to voice an entire movie.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Okay.
That
yeah, because he got asked about. I can't remember where it was, but it was some interview where he got asked about it, and he's just like, I do not have it in me to voice an entire movie.
Okay, well, yeah, and fair enough. Cool. I mean, like
I mean, the dude has been playing Mario for 35 fucking years.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I'm glad that they at least like had the respect for him. That's like a very like un-Hollywood thing to do, I feel. So
yeah,
props on them for doing that.
Yeah. Well, and I think you kind of get the best of both worlds here. Like, you have, like these A-list celebrities, which kind of gets more buzz about the movie. And then you also have, you have the actual voice being honored in the movie. Like he gets I think he got like a starring role, like in the credits. I don't know. Maybe that might be true, but he at least like had some characters that he got to voice, and like they honored the fact that he has been the voice of Mario for all this time. So I think it worked out well.
That is kind of funny that he played Mario's dad though.
Yeah,
like he kind of is Mario's dad. Like if
right, yeah. So it works out.
I guess that's Shigeru Miyamoto, but still.
And and kind of like I kind of want to talk about like the story of the movie. Because I going into it, I was a little like, like not concerned, but I was sort of like curious like how they were going to handle the story, because like Mario doesn't have really like a specific sort of like canon, I feel like, right? So I was kind of like, how are they going to handle this? Like, what is this story that they're going to tell with Mario? And like, what did you guys think about the general like plot in the movie?
I don't think that Mario ever needed to have like a really in-depth story, and they're definitely not going for that here, and I think that works to its benefit.
Okay,
yeah,
like I'm sorry.
Simple.
I'm sorry to completely change the topic. Oh, okay, it's still on topic, but it's completely just. I was trying to find the interview about what I just said about like Charles Martinet, talking about like not like wanting to like play Mario till the day is dead, whatever, blah blah.
Yeah.
And I found a news article and I'm reading and it's talking about it, and it's like the longtime voice actor recently said that he plans to play Mario for the rest of his life. He is clearly planning on getting more recording sessions in, even in post-Pratt world. And then the next paragraph says, however, Mario's new voice isn't the only problem. As we covered the other day, fans are concerned that the plumber's ass isn't big enough.
You know what? That's probably my biggest problem with the movie is Mario's ass was not accurate. It was not biblically accurate, you know? I'm a little pissed about that.
Biblically accurate.
Yeah. No, but yeah, thank you for that, Brennan. But yeah, so kind of going back to the aspect of the story, like aspect of the story. Yeah, so I don't know if Donovan, if you were finished saying what you were saying, or if you had more.
Pretty much. I mean, like, just basically, like, I feel like it's exactly what it needed to be, right? Like, it didn't need to be super in depth, but like the story kind of acts as like a way to just drive home like the characters and like show the world more, and I think that works to its benefit.
Yeah, I agree.
Because that's what you go there to see. You go to see the characters, and you go to see like the world that they put together.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and honestly,
it's successful.
I've been thinking about it, and honestly, my thought is like kind of if they had a more like real, like developed story, I think it would have been a little less fun of a movie. Like I feel like it would have, like I feel like it kind of would have worked against it in a sense. Like I feel like it would have kind of just, I don't know, it would have just been less fun. I don't know how else to put it. Like I think that because like Mario is such like a silly concept, and there's like a lot of like whimsy in the world, and I just feel like really having like a serious plot would have kind of like taken away from that. But yeah, no, I agree though. I think it like accomplished what it needed to, and it really just like the plot was just kind of like a thinly veiled way of like getting from set piece to set piece, and I think that for that purpose it worked.
Well, and like I think the plot that they went with, like the main story, worked pretty well, because like it was a story that was pretty easy to understand for even people who maybe weren't like hardcore Mario fans. Like, of course, for like us, it's like a pretty basic, like pretty like, okay, yeah, let's do this Mario story. But I feel like they also did a good job of making a story that wasn't like straight out of a movie. I mean, a game or something like that. So it was a story that people who maybe aren't like young kids who maybe only know like the newer Marios or something like that, like it wasn't based on. It was just based on common like Mario lore, kind of. Bowser's the bad guy, wants to kidnap the princess, blah blah blah.
Well, and they did take some like creative liberties with it too. It wasn't like,
right.
Like, there was some things that I was like, oh, that's kind of a neat sort of way to tie that in, like the whole like platforming aspect, like that being like a training sort of like course for Mario. Like I thought that was cool. That was a cool idea.
I was gonna ask you guys if you guys ever caught this. If you watch the movie again, Antonio, you need to watch for this. Remember when they get their first call for plumbing job and they like their car breaks down and so they have to like run on foot?
Yes.
And that little side scene where they're
running
going through
like the construction work and all that. Yeah.
If you actually watch that scene closely, most of that side scene is sections of Mario World 1-1 from the original game.
Yeah. No, I heard about that.
Okay, you did hear about that? Yeah, I watched a video comparing it, and I was like, "Dude, this is sick."
Yeah, that was a neat touch. I could tell that they were like going for something like that with like the design of that scene, and I thought that was cool.
There's a lot of like touches like that in the movie that are just like really like true to what Mario is.
A lot of Mario references and Nintendo references.
Another thing that I like is that like they pull from, like, I think we talked about this after we saw the movie, but like they don't just pull from like the first 3 Mario games, like, because I feel like when Nintendo does like these reference things to Mario, like they always pull from like the first 3 Mario games on the NES, or mainly just the first, like 1 and 3.
Yeah.
But I really like that they had stuff from like Galaxy, and they had stuff from like Odyssey and like 64.
I also really enjoyed that.
Like there were so many Mario games that were referenced, and like we were just constantly pointing at the screen like,
oh, I know.
Oh my god,
we were soy facing at this. Me and Brendan specifically, we were like, oh, dude, that's that thing. It was so funny.
Me and Antonio the entire movie were fucking. Yeah, I heard you and Dean. It was in the movie theater. It was Antonio, me, Dean, Donovan, like all sitting next to each other, and me and Antonio, and then Dean and Donovan were like 2 pairs of just fucking like. Oh,
I know, yeah. I kept on like hitting Brendan. I was like, dude, it's this thing.
Yeah. And then Dean kept waiting for a Zelda reference because they have all these references to other Nintendo franchises.
Yeah, I don't think they had a single Zelda reference.
They didn't have a single Zelda reference, and Dean was disappointed after. He was like, "What the fuck?" They have the fucking Kid Icarus reference, but they have Zelda.
That's true. I like the Kid. I think my favorite. Or like one of the, like, you're right, Donovan. Like I did also really enjoy the fact that they pulled from like a bunch of different Mario references. It wasn't just like the classic Mario games. I think my favorite sort of like aspect that kind of ties into that where I was like, okay, they're like this is kind of cool, is when they go into the scene where they're making the cart, right? And it plays the fucking Mario Kart 8 cart selection music. I was like, they literally didn't have to like be that accurate, but they were
popping off,
and I appreciated that. I was like, that is cool. That is cool.
That was personally my favorite. I've been playing a lot of Mario Kart lately because I finally got it for my Switch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, me too.
And I play it, and I played it at my coworker's house whenever we all go over there, and so I've been playing a lot of it lately. And so that was for just because of where I am at the moment, that was probably my favorite scene of hearing that music, and then straight up them making their cars was just them selecting parts like in fucking Mario Kart 8 with the fucking spin wheels, and you'd spin it and then you'd press. I like, dude, that was amazing.
Yeah, that was
cool. Fucking Toad and his big ass monster truck.
Yeah, that was fun. That whole scene was fun. I mean, like, I think they knew they had to do some sort of Mario Kart reference because like Mario Kart is such a big part of Mario's identity.
And not to mention the blue shell is like literally a character now.
Oh, I know. I just think that's fun.
Kind of funny.
Dude, can we talk about how many people died in that movie? Like how many just deaths there were, like just casually, and they just happen, and then you move on.
Okay, so when I was rewatching the movie, I counted how many times they said like, Mario, you will die now, or like Mario's going to die.
Yeah,
it's like 5 times.
They say lot. That like it's 5 intense. Times. It's like, damn, okay.
Yeah, like the blue shell character literally says, Mario, get ready to die.
It's like, damn, okay.
In a kids movie, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, but I liked it. I thought it was fun. Like
yeah. I don't know. I mean, you do die a lot in the Mario game.
Yeah, so exactly.
Sure.
Like, dude. I mean, I guess since we're just kind of talking about like the references, because like that was a big part of the movie, was all of the Nintendo references and the Mario references and all that. And I kind of want to also hear like what your guys' favorites are, or that you remember. One of my favorite ones that comes to mind is during the wedding scene when just randomly King Babam and King Boo are just there, and
that caught me so off guard.
And then
that was probably my favorite.
I know that was just like, oh shit, and then King Babam is literally a plot device because they literally like blow him up, and he just accepts death. And I just thought that was fun. But what was some of your guys' like favorite references from the movie that you can remember?
Probably one of mine, like, it's pretty basic, but just like getting this is like a total spoiler for the ending of the movie, but like they get the superstar and then it just turns into like a fucking anime fight. It's so awesome.
That
was cool.
Yeah, and they just fucking pummel Bowser and all of his minions. Like that was so cool to see.
Yeah.
They put Bowser in a jar. What?
The Bowser in a jar, dude. I was really like, oh no.
Yeah. I mean, like I kind of said, my favorite like reference was probably like the Mario Kart 8 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a lot of really good ones. One of my favorite references was one of my favorite characters too, was having a Luma in the game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, in the movie, and the Luma was like hands down one of the best fucking characters in that movie.
Just craves death, just completely on all times. It
was the Luma was just completely fucking. Oh my! When Luigi shows up in the cage, more meat for the grinder. They're all just slowly getting lifted in the lava. Finally, the sweet relief of death.
Yeah, and then it gets raised.
There's that, and then the penguin like says like, "Can you shut up? We're all suffering here. We're all depressed."
Yeah.
And that line made me laugh out loud.
I know the fucking Mario 64 penguins. Yeah,
it made it even better too that Luma was like really wanted to die, because like there was like 2 times where Luna went outside the cage, like it fit between the bars.
I know it could have escaped at any point,
and so it was just like waiting to die.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, that whole scene where like they're getting lowered into the lava, like that was like you know, a little close.
Luigi almost fucking died.
He almost fucking died, dude. Yeah, I thought Luigi was going to die. I thought they were going to kill off Luigi. No.
Seeing Peach with the ice flower, was really cool. Because,
that was
like,
cool.
The ice flower is like, I know it's pretty common now, but it's still not like one of the most favorite items, I feel like, when it comes to the franchise. And so seeing them use it after like we already saw like what the fire flower would look like in the trailer, you know, I was like, dude, fuck yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, I was sitting next to my mom, and like my mom was like, all the power ups were really cool in the movie, but at the end of the movie, she was like, "Where was the frog suit?" Like, which I thought was really funny because like she grew up playing Mario 3, and so she was like upset that they didn't have the fucking frog suit.
That's true. They
Where's the penguin suit?
They didn't have the penguin suit. They did have the cat suit. They had the cat suit.
They did have the cat suit.
So
they didn't even have Spring Mario. Where the fuck was Spring Mario?
That's true. Oh my god, Spring Mario. We can confirm that in both the Sonic and Mario movie, they both say meow. So we can like that is canon.
That's what turned Princess Peach on the Mario.
When he said that, I looked at Antonio and I was like, meow.
Meow. Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, like, that is a blatant reference to the Sonic movie, right? I feel like that has to be intentional.
That could have been intentional. Yeah, I mean, like, like I could see that. I could see the writers.
I think that's just like, the Illumination writers having some fun.
Yeah, which I appreciate that.
And then one of the things that I'm surprised we haven't talked about yet. All these characters were in some kind of accent. Like even Bowser was like a pretty deep Jack Black, but Seth Rogen was just Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen did the Seth Rogen laugh, and that's what I came to see.
It was Seth Rogen with daddy issues, which I thought was one of the funniest things about the movie is that Donkey Kong and Mario bonded over having daddy issues.
Like they tried to sneak in a little bit of like sentimental sort of like character development there, and then it's like it's gone in a minute.
The other thing, okay, the strongest part of the story though that I wish that they had more of was like the relationship between Mario and Luigi, because I honestly thought that was like one of the most endearing parts of the movie, and they kind of like save it for like the beginning and end of the movie.
Yeah, they're basically not together. I wish there was more of that. They're basically not together for the entire movie. Which is fine. I mean, like that's kind of the plot, but that was a good part. I think for the oh no way, Keaton.
Gritty.
Holy shit.
Okay. Sorry for
wait,
that.
I lost my train of thought. Or what was I saying? Oh, yeah. No, I feel like for like the second movie, they're probably gonna have more like Mario and Luigi sort of like duo dynamics. You know what I mean? Because they're gonna make a sequel. You know that they're gonna.
They have that scene where he's in like the pizzeria and like he sees like the video of them on the screen and it's all emotional. I was like, damn.
Oh, I know.
This is actually kind of good to be here.
Dude, and then like I don't know if you guys have ever played. Either of you guys ever played the Mario and Luigi games?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that end scene when they were kicking Bowser's ass with the star, did that not just give you like total like flashbacks to some of the team moves from Mario and
Oh my
Luigi games?
god. It
Yeah.
totally did. Yeah.
Dude, that was cool. Yeah. No.
And then the way that they get rid of him is they do like the so long gate Bowser. They like grab him by
yeah.
the tail.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude.
dude.
Yeah. Me and Brennan were waiting for that. And when
We
they
were
did
like-
it, we were like, yes. Yeah, it was awesome.
I like how we call this so long, Gay Bowser.
I know, but everyone knows
That's what he
what that
says.
means. Everyone knows what that
Long,
means.
Gay Bowser. Thank you for playing my game.
Did you know
Yeah.
in the Switch remaster of Super Mario 64, he just says bye bye.
He doesn't say that. Yeah,
he doesn't say so long,
in the
Gay Bowser.
in
anymore.
the Super Mario 3D All Stars version, I think he doesn't.
He just
say
goes
that, yeah.
bye bye.
I don't know. He might say. I wonder if he does. He say that in the Nintendo 64, like Nintendo Switch Online version, because he might.
I don't know.
You know.
I don't know.
But
I gotta check now.
yeah, I gotta check. Brendan, you should check that because I think you have that plan. I don't know if you still do, but
You think I have to play the entirety of Mario 64 just to see if he says
just to see, yeah,
Yep.
for sure. But
I'm
really
gonna get
quick,
started.
I wanted just to say, we've been kind of like praising this movie, which is good. Overall, like, I did enjoy the movie, but like, did you guys have any like general like issues with it, or like what was like your if you have one, like what was your biggest problem with the movie? Because let's kind of look at
it was very fast paced.
That's
just
true.
the pacing.
Yeah, the pacing was very snappy. Yeah, that's true. I kind of enjoyed that.
I
aspect
really
of it.
wanted it.
Mhm.
I really wanted it to be just like a little bit longer. I feel like.
I could have stayed for a little longer. Yeah, I was enjoying myself.
Also, I just want to point out, like, this isn't necessarily something that was bad. It was just something I thought was funny. Like, they spend like 70% of the movie like trying to find the Kong army, and then once they do, they all just fucking get captured.
Oh, I know. I thought that was funny.
I know,
too.
that
Yeah,
was funny.
Yeah, they're like, all right, we're gonna have this whole scene where Mario fights Donkey Kong just to get the Kong army on their side, and then we're gonna go on Rainbow Road, and then that's it.
Yeah.
That's basically.
I thought we were gonna see like the Kong army versus the Koopa.
I know,
troop,
yeah, we didn't.
No.
Yeah, it was kind of. Yeah. Oh well. But yeah, no, I agree. Like the pacing was very fast.
Yeah.
And I think that did in a sense work in its favor because I think that it kind of like you get to see like as much as possible like with Mario. You don't really like no scene really like overstays its welcome, which I think is kind of nice. But at least for like this type of movie, But
I think if they had a few more scenes, like I was thinking about, and if they added like a few more scenes in the middle of the movie where Mario and Peach are like journeying to the Kong lands, like I feel like they could have had some cool like just like character building moments in there. Like maybe true. they're like fighting like I don't know, like a boss or something, or like the Koopa Troop shows up and they have to fight him. I don't know.
It was that's true. There was like very little like character development with anybody. And it was even when it was there, it was just kind of like, oh, okay. Oh, Mario, come with me. Okay, do this thing. Okay, let's go. You know what I mean?
But at the same time, like I feel like it was the perfect amount of character development for those characters because they don't need a lot. Like you already know who they are.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter, but
it didn't bother me a whole lot.
It would have been nice to have like a little bit more,
Right. Yeah, and for sure, and that was an aspect of it. But overall though, like I did really enjoy the movie. I'm excited to see more. And speaking on that topic, I wanted to, not just make this Chit Chats about the Mario movie, but I've prepared a little treat for us. Because, it's obvious that Nintendo is going to continue making movies, whether that be a sequel to the Mario movie or other movies. So what I have prepared here is a little tier list.
Oh, shit.
We're going to rank Nintendo franchises based on how deserving we think they are to get movies in the going forward.
Dude, where the fuck is Wario? You don't have Wario in here?
I did not put Wario.
Sorry, just to go back for a second. My biggest disappointment with the movie is they didn't have Wario.
There was no Wario? Yeah.
There's no Wario.
Okay, yeah. You know what? That's fair. I do think that they're going to save that for the sequel, personally. But, yeah. I don't have Wario. I picked...
by the Rock. No.
Yeah, I picked. Well, did you see that thing that was like Jack Black was like, I want Pedro Pascal to play Wario in the sequel. Like, I think he said that.
Yes.
Yes.
He did
and I was just like, you know what?
I want
I can get down with that.
To play Wario.
Yeah, so so just to kind of like cap this video off, unless you guys have like anything else you want to talk about regarding the Mario movie, I do want to cap this off, and I want to go through. These are like the most popular Nintendo franchises, or at least in my eyes, like the ones that like most people know. We're gonna go through and we're gonna talk about like what like if we think they should get a movie franchise.
And this is actually like topical because I'm pretty sure like either this morning or yesterday morning there's an interview with Miyamoto that they put out where he said like, oh yes, there will definitely be more Nintendo movies now.
I saw that. And I want to talk about that. So some of these emblems are kind of weird, but I do like just because they were compressed to be in a square format. But like we can make sense in them. I do have some kind of funny picks here. You might notice. Like first here we have Animal Crossing. So like, what do you guys think about an Animal Crossing movie?
Okay. Just from the get-go, I want to establish something here. Does it have to be a movie, or could we also say it's like a TV show or something?
Yeah, I guess that's fine I was
gonna ask the same question because there's one on here already that I would say movie no, but like a TV show or an animated show yes.
Yeah,
so I was gonna ask the same question.
Yeah, if you have a general concept for like a show with one of these franchises, like I think that's fair, and if it's good, then we can put it higher. But Animal Crossing, that being said, I don't think really could work as a movie or a show. Like I kind of just put it on here for shits and giggles.
There's no like. There's the only time Animal Crossing ever had like hardcore action is when it got put in Smash Brothers.
Yeah, exactly. So
they did make a movie in Japan for Animal Crossing though.
They made
I don't know
a movie?
how good it was.
Oh, they did?
There's like an Animal Crossing anime movie.
I actually didn't know that. I know that there was a manga because I saw an Animal Crossing manga in the store one time, and I didn't look at it very much, but I was curious, like, what story could they tell with Animal Crossing? I guess there is like characters in Animal Crossing.
They made a movie based on that manga. I'm pretty sure. Can look it up.
I mean, that's interesting. That being said, I mean, like, without knowing what that movie is like, I don't know. I'm gonna say I think Animal Crossing as a pick for a franchise that could be turned into like a series or a movie. I'm gonna say it's probably like D tier. Like, there's some material there, but I don't think it's a whole. It's very captivating.
I sadly agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
me too. It'd have to be like slice of life.
Yeah,
I think it'd be kind of boring.
Yeah, it would just kind of like, I don't know.
A slice of life
anime about Animal Crossing, dude. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Unless they have like a fucking action movie, like it just turns into like fucking.
Because Animal Crossing is like, it is one of the biggest Nintendo franchises. Like a lot of people know Animal Crossing. So if they did put like something out regarding it, I do think it would get attention. That being said, I don't know if it would be that great, but
it wouldn't work.
No. And next we have a Chibi Robo, which I only put on here because I asked before we started for one more franchise because I just wanted to, I don't know, I wanted to round it out. And so Donovan, you said Chibi. I didn't tell you what it was for. I was just like, oh, I want another Nintendo franchise, and you gave me Chibi Robo.
I should have said Wave Racer.
Yeah, you should have said. You should have said. I mean, you also said the legendary Starfy, which I think would have been interesting to talk about. But
that's a bad.
Yeah, but no, we have Chibi Robo. I don't know a whole lot about Chibi Robo. That being said, I mean, there could be some material there with a small robot, like.
I don't think Nintendo is ever going to do anything else with Chibi Robo. No, so that makes
probably not. But we're not talking about if they are. We're talking about like how if they did, how well do we think it would work? And honestly, I think it would work better than Animal Crossing, but not by much.
I'd still put it C tier in that case.
Yeah, I'd say like a solid middle.
Like they could find something. They could find something, but it would be a little tough.
It would also be boring as fuck, I bet.
It would probably be. I mean, honestly, honestly, I'm almost kind of considering putting Animal Crossing in F. Because I feel like, compared to like some of these other ones, like...
Yeah, throw them F.
I kind of want to move both of them down one. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, what do you guys think about that?
Go ahead, yeah.
All right, we're going to do that. We're going to be a little harsh here, but that's fine. Next, we have EY. So what do you guys think about EY? No, this is Donkey Kong. So I don't know if you guys heard, but I think there was talks about a Donkey Kong Country spin-off movie with Seth Rogen. So that might already be in the works.
I think that'd be really fun.
I think it'd be pretty cool. I think Seth Rogen already became pretty popular with doing this Donkey Kong role in this movie.
This is his biggest role by far.
This is his biggest role. No.
Yeah, it's like Pineapple Express. This is the end. The Mario movie.
The Mario movie.
Yeah.
And then the interview.
Yeah. Yeah. That's on his.
It's literally fucking. Never mind.
God damn it.
But like Donkey Kong Country would have like a good story. Like I feel like it would be a pretty interesting thing. And dude, King K. Rool on the big screen. Hello,
dude.
Oh my god.
They'd have to do that. I mean that's such a iconic character. Yeah. And
people will go bonkers for that.
One thing that we didn't mention, but I do want to talk about, is that you guys know the scene in the Mario movie where they're like racing to like the arena to fight Donkey Kong, and it's plays "Take on Me," right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys heard about this, but there was a cut like song that was supposed to play in that scene instead of "Take on Me," and it was like a remix of like Donkey Kong Country music. And it actually sounded pretty good. Yeah, if you go in the official soundtrack on like Spotify for the Mario movie, you can find it. I don't remember what it's called, but you can find it. Yeah, and it actually sounds good. Why didn't they just
use that?
I don't know, because they had to have that, obligatory Take on Me like 80s music, whatever. Which is I don't know, it's like it's whatever, it's fine or whatever, but like it would have been cool to see that. But I think like having a Donkey Kong Country movie could kind of remedy that. So I don't know. I'm gonna say I think for Donkey Kong Country, I'm gonna say a solid like B tier.
Also, we all agree that monkey that was like ferrying them around that city was Funky Kong, right? Like they didn't say it, but like we all agree. I feel like
it kind of has to be.
I'm willing to believe that.
Okay.
That. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I don't know. What are you guys thinking? Like I'm thinking like B tier for Donkey Kong. Like
I think it's like
maybe
I think it's already in the works.
I mean, honestly, that's true, but we're talking about how well we think it would work, and I think
also just like an A.
I think if they did it, I could see A. I think like I don't think it would be like better than the Mario movie, but it would be pretty good.
I'd say like low A.
All right, yeah, we'll go low A.
Not to spoil like my thoughts here for another thing on this list, but I feel like they're already like working on workshopping like some movies for these other characters that were in the Mario movie,
I could see that. Oh, for sure. And I know we already there. Like I think I might know which one you're referring to because, I did put that on here for a reason. But next we have Fire Emblem, and so Fire Emblem, has got a lot of attention recently. I still haven't played a single Fire Emblem game.
This is the one I was talking about. This is the one that I think it would not work as a movie, but like an anime.
Yeah,
I feel like that would be sick.
I could see that. I could see
this
that
is
for sure.
Prime real estate for an anime for sure. I agree, and I think it has a high chance of actually happening after the Mario.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, like, because I know it's really popular in Japan.
I would love to watch a Fire Emblem anime.
Yeah, no, I could see that for sure. I almost like, I feel like out of all of these, like, this is probably this makes the most sense for an anime.
Yeah, I could not lie. I would not give a shit about it, but I'm glad that you would. Hey, I'm glad it would make you happy, Brennan.
Maybe it would be good though. You know what I mean? Like if you heard.
Am I the only one who's played a Fire Emblem game?
Yes, you are.
Wait, what Fire Emblem game have you played? I didn't even know that.
Oh, it was whichever one was on DS.
There was on the D, like not the 3DS, the DS.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know which ones were on the DS, but
I don't remember. It was one of the ones on the DS.
No, I mean like, I still want to play. I own a Fire Emblem game, and I will play it eventually, but not yet. But yeah, for an anime series, I think probably A or B tier. I'm gonna say B tier just to kind of like round things out, but I could see it working. Where the fuck did it go?
Shadow Dragon. That's what I played.
Wow.
Okay, it's gonna be kind of hard to see.
It's invisible.
Yeah, but we're gonna say it's in B tier. Yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
I like it. Yeah, I like it in B tier.
Yeah.
But for me, it's like if they're gonna make it a movie, I feel like that'd be pretty shitty. I feel like it would be like a lower, but I feel like if they turn it into like a show or like an anime, then it could be actually pretty good.
I don't think there's enough buzz around Fire Emblem to get a whole movie.
No.
but an anime for
but
sure.
I could totally see some little animation studio like teaming up with Nintendo and picking it up.
For sure, yeah. I mean, they already kind of do that for the cutscenes, I think.
Yeah,
in,
right.
In, like,
that's why I think
so,
it would
like,
be so cool as an anime.
I feel like you're onto something with that. Yeah, definitely. Speaking of anime, we have Kirby, which did get an anime series already. But what do you, like for a movie, or I guess like just for another series or a movie, like I don't know. I think that there's some material potentially.
I think there could easily be some material. I think there's a lot of. I would honestly love to see like a Kirby Dreamland like movie. Kirby's like Adventure in Dreamland.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like
I feel like that would be pretty sick.
I think it would be sick too. I just like I don't know how much there is to work off of there, because like Kirby is kind of. I don't know.
Okay, well,
I don't see it like a lot of people being like, "Oh hell yeah, I have to see the Kirby movie," except for like hardcore Nintendo fans.
Well, I mean, okay, maybe not a movie, but like I feel like for a series, because I think the great thing about Kirby is that it's such a cute character. He's such a cute character. Like I feel like anyone could like find enjoyment in it in some regard. You know what I mean? Like you don't even have to have played the games necessarily. You know what I mean?
Okay, in that case, here's what I would want them to do then. Just continue the anime series, but like include like the new stuff from
the modern Kirby stuff, like reference. Yeah, no, I could see that. Well, and that's the thing about the Kirby franchise is that the lore is fucking intense. Like some of the storylines that they go for in Kirby games, I mean, like Donovan, like it's like
we were literally talking about.
It's literally night. Like the Mr. Incredible meme where it's like the happy and then like the dreadful face. It's like Kirby gameplay, Kirby story. You know what I mean? Like that's literally how it is. So I don't know. I feel like I don't necessarily know if they would like tap into any of that for like a bit.
Oh my god!
Movie, but like if they did,
that'd be crazy. Kirby lore is so like, depth and insane.
Mm-hmm.
They totally could, but I would just want them to continue the anime. So I would say like another B tier.
Yeah, I'd say B tier. I'd say I'd probably put it personally above Fire Emblem just because I'd want to see it more. But like, I think that they both have merit in a sense. We'll leave
I think those two franchises are like, what was that?
The fucking Kirby, the Kirby meme. Yeah. That is iconic. They just need to make like a if they make a movie for whatever reason of Kirby, they need to include that in some way. That's all I'm gonna say. That's my pitch.
Yes,
I agree.
All right, Luigi's Mansion is next, and Donovan, I think this might be what you were referring to.
Yeah, I feel like they're probably already thinking about this, because it's like it's already set up. They had King Boo in the movie already. They had like Luigi's Mansion music in it. They had like Luigi walking through a creepy setting. Like it's all there. You just take what you have there and expand on it. Add the ghosts, and like you have a sequel, or you have like a spinoff.
Unlike King Boo or unlike King Babam, King Boo did not die. So he is still prime candidate to be in one of these movies or projects.
They should have shown more of him though, because he was literally just like in the background.
That's true.
Which
he was like
insane to me, because
like very inconsequential.
You just don't drop the King Boo bomb and then not expand.
I know
on it.
it was.
That's why I feel like something's coming.
It was so funny. It was just like, oh, King Boo! Whoa,
oh my god.
Yeah. No, I could see. I know Charlie Day mentioned like he would be interested in doing a Luigi's Mansion movie, and so I feel like with that in mind, I feel like they could like come up with a cool premise for it.
They this is what I want out of it. I want it to be like kind of like a detective show with him and EGAD. I want it to be a show actually.
Okay.
And I want to just be like a couple episodes, and it's just like them like solving the mystery of the mansion, and then at the end King Boo is behind all of it. Like that would be so like charming. I think.
Would be charming. I mean, I feel like it'd be predictable at that rate just because it's like, well, yeah,
it would,
King
but
Boo,
but it'd be so great.
It would be fun.
So cute.
I would get enjoyment out of it. I do enjoy Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, I think I'd probably put that maybe at another A. I feel like I don't know. I feel like they already kind of have it set up in a sense, but
I feel like that's S tier. I feel like that.
Really, I mean, like. I guess we gotta put something in S tier.
Well, I have another S tier personally.
We'll put it. Brennan, what do you think for Luigi's Mansion?
I'll say like high A, like almost
Okay.
like almost S tier.
We'll
like
put it.
Donkey Kong.
We'll put it above Donkey Kong. We'll put it right there. It's still a very good idea, and I think it could work. I put Super Mario on here just because I figured
like sequel.
Yeah, I think this is, if anything, this has got to be an S tier because we already know that like it works as a movie. So I feel like and they're already gonna make a second one probably. So I feel like why not?
They teased Yoshi. They teased like Galaxy. Like probably Rosalina gonna be in the second movie.
Dude, they could go like hog wild with the sequel.
They could.
Yeah.
As long as I get Bowser in a cat suit, we're good.
I feel like for the sequel they could have like a different main villain and have Bowser team up with them. You know what I mean? Like I feel like they could do that just because like they'd want to have Jack Black back in some way. They had Bowser. Like Bowser, he's still there. He's just tiny.
I feel like I feel like it would just be Bowser again, but like with the Koopalings.
That's true. I didn't think about it like that. That's true. And maybe I do want Wario to be in it in any way, in some way.
Yeah. Me
so
too.
as long as he's there, like I could see that working.
You know what they do though? They would have Wario, but not Waluigi, because they just
true.
fucking hate Waluigi.
Just to spite everybody. Yeah.
Nintendo fucking hates Waluigi.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, he's just damned, dude. He's not even gonna be in the next Smash Brothers. Let's just accept that. Like I don't care.
As an assist trophy.
Yeah, he'll just always be an assist trophy. All right, so next we got Metroid. So I don't have a whole lot of experience with the Metroid franchise. I have a lot of respect for it though.
This is the one that I want the most. Like even more than Zelda, I would kill for like Metroid would work as a series or a movie.
I agree. Based on what I know,
the story and like the pacing of it is already set up like a movie. So like literally just make like an Aliens ripoff and you have a Metroid movie. And it would be so good. I would be so hyped for it.
I think this is an S tier.
I would be super hyped for a Metroid movie.
Yeah. Because I feel like this is another one where it's like you don't even have to have played the games to like get enjoyment out of like a premise regarding like the story of Metroid, like
in Zero Suit Samus on the big screen.
Oof, yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. The only concern I would have for it is that they would make it like all like little kitty. Like no, I want this to be like a PG-13 or even rated R movie. Like I want it to be like intense.
I could see it being PG-13 at the most. Just because I feel like
it would not be R. But
no way. But like there's a lot that they could work with. I think with this, and it would be really cool to like see like just Samus on the big screen. Who would play Samus? Like who would you cast as Samus? I think I would cast Amy Schumer. Yeah, I think that would be
Anya Taylor-Joy again.
Anya. She just plays every girl boss character.
Every girl boss. Yeah, female Nintendo character.
Mia Khalifa.
Yeah.
Oh,
Brendan's like, wait, Brendan's like, wait, what was the question?
Yeah, wait, what was the question?
Nicole Harbor.
Nicole Harbor. Oh my god. All right, we're gonna move on. All right, so next we have Pikmin. Now we've already kind of seen a world where Pikmin is sort of like a series because they did actually make like short Pikmin animations back like like a decade ago. And I remember watching them. I don't know if you guys have seen those.
I've seen them,
but I got enjoyment out of them. I thought they were fun.
But like they're enjoyable as bite-sized things. If it were a movie or even a TV show, I don't think it would work very well.
Yeah, I think you're right though. I think actually they do work as like shorts, but maybe not like a full series, right?
Yeah, the Pikmin shorts were like Nintendo testing the waters with like with other media besides video games, And
I do have a lot of respect for like the little like bite-sized animations that are kind of like they don't really have any dialogue. They're just kind of like telling a story through like visuals and like stuff like that. Like I think that's fun. I think if they made more of those, that would be really cool. But I don't think a whole movie or a series is.
Could you imagine like fucking Captain Olimar, voiced by like fucking I don't even know, like
Tom Holland.
Oh, the guy.
Tom
No.
Holland.
The guy who plays what's his name? Professor X. What's his name? Patrick Stewart. They have Patrick Stewart as Olimar.
Wait, why do I feel like that would actually?
Because his voice is kind of like low. You know what I mean?
It's like low and
in a
deep,
set. Like I don't know. That was just like the first person that came to mind.
And then the young guy. What's his name? Oh, fuck, Charlie.
Charlie Day.
No.
Yeah. Wait. What? Yeah. No, I know who you're talking. What about him though?
That will be played by Tom Holland.
Tom Holland. He has to be in something. Okay, Tom Holland. He's got to be in something here. All right.
True.
I think that Pikmin is like a middle of the road, probably like a C tier pick, because like I think that there is material, but like
I would say C because I could see it going somewhere, but we also don't know how or even when.
Yeah, like
I really have to think outside the box. Like it could not just be like regular ass Pikmin. They would have to like have stakes.
Yeah,
just let Chugga Conroy write the script for the movie. And
as long as Steve is in the movie, we're fine. No.
Just have Emil voice Olimar, honestly.
Dude, if yeah, me and Brennan would freak out. Donovan, you would freak out too a little bit. Don't lie.
I would walk around the room.
Yeah,
dude.
I would walk.
Antonio, you and me freaked out when we saw a yellow and blue toad standing next to each other.
Oh, I know, yeah.
Dude, it's the new.
Yeah, but they did that on
movie.
purpose though.
Like, yeah,
not in reference to the Runaway guys, but in reference to like the new Super
Mario Brothers Wii and and stuff.
That was pretty cool. All right, next we got
it was just
what?
It was funny. Nothing. Sorry.
It was funny. No, you're good. You're good. Sorry. I'm just trying to move along because we've been going for a bit now. Next we got the Pokemon franchise. So obviously we've already seen a Pokemon movie. But continuing forward, like what do you think?
I feel like this is another automatic S for me, just because not only have we seen Detective Pikachu, which is live action, which I did not mind actually. I didn't think Detective Pikachu was not a bad movie. But then also they've been making Pokemon movies for years.
That's true. Mm-hmm. And regardless of the quality of those movies, they have been making them. Well, I actually haven't seen most
in
of them,
terms of like high budget Hollywood action films, though. This one is weird to me because I feel like they put it on hiatus. Because I remember directly following Detective Pikachu 1, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna make Detective Pikachu 2," and then I think the actor for the main actor came out and said like, "Oh no, it got put on hiatus, and I don't know if it's happening anymore." And we've heard nothing about it since. And then they said like a year later or so that they were going to be making like a full-length Hollywood movie based on like Ash and his journey, or just not Ash, but like just like the Pokemon journey. You know, just like a regular trainer.
Yeah,
and it's
I heard that they were working on like a red and blue setup or something like that.
Basically,
I did hear about
basically
that,
just like retelling the story of Red and Blue in like a Hollywood movie, and we haven't heard anything about that either. So I feel like within the next year or so, we're gonna hear something about one of those.
You know, the thing that sucks, I just want to say, like, the thing that sucks about it is I think that Detective Pikachu as a movie didn't perform as well as like the Pokemon Company wanted. So I think that they're like kind of hesitant about like what their next move is with like cinema regarding Pokemon, which I think sucks because I also really enjoyed the Detective Pikachu movie. And if they
made a lot of money,
I think it did, but I feel like for Pokemon as a franchise, it was a little like I could be wrong, but I think that like they kind of were expecting it to do a little bit better. You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
But
like, let's be real. Making a Detective Pikachu movie like from the get-go, like that's not gonna go like super well.
It's not gonna have like super wide appeal, but that's why I liked it because it wasn't like standard. It wasn't like, you know, like vanilla. It was experimental, and I enjoyed that aspect of it. Exactly. Regardless of like how good of a movie it was. Did you notice how like
after that movie came out, like I feel like they at some point had plans to port the original Detective Pikachu game over the Switch and then like make a sequel. But after that movie came out, they just dropped that franchise completely.
Yeah, I heard talks about that. It was so funny. Yeah, I heard talks about that.
And then something that I think would sadly not work is that I don't think they could do. They might be able to do a Pokemon game, like a different Pokemon game, if they were to do it as like a movie.
Mm-hmm.
But I think stingy ass Nintendo fans like myself, I will honestly say it, like myself, would not like if they did a Pokemon movie with Red and Blue and Red spoke. Because like Red has never said anything. Because like even in all the other games, usually when you can like your whatever character you choose, the other character becomes your rival. Red's the only one where you always play as Red. Like you never. And
I
so
feel
like
like
Red,
it wouldn't even be
Red
Red
never
though.
speaks to you.
I feel like it'd be like an approximation of those games. Like it wouldn't be like following the story exactly or have like
No,
the
and
same
that's what I think they would
points.
need to do is that they would need to either change a little bit or maybe just do like one of the later games, because if they want to do like one in the Kanto region, like another title that we'll get to here soon, the like canon of Red is that he does not talk.
So I will raise you
What?
one
Wait.
counterexample
There's
to that.
Pokemon Origins.
There was
There's
Pokemon Origins, yeah, and he did talk.
Then you're right.
That being said, I didn't watch that whole series, so I don't know like how good it was. But
I
think
love
it,
Pokemon
from
Origins.
what
I thought it was amazing.
have heard, it worked. Like it wasn't jarring that he spoke, right?
No,
but
they actually did. It was actually pretty good.
If you ask me personally, I think that they should make a movie following like a Pokemon journey, but I don't necessarily think they need to make it like hardcore based off of one of the games. They can just make it like kind of like what Donovan is saying, like having like an approximation of like just a Pokemon journey, like a sort of like a new character that is introduced into this world and goes through the world, like, catching Pokemon and like follow his journey. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we need Red.
It would feel very weird, though, I think.
Yeah, potentially, but
I think they could make it work, but, like, if they just had, like, getting the gym badges and, like, defeating the evil team, like, it would work, but it would feel strange,
it would feel a little basic, I guess, at that rate. But that's what I like about Pokemon as a franchise, is that there's so many, like, different elements to it that you can, like, pull from for, like, a story. Like, you don't have to just follow one narrative, you know what I mean?
I feel like they would have to have a really compelling lead character.
Like if anything, like just the world of Pokemon, I think is captivating enough to where like you can make a movie out of it and it's fun. And we've seen that. So I'm inclined to say this is an S tier. I think Brennan mentioned that too.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of different ways they could go with this that would make it work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Splatoon.
Yeah, I put Splatoon on here because Splatoon is another really big franchise. But this is kind of another one that I'm just kind of like...
I have not played.
I don't know.
Oh, have you never played a Splatoon game, Brian?
I have never played a Splatoon game.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
okay.
I'm not that surprised just because, like...
I'm kind of surprised about that.
Well, the only way that he would have been able to is get, like, either Splatoon 2 or Splatoon 3.
Yeah.
Which, and, I would recommend them. I think that they're fun, but... I do think that they're a little more like, I don't know. I don't know.
I didn't play 3, but I did. I love Splatoon, and the second game and the first game are.
Thank you, Brennan.
So close to my heart.
Was there a intention with showing that?
No, I'm just happy I didn't know that came out today.
Oh yeah. No, shout out to Choga Conroy's Black 2 and White 2 Let's Play, which the first episode dropped today. That being said, speaking of Chugga Conroy, he did a whole Let's Play on Splatoon, which is the next franchise. Donovan, I feel like you probably know Splatoon the best out of the three of us. Like what are what are your thoughts on this? Like, do you think there's anything here for that?
I don't know, because the story of Splatoon, they have like a story that is kind of like unfolding throughout the 3 games, and it's mainly like a pretty basic story, but there's lore that is revealed about like how human civilization collapsed and like the rise of the squids, and like I think in the newest game they've touched on like some of the surviving human like populations that like stuck around for a while after most of humanity had died. So it's really interesting. Like the story and the world of Splatoon and the lore is super interesting.
I was not aware of that.
I don't think that you can make I don't think you can make a movie or even a TV series around that.
Yeah.
Like I just don't think it would happen.
I feel
and
like this
I
is
think it works
another.
best the way it is. As
I
a
feel
game.
like if anything, this is another one that could work as an anime, maybe. You know, like
it could work as an anime,
or like
yeah.
maybe like a one-time like sort of like special or something. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
if there's
The
anything there.
the thing about like the story that they tell in Splatoon though is that it's like continuously like unwinding. Like you
Yeah.
play through like one of the campaigns and then you kind of wait to see like how it develops in the next game. So
Okay.
it's like not all of the lore is there yet to make a movie or a show.
Gotcha.
So like maybe one day, but like it's just not there yet.
I see. Okay. Well, I think in that case, I think I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it at either D or C. Like I'm not.
I would say C.
Okay. I think that's fair. I mean, like there's another sort of
Invisible.
Invisible one. Yeah. No. I from what you're saying, like I do think that there is some material there, but I don't think it's as captivating potentially for like a full series. I guess. I mean, well, it sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I think, like you said, like I think it works better as like just a game franchise, right?
It works best how they already do it with
Right.
like the lore drop, the in-game lore drops.
For sure. All right, next we got Star Fox, which I don't have the most experience with this franchise. Actually, I don't think I've played a single Star Fox game.
Go over your cock.
But yeah, I've played Hands Off My Cock. I know.
My cock.
I know that's in the lore.
Hands off my cock.
Smash Bros.
The only Star Fox game I played is the original Star Fox 64.
Wait, I thought you played. Yeah, I thought you also played 64, Antonio.
I have not played 64. No, I never owned it on like the virtual console. I never had the 3DS version. None of that.
I've always fucked around with Star Fox. Like they have it on like the N64 online and stuff. And like I had that for like a month and I kind of fucked around with it.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Okay.
but like it's never like I don't know, that whole franchise has never really captivated me. And they did have like a little animated series of this.
Did they?
Of Star Fox. Yeah, it was weird. It was like in 2016 or I think it was when Zero was coming out. And they just had like a couple episodes of this little mini series.
Yeah. Okay.
And from what I remember watching it, but I don't remember shit about it. And I think it worked fine. It just was like kind of boring because I don't give a shit about Star Fox.
I just think it's just such a very like I don't know. I don't find it very captivating. Like the premise of Star Fox. Like it's animals in space. That's cool. But like
it's like Star Trek.
Yeah.
But it's the origin of the do a barrel roll.
Yeah, I feel like
yeah.
I don't know, the whole Star Fox franchise. I just think it's just like the fact that like almost every game kind of feel like from what I've heard, well, not every game, but like like Star Fox Zero, like that one, everyone was like kind of like it was like ooh, new Star Fox game, and then it was kind of just like a retelling of like 64 from what I heard about it. Like I just feel like there wouldn't be much to do with it, like it's like tell a very basic sort of like plot about these animals.
What was the Star Fox game on the GameCube? Was that Star Fox Adventure?
There was Adventures and then there was Assault, but Adventures is probably the one you're thinking of.
I'm thinking of They could make like
that one had like Crystal, and it was like supposed to be like Dinosaur Planet or something like that. Like, yeah.
Who cares? Who cares?
I don't know.
Dude?
I'm not as invested in this. I think it could work.
Okay, imagine the size of the theater. Imagine like
like how many people would go see that.
How many people would go see it? Like opening night, there would be like 4 people in the theater.
Yeah, and it would be me, you, Brennan, and Dean.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, it would be. I'd be like, I don't give a shit, but I'm still here.
It would be us 4 and then like 4 other random like super nerds, like those kids that were at the Mario movie with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that theater was packed, dude.
There was a lot of people.
People give a shit about
like,
Mario. And I didn't realize that.
Yeah. No,
I underlined that people have nostalgia and they give a shit about Mario.
Well, dude, Mario is just like it's like I would say it's like the biggest video game franchise. Like I know like Minecraft, there's more Minecraft players, but like Mario as a video game, like as a series, like I think like everyone knows Mario, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is why I think it worked so well. But I think I'm inclined to say Star Fox is a C at best, you know?
Okay, well, but in terms of how well it would work, I would give it a B though, because I do think it would work well. I just think it would be boring as hell.
Yeah, I guess you that's fair. I'm gonna put it low B. I'll put it low B. All right, next we have Super Smash Brothers. So
we should do that one at the end.
So yeah, you want to rank this one at the end?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right, moving. Okay, we'll move on then. Should we end things off with the two big ones, because I feel like the next one is also, there's a lot to say.
Yeah.
Let's do Xenoblade Chronicles next. So Xenoblade Chronicles. Have you guys? I know, Donovan, you've played Xenoblade Chronicles X, right? I've played
on the Wii U.
On the Wii U, the best console Nintendo's ever made. And I've played Xenoblade Chronicles 3D on the 3DS. Brennan, have you played any? Do you have any experience with Xenoblade?
I played the original just because I got so intrigued by it.
The Wii version?
After Chugga.
Yeah. Okay.
So I played. I never finished it, but I played part of it.
Okay, I didn't even know where. How did you get access to it? Do you own it?
No, a friend of mine did.
Oh, okay, I see.
He doesn't even have it anymore. I think he sold it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But so I never got through all of it, but I really enjoyed what I played, and then of course I watched Chugga play all of it, and Xenoblade. Xenoblade Chronicles 2, is that the one with Pyro and Myth? Yeah, that's the one with Pyro and Myth. So then I've seen Mario of Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
And you know he's gonna do Xenoblade Chronicles 3 at some point.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, easily. I love the story. I love the story of Xenoblade. I think the story is really cool. I think honestly, it's another one that I think like an anime or a show would be a better adaptation for it than like a movie.
Yeah.
Especially if they're gonna do like the first one with Shulk and Dunban and the Monado. Like I think an anime would. I think that as an anime would be sick.
I think.
Yeah, and they could do like different seasons. Like the first season is the first game, and then the second season is the second game.
That would be really cool. I think that would work really well. Actually, I'm not like the most knowledgeable about Xenoblade, but from what I do know, from what I've played and what I know about like the story, I think it's a really cool It's a really cool franchise.
Yeah. I don't really have any desire to play the games because they're really like you have to be invested.
They're
in them.
really long.
But if they came out with an anime, I would watch it.
Yeah. No, I think that
because I do think the story and the world and the characters are pretty cool.
I think it's cool. I think this is probably almost an A for me, or probably just B.
I think it is an A for me. I think it would work.
If you're willing to put it in A, I'll put it in A.
I think if they did the anime route, I think Xenoblade would be awesome.
Yeah,
dude, imagine if they did like a full Hollywood movie with like
about Xenoblade
like actors.
Dude, if I was like in
instead
a theater,
of being like British, they were just like American voices.
They could have. Oh my god, no. Well, this is the perfect time for them to hire Tom Holland as the voice of Shulk. Imagine that, and he could do his British accent.
I'm really feeling it.
I'm really feeling it. Oh my god, I can picture it now. Oh my god, dude. No.
Look, real quick, I looked it up. So, most popular video game of all time because of the most copies sold and over time is Minecraft, of course.
Well, yeah, and they are doing that movie. So
yeah. But the top four like most grossing video game franchises, like the ones that have made the most money.
Can I guess what they are before you say them? Okay, I'm gonna say Mario, Tetris,
Wii Sports,
probably the Wii series, and then like some Xbox or PlayStation franchise. I don't know. Okay,
you were close. It's the top four are Mario, Pokemon.
Oh, duh.
The Wii game, the Wii series, so Wii Sports, and Call of Duty.
Yeah, I knew it. I was like, yeah, it's gotta be something. I don't know why I didn't think of Pokemon, like obviously, but yeah. So yeah, we're
Call of Duty movie.
Call of Duty.
They're gonna do that now.
I don't want to. No, I don't even want to think about that. Just from how how great they did with the Halo series. I don't even want.
No, they'll start doing Call of Duty movies every year, like corresponding to whatever game is coming out.
Like the game
wasn't the Halo show just like a shit show?
I don't even want to get me.
I heard so my aunt plays
I
Halo.
Know what you think of it, though.
Or she played Halo and she actually liked the series. So I don't know, like
there's some good things, but I just don't like the route they took with some stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
Anyways, next one.
All right, next one. Before we move on to the big two, we have Yoshi's Island. So I picked this one specifically for you, Donovan, because I know that Yoshi's Island is near and dear to your heart. And I think it's a good franchise.
But only the original.
Only
Yoshi's
the original.
Island.
What
all
you don't?
The other Yoshi
you don't like
games
you don't like Yoshi Touch and Go on the DS? Are you kidding me?
Well, I love that one. That one's really good.
Or you don't like Yoshi's New Island? You don't like the fire Yoshi's New Island soundtrack?
Ooh,
it's so good. Like what you wouldn't want to hear that on the big screen. No,
but like an orchestral version.
You want to hear Yoshi's Wally World on?
yeah. What if they did a Yoshi's Woolly World movie, like specifically Yoshi's Woolly World?
It would be so mid. It would be so mid, just like the game.
What do you think? What do you think about like a Yoshi's Island like series or movie, or like what do you think about that?
They could do like a prequel like to the Mario movie where it's like okay, but so they have like Mario's parents in that movie, right?
Yeah,
and they seemingly retconned the Yoshi's Island ending where the stork delivers Mario and Luigi to their parents. I think it'd be really interesting to do like a Yoshi's Island movie where like basically Mario and Luigi their origins are in the Mushroom Kingdom with the stork, and then they go on their Yoshi's Island adventure, and then the stork goes through the pipe into Brooklyn and delivers Mario and Luigi to their parents. I think that would be really interesting.
So
I don't see it happening though, but I think it would be. It's an idea.
Did I don't even remember in the Mario movie, did they ever like in any way sort of imply that like the parents had Mario and Luigi? Like I don't think they ever said that, right?
Well, I mean, like they're all Italian and they all look alike.
Sure, but like
Louis,
you know, like I feel like because I remember I texted you specifically. I was just like, dude, I think they retconned Yoshi's Island. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But after thinking about it a little bit, I was just like, I guess in a sense they didn't, because they could kind of like, you know, kind of like flip it around a little bit and kind of be like, no, like.
Here's the thing. They're gonna have Yoshi in the second Mario movie, seemingly, because they teased him in the post-credits scene.
Yeah, they definitely will.
So, like, I mean, I don't know. They could go that route. You know, I feel like they got to give like Yoshi a significance, and if the significance is that like Yoshi is like Mario's other dad. I think that'd be really cool.
And he's voiced by Tom Holland.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone has to. No.
It's just Tom Holland going Yoshi.
He's going. He's going. He's going how would his voice? Yeah, Yoshi.
He's going Yoshi.
Mario. I'm just imagining Mario. And
he's
Luigi.
like Yoshi.
Yoshi, bruv.
Yeah,
it's like I'm just imagining Mario and Yoshi, like Mario and Luigi, like finding the egg in the sewer, and like as it hatches, and then he comes out and he looks at him and he's just like, yo, and they're like, oh, he's gonna say something, and then it's just Tom Holland. Hello, mate.
No. He goes. He looks at Yoshi. Pops out that he looks at Mario and Luigi and he goes, "Bring ha." I would pay good money to see that.
I almost spit out my water.
Bring ha. No, I
it's
think
just
Yoshi's
Tom
Island,
Holland's face on Yoshi.
Oh my god. I just want to really quickly bring up, I think it's stupid that they had the Yoshi's. I mean, like, I think it's cool that they had the Yoshi's Island post-credit scene, but they already showed Yoshi's in the movie.
Yeah.
So, like, what?
And that was such a tease. I know. Like, that's the only Yoshi's that they had in the whole fucking movie.
Yeah, I was just kind of like, what the heck? But, whatever. They'll have more stuff in the sequel, I'm sure. I think Yoshi's Island, probably, as a concept for a movie, I'm inclined to say B. I think it would work, but, like, I don't know. I think like it wouldn't be as interesting as like the Mario movie or Donkey Kong.
I think
or
low
Mansion.
B, yeah.
Yeah, but it would still be fun. It would still be fun. It would definitely still work. All right. So which one of these should we do? The penultimate one. Which one should be the penultimate one?
Let's let Brennan have his thing here.
His Zelda moment.
Yeah.
All right. So we got The Legend of Zelda.
We all have a lot of thoughts on this, by the way.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think I think I don't have as many thoughts just because. Well, actually,
True.
no. I have thoughts.
Me too.
But like, no, I don't want to downplay the fact that I think The Legend of Zelda would make for a great movie because I do think it was. We talked about this on the ride home from seeing the Mario movie, Brennan.
Yeah, we did.
And we kind of had yeah. Why don't you give your thoughts? Why don't you like give your thoughts about a Zelda movie or show?
Or show.
I think I'm really, really torn on it. Because I would love to see a Zelda movie. I would love to see a dark kind of Zelda movie, like if they were to do a story like Breath of the Wild, Majora, Twilight Princess. I think it would be super fascinating. I think it would be really cool. And I would love to see my boy on the big screen.
You have to make him talk.
No, that's the problem.
That's the point of contention here.
No, okay. Here's the thing. You don't even need to. Breath of the Wild already solved this problem, because in Breath of the Wild they say Link took a stand of silence because he's a knight.
Okay. Yes, and like I told Antonio the same thing. In Age of Calamity, the Hyrule Warriors game, I love what they did because like with every character that they introduce, there's like a catchphrase. There's like a little like description title for him, and so like for Zelda, it's like Zelda, Princess of Hyrule, and then it's like King. Can't remember his. I can't remember how to pronounce King Rome, Osframus Hyrule, or some shit like that.
Hyrule, yeah.
It says that, and then it says Ruler of Hyrule and stuff like that. But for Link, it says Link, and underneath it says the Silent Knight.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would love to see it, but we'd have to see if they could successfully. And I don't care what anyone says. I'm not the only one who would complain if Link talked. There's literally a whole game where like every main character has a voice actor, and Link still doesn't talk at all. And so I don't know how.
But imagine how hype it would be if
you say Tom Holland, I'm going to smack you.
Imagine how hype it would be if he was silent the whole movie, and then like right before the credits play, he just says like one word. Or he just says like one sentence.
We talked about that, Brendan. We were like
so hyped.
At the very end, or like we thought of like a scenario where like he goes the whole movie without talking, and then at the very end he goes, oh, and then it just cuts.
Or right at the climax of the movie, he's like, Zelda, I love you, and then the theater would go insane. It would go fucking insane.
We were like, this is my pitch. We have the Zelda movie. I don't know necessarily what the plot would be, but at the very end, like someone is talking to Link and they're like, so Link, like that was a crazy adventure. Like the people are probably going to be talking about this for years. Like, what do you think they're going to call this? And then he goes, oh, and then it cuts to the title, The Legend of Zelda. I would love that, but it'd be a little corny. But
you think that here's the question though. Here's a question I have for you, Brendan, and I think you could go either way on this. Do you think it'd be animated or do you think it'd be live action? And what would you want it to be?
I would personally want it to probably be animated. We got a slight touch at like some pretty cool animation for like an animated Link in that old Palutena Smash Brothers reveal trailer. Back when he was fighting Pit.
That was cool.
That was a pretty cool freaking trailer.
Oh, I didn't put Kid Icarus on here. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. But like I could honestly actually see it going either way. I could see them doing a pretty cool live action one. There's been some awesome live action fan films on YouTube that are like really good and really cool. So I could honestly see it going either way. I would honestly like to see it live action, but I'm also scared on what they would do if they did it live action.
So
yeah, it would be they would have to be extremely careful. I think I'm on the same boat as you. I think I would prefer if it was animated, but part of me also would rather see it live action just for like the shock of seeing it in live action.
So,
you know,
can I kind of give my thoughts like overall about it real quick?
No.
Yeah.
no, you shut up.
Yeah, you can give your thoughts when you finish Breath of the Wild. No.
God damn it. Okay, so here's the thing.
Okay, wait, hold on. I just want to hear really quick. I want to hear confirmation from you. You are playing Tears of the Kingdom with us, right, Antonio?
I will play Tears of the Kingdom. It might even. I think the day that this video comes out, the game will be out. I think that's the way that I planned it, or it might be like a week old or something. But anyway, so here's my thing. I think that first of all, I think it would work better as animated because I just think it just makes more sense to do animated just because you're less restricted with how you can tell the story and present everything. And I just think I kind of think that about a lot of these ideas, but like with Zelda specifically, I think that there's a lot of whimsy that I don't think you can really capture with a live action. I mean, if you wanted to go for a more like serious, like sort of like more like dark route with like how you're presenting it, live action could work, but I just think like animated, you could still do that in animation and it would look better. The thing about like Link talking, or at least like my thoughts about it, is I think that like it would be cool if they could pull it off, but I just think Hollywood is more likely to just cast a voice actor for Link. Like I just think like that I think like to them that makes more sense, which is unfortunate in some regard, but that's just kind of what I think. But I think like overall, Zelda, it just makes the most sense as the next logical franchise for Nintendo to do like a movie adaptation of. So I do think like this one has a lot of potential, and I think this is an S tier overall.
I agree. Yeah. I think it has a lot of potential.
Also, another question I want to ask before I move on to Smash is, do you guys think that they would base it on a specific game? Would it be a series where they go and cover multiple games, or would they kind of make up like their own storyline that's not really based on a specific game, but just on like the ideas of Zelda overall?
I think I'm inclined to say the last option. Like I think like there's so much to do with the Zelda franchise. Like I feel like you could make like a story out of like multiple different aspects of it. Oh, I think Donovan's phone died.
Bye, Donovan.
Basically, yeah, I think that they could pull from like multiple different Zelda games. But I could also see them just doing like maybe just like a retelling of the first game, and I think that could work as well. So that's kind of my thought. But I also want to say this though, in terms of like, because like it's kind of up for debate. Like how would they, if they did do an animated one, like how would they animate it? I think that like, because like I don't know. I was kind of playing around with the idea that like they could do sort of like a Toon Link style. If they wanted to do more like lighthearted family film, but still make it Zelda, they could do like Toon Link, right? And then like that could be like how they make it a little bit more cartoony, but they could still like tell a cool story with it. So I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that, but I think that could potentially work.
That could work
if they had to. If they absolutely had
that
to,
as much.
My two thoughts are like either they kind of like do like a retelling of like the first Zelda, or they do like just a general like Zelda-ish story with like it's basically all new, or they do like an anthology series that's not a movie where they kind of retell the stories or like pieces of the stories from different Zelda games, but they made it in different styles. So maybe they have like they retell Wind Waker in the Wind Waker style or like a claymation style.
That would be really cool. That's a really good idea.
And then they have like anime style for different ones. Like
I like that a lot. Yeah, I like that.
Or we can confuse the fuck out of everyone and do a Skyward Sword movie right off the bat with time travel and the creation of the Master Sword and just confuse everyone.
If they're making a Zelda movie, they're either making it about the original one, Ocarina of Time, or maybe like Breath of the Wild. You know what I mean? Like,
Breath of the Wild is like basic enough to work.
Yeah, I
can see them doing a Breath of the Wild. Like that one's got enough story there.
But I also feel like Ocarina of Time as a game is a really good like premise. Like I feel like as a movie it could work too. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
I don't know. Either way, Zelda's an S tier. I think we've proven that enough with our discussion. All right. Lastly, to end things off, we have Super Smash Brothers. So, admittedly, I kind of put this on here because this is one that I am a little like torn about. Because in my heart, deep down in my heart, I would love to see this happen. Like this is probably like this is kind of like a Antonio's sort of like his sort of fantasy is like seeing a Smash Brothers movie. You know what I mean? Like little baby Antonio like playing Smash Brothers Brawl on his Wii is like, oh, this is so cool. But when I think about it a little bit more critically, I don't necessarily know how well this would go over if they did.
Are you saying you don't want a fucking Avengers style crossover with all the Nintendo movies?
I do.
Fighting.
Definitely do.
Master Hand or Taboo.
Well, that's the thing is like Smash Brothers is a great franchise like from a gameplay perspective, but like there's not really a story to it. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, oh, all these. I mean, like they've told stories with it before, but I just don't know like I don't know. I think like the concept of it is good enough for a movie, but like that's kind of the extent of it.
They would have to do something. They have to do something like a subspace emissary.
Yeah, and I can see that, I guess. But Donovan, what do you think?
It would just be like heroes versus villains. Personally, like I think this movie, I think this movie will happen someday. I think it will be a very long time from now, like possibly when we're like 40 or 50.
Damn. Okay.
I think they actually want to set up like all of these movies and all of these franchises eventually, and then do a Smash Bros. Movie. Because if you think about it, like the generation before us, like whatever the millennials, like they all wanted a Mario movie, and now that they're like 40 and 50, like it's finally happening for them. And now our generation is like, oh well, they should do a Smash Bros. Movie, and everybody is saying it. And so I feel like someday it will happen.
I mean, yeah, I definitely see that perspective. I mean, I think a lot of people would want that just because, if not just because of the idea of it being like an MCU style sort of like crossover between all of these other movie, you have the Mario movie, you have like a Zelda movie, and like you get all of these characters that like with their voice actors or whatever, and you bring them together and then you have that as a movie. Like I feel like that's almost like a no-brainer in a sense, but I almost feel like they would only do it just because of the Avengers, of like the idea of like how good Avengers went over, you know what I mean? Like in terms of like what you're gonna have as your movie, like I don't like I just hope they would do a good job. They wouldn't just make it like very like sloppily just to like get all these characters on screen in a sense, you know what I mean?
Could you imagine if they had like the third parties in there? Like they add like Sonic and stuff.
And they have like the movie version of Sonic. Like they have Ben Schwartz.
The marketing for that movie where like there would just have to be so many like the legal issues surrounding that movie would be legendary.
Oh my god, yeah. It would be nuts.
There would be so many issues with copyright and shit.
It would just be like, I don't know. And like if they tried to have like the Detective Pikachu style of they wouldn't do that. I don't think they would do that. But like I'm just like thinking how they would tie all these movies together. It would be really cool. I would love it. But I think it would be a little wonky at the end of the day. But I would really like to see it. So I think I'm inclined to say this is probably A tier, maybe S tier.
I'd say A tier.
I don't know. You'd say A tier? All right, we're putting it in A tier.
I think they could make it work if they make it simple and just have like a few franchises in it. Just have like Mario, Zelda, Kirby and like I don't know Metroid, and like that's it.
Yeah.
Do like OG Smash Brothers.
I guess that's all they would really have to do. Like they wouldn't have to do every single franchise.
No, I want a Super Smash Brothers Ultimate movie right fucking now.
I want a Smash Brothers movie with Lucina, Duck Hunt Dog, Ice Climbers, and Min Min. And those are the only characters. No. Overall, I think that I think the general consensus here is that Nintendo has a lot of potential with the future of their cinema history.
Animal Crossing.
I'm excited to see where it goes, and I'm really excited to see an Animal Crossing movie, and that is my final verdict.
Well, I also just want to say, like, I know Punch Out wasn't on there.
Yeah, we did miss a couple.
In the style of Rocky would be very interesting.
But then it would just be Rocky. It would just be Rocky with Little Mac. I feel like, right?
Fine, I don't care.
you just want to see it. All right, fair enough. We didn't mention Kid Icarus either, but I think Kid Icarus could also work as a movie potentially.
Oh, Kid Icarus could totally work.
Yeah, and that would be fun. But with that being said, that is where we're going to cap off this episode of Chit Chats. This was a long one, but this was a fun one. I enjoyed discussing.
I can already see the title for this one.
Yeah, what do you think I'm going to title it? I already know what I'm going to title it.
Mario movie review and the future of Nintendo movies.
So that's almost pretty spot on. I was just gonna name it the future of Nintendo movies, like literally verbatim. That's what I was gonna name it. So you know what? I'm props to you, Brendan. You know my titling scheme. You know how my mind works.
The future of the
future of Nintendo in cinema. No, I don't know.
And what would it be like the future of NGU, Nintendo Game Universe.
Oh shit! Yeah. What? Just out of curiosity, because we record a lot of these episodes out of order that I post them. What number episode do you guys think this is gonna be?
I don't fucking know. Like,
didn't you just upload 114?
I just uploaded 114 as of.
I'm gonna guess this is 118 then.
That is exactly the number it's gonna be. Yeah.
That's
good job. I'm impressed. Yeah. I mean,
bullshit. Antonio's favoriting Donovan again. This is like the fun.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. That's what's happening. No, that is unless there's any like legal trouble that I run into regarding posting it that day, then yeah, I don't know why there would be, but
legal trouble.
Yeah, like I get like someone's like, you better make this 119 or else I'm gonna sue you. I don't know. No. Either way, that's gonna end off this episode. Now we're gonna end this off. So thank you guys for being here, and thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next episode of Chit Chats. Peace.
Bye.
Nintendo. Oh yeah, Chit Chats dance. I forgot about the Chit Chats dance. Oh. Donovan, I want you to say let's have a chit chat just because
he's in his car.
You're in a funny scenario right now. Okay. I forgot I have before you say it I have to do the first
intro. Do the intro.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
I gotta do the classic. I haven't done it yet.
Oh, okay.
The funny.
We're recording.
Mom,
I know, right?
What did she say? Like,
He's like, well, it's only 10 minutes after 11.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's go. We got a lot to cover today. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
My name's Brennan.
And I'm Donovan, driving right now. And let's have a chit chat.
Yay, Chit Chats! Yay! Guys, how's my audio right now? Does it sound okay?
Yeah.
You sound beautiful.
I sound beautiful? Okay, hell yeah.
Yep,
all right. Oh wait, let me get the sign on in the background there. I don't know if you get it's backwards on my screen, but you guys can see it. Oh, well, it's forwards there.
I can't see it. I'm driving. I cannot see it.
Oh, I just realized Brendan said earlier he can't see me. Well, now he just left. I don't know if he intended to leave, but I'm assuming he left with the intention of rejoining so he could see my stream. I could be wrong though. Maybe
Probably.
Maybe his computer died. Oh, there he is. He's back. Okay.
My Discord killed itself.
Wait, so Brendan, didn't you say you can't see my stream, or you can't see my camera?
No, you're good. It's just every time I turn my camera on, it turns yours off for a second.
Oh, okay. But can you see it now?
Yeah.
Did you ever see the neon sign I got?
Yeah, you showed
me. Oh, I did show that to you, didn't I? Yeah.
When I was hanging out with you last.
That's right. Okay. When we watched that terrible video. Okay. Anyway, we don't have to talk about that. So today, guys, it's been a while since we've done a Chit Chats together. It feels like a little bit of a momentous occasion.
Yeah.
And what better thing to do for a momentous Chit Chats than another tier list, because these episodes are always somewhat of a grand occasion. And guys, today, what's up?
I'd also like, just real quick, I'd like to point out, I just realized this is the first Chit Chat in I think over maybe 50 episodes that I actually said my name.
Oh my god! Holy shit! I didn't even think about that. Oh my god!
True.
Whoa!
And this is the second Chit Chats where I've been driving during it.
Oh my god! Wow, so many things are happening at once right now. Wait,
so many things are happening.
Wait, Brennan. I have two questions. Brennan, did you intend on saying your actual name, or was that like what was the?
No, I just like completely didn't think of a name.
You were just spacing about it. Okay, I love it. And then my other question is, Donovan, what was the other episode that you were driving in? Because I know that happened, but I don't remember.
It was the one where you guys were doing a debate night, and it was with Dean and Brendan.
Oh, that's
right. And
right.
I was just listening.
You were just listening
at the end, I jumped in. Yeah.
That's right. Okay, well, Donovan's getting out of his car. All right, just in time. Looks like you're getting home. But just to introduce everything here. So today, guys, we're doing potentially the tier list to end all tier lists, and by that I mean it's not even really a tier list. Donovan just left. He'll be right back, I'm assuming. We're doing the tier list. I don't know if you know what? I'm gonna wait for Donovan to come back.
Go team!
Yay! Guys, today we are potentially doing the tier list to end all tier lists, and by that I mean it's not even really a tier list. It's just. Today we're going to be talking about Smash Brothers characters, and the question I want to pose to you guys is, Smash Brothers Ultimate has so many fighters, and some might even call it the Ultimate Smash Brothers, and they're going to make more in the future, but I don't think they're going to have all of these characters in the next game. I think that it's inevitable. Some of them are getting cut. Maybe we're going to start somewhat from scratch, but today, guys, we're going to be essentially doing what Nintendo will do eventually. We're going to be cutting the Smash roster. We're going to be going through each character and just kind of discussing whether or not we think they should stay in the next Smash Brothers, whether or not they should get the boot, whatever it may have you. And
wait, are you telling me that they're going to cut Dark Pit eventually?
Well, I don't know. They might. That's a possibility.
God forbid.
And we're gonna discuss if we think that should happen or not, or if that shouldn't happen. Now, as you guys can see here, I have this little. It's set up like a tier list, but there's only two tiers. There's keeping them and get them out of here. I get them out of there.
Yeah, man.
So originally, I had the idea of ordering these by the order of which they were introduced into the series. So at that rate, we would have started with Mario and ended with Sora. But I thought it might be a little bit more interesting if we went in alphabetical order, because then it's a little bit more jumbled up and kind of like it's a little bit less structured. It's a little bit kind of all over the place. We're going to be going from like a newer character to an older character to a newer character. I thought that might be a little bit more interesting to discuss them in that order. So that's what we're going to be doing today. Really quick before we get started, what is your guys' kind of like opinion on Smash Brothers? Do you love Smash Brothers? Do you hate Smash Brothers? What's your take on the series?
I love Smash Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Smash Brothers series is just a classic in general. From every single Smash Brothers is fun to play. There's others that might be more fun than others, but every single one has its perks and its fun moments. And might be a controversial topic, but I think when it comes to video game brawls, Smash Brothers is probably one of the best out there. When it comes to like,
I wouldn't argue with that.
Bringing a bunch of different games and like different consoles together into one game.
Mm-hmm. It is definitely the crossover fighting game. Speaking of brawls, I wanted to ask like, what like okay, so my first Smash Brothers was Brawl, and that was how I was introduced to the series. And Donovan, that's how you were introduced in the series, right?
That's how I was.
Yeah, you introduced me to the series
because
you brought Brawl over to my house.
That's right. Yeah, kids. I didn't even know what like Smash Brothers was. I just saw Pikachu on the cover, and I was like, "Oh, Pikachu!" Oh, and I saw Mario on the cover. I didn't even know who Link was at the time. I know.
And I knew who Link was, but that was like one of the only other ones besides the Mario characters that I knew.
Yeah, and
Sonic.
And yeah, and it's funny because Brawl is like almost considered to be. Well, I think maybe nowadays it's like considered. I feel like there's maybe a little bit more appreciation for Brawl, but I feel like for a while it was like one of the more controversial ones.
Yeah.
But I still have a lot of fun memories of playing Brawl. I still think that's a great game.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
My dad is calling me. I gotta answer his call real quick. We returned. Sorry.
You're good. All right. Let me
some technical difficulties.
Let me reshare. I know there's this like everything. Look, Murphy's Law. Okay. Anyway, let's get right into it. Here, we're starting off with Banjo-Kazooie. So I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna come out right out and say I think we should kick him out.
Well, okay. So I think that I've seen this video idea done before by other YouTubers, and like some of them rank them based on like if they want them in the game, like they're one of their favorite characters.
Yeah.
And some of them rank them based on like legacy. So like my question is like, do you think we should be ranking them to keep or not to keep based on like their legacy and like how big the character is? Or should it be like a variety of reasons or what?
I mean, I think between each, personally for me, I think between each character there's going to be like subtleties, but I'm overall going off of like general opinion, like how relevant is this character in like the history of gaming, and like you can kind of use your own judgment on how you want to rank characters, and we can kind of debate, but that's kind of how I'm going to be going. It's going to be a lot less personal for me. And with Banjo-Kazooie, like I understand, and obviously Banjo-Kazooie is a character that's a lot more relevant to like people maybe a generation older than us, but even still, I still understand like Banjo-Kazooie's place in like gaming history, I guess more specifically like Nintendo history, but even with that in mind, I just don't feel like I don't think Banjo-Kazooie is so much of a grand character that they like that they need to have a spot in Smash Brothers. You know what I mean?
I feel like it was kind of a one-time thing, as much as I hate to say it. Like I love that he's in the game. That they're in the game.
I'm still here. My camera's going to turn off for a second, but I'm still here.
Okay, no worries.
I just feel like they're owned by Xbox technically.
Yeah.
And like I feel like it was just like a one-time deal. I would be so shocked if they return, but like that doesn't mean I don't want them to return. Like I would love if they come back, but I really don't think unless like Nintendo and Microsoft make another deal, like I really don't think it's going to happen. Because it was a miracle in the first place that they were even in the game to begin with.
And honestly, the only way that I would kind of be okay if Banjo-Kazooie returned is if they did another game. If they made another Banjo-Kazooie game and it was like good and like relevant, then I feel like it would be more justified. But like even like now, the last game was Nuts and Bolts, and I don't know how many people like Nuts and Bolts.
But that was like almost 20 years ago.
And I think
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and I think it's funny because like even then, like
Banjo-Kazooie
That is a great game. You keep your mouth shut. No.
Is Nuts and Bolts a good game? I've never played it.
No,
so
it's
I wouldn't
not.
know.
It's not.
I've only seen
Defender.
like the JonTron video of it and whatever. But like even then, I think that the general like when they were putting Banjo-Kazooie in the game, there was no references to that game. It was only the originals. And I'm not saying that they couldn't do another Banjo-Kazooie game and it would work. They've even kind of done like spiritual successors like Yooka-Laylee and all that. But until that happens, I don't think Banjo-Kazooie is an essential character for Smash Brothers. So
I do think that they'll. I mean, this is kind of unrelated. I do think that they'll make another Banjo-Kazooie game someday.
Maybe.
I kind of think that. I remember when Psychonauts 2 came out and everybody was saying like, "Oh, these devs should make a new Banjo-Kazooie game because they're really good at making 3D platformers." So
yeah,
I can see that down the road. So I think there's potential for him to be relevant again, for those characters to be relevant. But
I agree.
We'll see.
But for now, I'm going to put them. I mean, unless there's any other objections, I'm going to put them in the get them out of here.
No, good crossover. It was cool that it happened, but
yeah, no, dude, I remember like where I was when the trailer for Banjo-Kazooie came out. I think it was like during an E3 presentation, and I was like, I was so hyped. I watched it like during like, I think I was like working in the office at our school, at our high school, and I just had it pulled up on my phone, and I was like trying to hide it because I didn't want them to like get mad at me. But I was like, I could not wait to watch it. I was just like,
I'm trying to remember. I think it was during school. I think I was in like band class or something.
It was
and I was like
definitely
watching it on my music stand.
Yeah. It was so hype. And a lot that's going to be the case with a lot of these characters, but I'm trying to eliminate that like euphoric experience that I remember with like a lot of these. All right, next up we got Bayonetta. So, this is a more interesting one. What do you guys think about Bayonetta in terms of keeping her in Smash or not?
That's a hard one because like Bayonetta is a relevant character and they're owned by Nintendo technically, so like it would be really easy for them to put her in again.
Are they owned by Nintendo? Is Bayonetta owned by Nintendo? I wasn't
Yeah.
I know
Yeah, because they're made by Platinum Games and
yeah.
I don't think Nintendo owns the entirety of that company, but they own that franchise because they bought Bayonetta 2 like through an exclusivity deal, and then it was like only on Wii U
and same with Bayonetta 3, right?
Yeah. I think the one exception is like recently, like very recently, they allowed them to put them on PC. I think, but technically, the character, I'm pretty sure, is owned by Nintendo.
Yeah, I know Bayonetta 1 and 2 are on PC, but I don't think 3, and I don't think the spin-off that they just put out like last year, I think that's also a Switch exclusive. So this is kind of an interesting one for me because I actually do think they should keep Bayonetta for two reasons. I think that one, they just had like 2 games come out in the series for the Switch specifically. And I think that we need more of a range of like mature characters and also like more family-friendly cartoony characters. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm thinking.
I think they should keep Bayonetta because she's hot.
Yeah. the spectrum.
Well, yeah, and she's just a boss. Like
she's a girl boss.
How can you not love Bayonetta?
Yeah.
She's a girl boss.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, I say keep her.
Yeah, I'm okay with keeping her. I think she's proven her worth, especially in regards to Nintendo specifically. I think that she has well deserved a spot.
She's also such a different kind of fighter too.
Yes, that's also true. So, she's got like the whole like combo thing that she can do, which I think is interesting.
Wait.
That's also another thing. Is like
for a second.
Yeah, what's up?
Excuse me for a second.
I
just have a clarifying question about this list. Are we trying to cut it like exactly in half?
Well, there is 90 characters, so I would say yes. I'd say since we have an even number, I feel like we should try to go at like for 45 at the most. We could, if we wanted to, we could cut more. If we feel like we should cut more,
I've seen a video where they cut it down to like like 25, and it was crazy.
I don't think we should go that far. I feel
But
like
we should do that.
There's too many characters that I feel like do deserve a spot that I don't feel. I don't think we should go that harsh, but 45 at least I think is fair.
Yeah, I agree.
And there is quite a few characters here, which is I feel like it's kind of interesting to note that are either like clones or like they come in like a package. Like they're like one of those like characters that can change into another one, which I feel like. Well, we can get into that when we get into that. But yeah, another thing I want to say is like I am not approaching this from like a technical standpoint, like a fighting game like technical standpoint, because like I'm not good at fighting games. I don't know like all the nuances of like playing them. So like there are some characters that are probably like, oh, we should keep that character because they're like more balanced for like this style of fighting. I don't know any of that, so I'm not going to be going off with that.
My take on what the next Smash Bros game will be is I think that they're going to cut down the characters, but like redo their move sets.
I really hope so.
All the balancing would be different.
That would be nice. That would be really nice. That'd be interesting if they did that.
That I really want them to do that because like Mario's moveset is like kind of
it's
like
so
a lot
primitive.
of the original characters are so basic.
Yeah, it's very primitive and it's noticeably so too.
Yeah. Like you can tell that the new characters are like their movesets are way more thought out.
Yeah. And I think that's like the only it's like where do we go from here? I feel like the only way to like make Smash Brothers like fresh and new again is by changing a lot like movesets and stuff. All right, next up we got Bowser Jr. So one of the many Mario characters that are
Who's the last Mario character that was added besides Piranha Plant? And like
I think
I liked
it
he's in the game, but it was Piranha Plant, but like before Piranha Plant, it was Bowser Jr.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you're right.
And
yeah, I really like that Bowser Jr. is a character. Like I think it's really interesting. I like that they like incorporate all the Koopalines and all that. But that being said, I do not think he's essential to the game.
No, he's not.
I'm completely okay if they cut him.
Plus, a lot of people don't even like playing as him.
No.
Like I don't know anybody besides you, Antonio, who's like likes playing as
well,
him.
I wouldn't say I like playing as him. I like the concept of his character. I like that he's not just like he doesn't just like punch and kick. He has like more to him because he's in his little clown car. I just think that that's interesting. Sure. I don't think he's
charming. Like it's charming that he's in the game.
Yeah, but that being said, I'm anti Bowser Jr. for this debate. Now Bowser on the other hand, I feel like he's a mainstay. I feel like we got to keep him.
Yeah,
he's just too iconic.
You got to keep Bowser.
2 words.
Yeah,
Bowser suicide.
Yeah.
Are you trying to get rid of Bowser?
No. I'm saying that's why he's got to stay in the game was because of Bowser's suicide.
Brennan. Brennan. What if we have him voiced by Jack Black?
Yes.
Instead of making
Brennan isn't arguing against Bowser. He's saying Bowser's down. Down B move. Let's not say the other word. His down B move is like
his
part
unalive move.
Yes. I would be okay if they had Jack Black voice him. I think that would be very fitting. In fact, why don't we do that for all the Mario characters? You know.
Yeah.
Why don't we have
actually if they bring back Bowser, they should not bring back Bowser Jr., but they should just bring back Roy. Just Roy by himself.
like the Koopa, Roy Koopa. Yeah, I agree.
Roy
or Ludwig. What about Ludwig? What about
and Ludwig.
Yeah, but just maybe cut Bowser Jr. Yeah, Ludwig. Yeah. Okay. Well, next we have Byleth. So Byleth is a controversial character. And yeah, I don't think. I mean, there's "bi" in his name. I feel like that means something. Yeah. I never was a fan of. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I hate like all the Fire Emblem characters. I just like I don't think they need like they all feel like so similar. Is my problem. You know what I mean?
Most of them do. Yeah. There's a couple Fire Emblem characters when we get to it. I'll talk about it that I think deserve to stay, but most of them are just like they're a little too similar. Like I know they try to change some things and not make them too similar, but when both of their base is still kind of the same.
Yeah.
I think in terms of like the Fire Emblem characters, and we'll get into it more later down the list, but like I think that they'll just keep the ones that are like iconic that like everybody knows. Like not everybody knows Byleth.
Yeah.
And as much as I think that they'd like to have some sort of three houses representation in the next Smash Bros, I don't think that they need a full character for that. I really just think that they put them in the game like to basically advertise for three houses, and that's it.
I totally agree. I like if you look at it like all of the like main player characters from like the last 3 Fire Emblem games were in Smash, and it was like right after they came out, and it was just like it was pretty. I think it was just to bring more attention to their releasing, which is fine for the time, but like I don't think they are like essential to be in the roster.
Yeah.
But like you said, I do think some of them should potentially stay, and we'll talk about that. So next up we got Captain Falcon. So this is an interesting one.
Falcon.
This is a really interesting one. The thing about Captain Falcon is that he has only remained relevant because of Smash Brothers. Literally nothing else. There has been
they'll throw him a bone every once in a while. Like,
well, they
give F-Zero 99.
That's true.
And
that is
he
true.
was in Mario Kart, or not him, but like
his kart,
his stages,
and there was the stages. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But he's not really relevant. I know what you mean.
Yeah. Well, and even then, it's like it's less so like him and more so just F-Zero as a franchise. But like he is the face of F-Zero, so.
I feel like Nintendo like has this like philosophy about some of their franchises where like they just don't really care about them anymore, and like they don't know like how to evolve them, and F-Zero is kind of one of those franchises. Like I feel like if it's Nintendo making this game, they'll cut Captain Falcon, but like I feel like the only reason that they keep him in is because it's Sakurai making the game, and it's like technically a separate company.
Yeah, that's true. But it's also, keep in mind, you know, like, well, I feel like there's debate for this, but like Sakurai, like he kind of implied like he was done with developing Smash Brothers, you know.
After Smash 4 though.
Oh, did he say that?
I think he did, and then he came back, and it's like a Miyazaki thing where like he just keeps coming back. I feel like he'll be back again.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. I've always kind of looked at it like we're also kind of thinking about it like, oh, maybe there's like a different developer that's making the games now. But
maybe
it's a good. I mean, like there is a good chance that he'll come back just because like Smash Brothers is. I feel like it's just like his baby in a sense, you know. And I would love if he came back. I think that he's like a phenomenal like developer or like director.
I'll say this. I think if it's Nintendo developing the game, I think he's cut. If Sakurai comes back and develops the next game, I think he's still in.
But also like Nintendo knows how popular Captain Falcon is as a Smash Brothers character. I mean, he was part of the original game, which I feel like is worth something. I don't think just because you were part of the original game that means you have to stay in it. And we'll get into that more. But with Captain Falcon specifically, I personally think they should keep him. I think he's too iconic in Smash Brothers. You know what I mean? Like with Falcon Punch and like Show Me Your Moves. Like I don't know.
I agree.
You know. My heart would be
I definitely think
cut.
I definitely think for me at least I think he's kind of on the fence. Like he could easily be cut. I think still.
I agree with you. I do think it's nice that they gave us F-Zero 99 recently, because that kind of shows hope that like Nintendo at least still has F-Zero on their radar. You know.
Sure.
That being said, who knows if they're gonna do anything with it?
7 people care about that, right?
That's true.
Like
that's true. It had a good player base in the beginning, but I feel like that's gone down though. I don't know. But
yeah, probably. People are just playing against bots now.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, next up we got Charizard, the first of many Pokemon.
Okay, wait. I have a question about this one then.
Okay.
Like, are we doing like just Charizard, or is it like Pokemon Trainer?
I guess I do have I have Pokemon
Trainer.
Trainer.
Because you have the 3 Pokemon, but also the Pokemon Trainer on there.
Yeah,
because
right.
the only one who would technically be different would be Charizard.
Let's do all of them at once. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because we can look at this 2 different ways. Because Charizard can either be part of Pokemon Trainer, or he was a separate character in 3DS and Wii U.
Yeah.
And a lot of people actually preferred this Charizard solo than over the Charizard that is attached to Pokemon Trainer, because I think he got like a slight buff, and then also his down B was like Rock Smash or something like that. And it was really powerful.
So here's like just really quick. This is my interpretation of having each of those 4 on here. Like each of the Pokemon on their own is just judging them specifically as a character. Pokemon Trainer is that's like all 3 of them combined. So that being said, though, that being explained and clarified, I don't think any of them need to be in the series. Like maybe Charizard.
I don't think any of them need to be.
Yeah.
But like I just think that Pokemon Trainer as a concept does such a great job at representing the Pokemon franchise in Smash Bros.
That's true.
And like I would hate to see that character cut.
Yeah. That's fair. Cuz I I'll be honest, like when I was going into it, I was like when I was thinking about it to myself before we started recording, I was like, Squirtle's getting cut, Ivysaur's getting cut, Charizard maybe, Pokemon Trainer I'm on the fence about. But when you put it like that is like a good point.
I don't know. I would love to see them like bring back, like I'm just speculating now, but I would love to see them bring back Pokemon Trainer, but maybe do like Blastoise and then Charmeleon and Bulbasaur or something like that.
Switch around the starters.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah,
like
that
I
would
don't
be
think that they
interesting.
would, but I think it'd be cool.
Yeah, or maybe even do like Pokemon from like other generations or something. You know what I mean? Like just a trio of new Pokemon, just to keep things fresh. But that would also be like a lot of development on their part, because they'd basically be like developing 3 different characters that kind of just fall into one, which I think would be kind of. I mean, like they've done it before, so I guess it's not like they wouldn't do it again. But that's a tough one.
Personally speaking, like I could see them just bringing back Charizard, or I could see them bringing back Pokemon Trainer as a whole. But I don't think that, like either way, I don't think that at least a part of them is going to be cut. You know?
Yeah, I'm inclined to say that Squirtle and Ivysaur are just not like essential on their own, like individually. You know? Charizard is I feel like one of the most well-known Pokemon. Charizard. I feel like he's one of the most well-known Pokemon in general, so I just feel like that would be why they'd want to keep him. But Pokemon Trainer, I also think is like, you know what? I think I'm gonna say that like I think I would want Pokemon Trainer to stay, and I'd want to see them do something more with him. But I'm okay if they cut Charizard, because he's kind of had his time in the spotlight, you know. Is that a valid stance to have?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And like you said, I would love to see them do like different Pokemon for Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah, because Pokemon is a huge franchise, so like I do think that, you know, eliminating my own bias, they should still have like good representation for Pokemon. But
yeah, well, that's another part of it too. Is like, I feel like Smash Bros does a good job at representing like the Pokemon franchises in terms of the Pokemon themselves, but like there's also like human characters in Pokemon that are interesting too, and so I like that they're kind of represented through that character.
That's true. And I think that they should have more of a variety of like in terms of the look of the Pokemon Trainer. Like they should have more costumes for him rather than just like from other regions. You know what I mean? I feel like that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Moving on to Chrom. Out of here. I don't know. Is there any debate?
Nope.
Do we need to spend like a lot of time on this one? I feel like
he's
not really.
whose Echo Fighter is he again?
I think he's Ike's Echo Fighter, if I'm not mistaken.
Isn't he like a cross between Ike's and Roy's? I think he has
he's like a cross between Ike's and Roy's.
But he looks like Marth. So it's like, you know, I don't know.
No,
either way,
I get the reason they put him in, especially with the whole like joke with Robin and shit. But like he did not. We already have a good Echo Fighter for the Fire Emblem characters, which we'll get to, is not even needed. But like, we did not need another one.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree.
Can we talk about Robin then? Because I don't know.
We can talk about Robin.
Should we not skip around or?
I mean, we're like, I don't care a whole lot. Like we could skip around if we want to. I kind of have them laid out like this, one because it was alphabetical order, and two just because like it was already like random enough. But like I don't really care if you want to talk about, if you think we should talk about Robin now, I'm cool with it.
So okay, it's weird because the Fire Emblem series is weird.
Yeah,
I almost feel like we should just talk about the entire Fire Emblem series at once and just do all the characters one by one. But like, I feel like they want to represent Awakening in some capacity because it kind of revived the franchise. And they have Chrom, they have Lucina, and they have Robin. And so I feel like they would cut two of them and include one. And I'm
okay. Yeah,
I just don't know which one they would do. Like I would want to say Robin because
I would say Robin
is the most interesting to me.
And the other two are Echo Fighters.
Yes.
True.
In terms of
Chrom's an Echo Fighter of Ike, which with some Roy mixed in, and then Lucina is the definition of an Echo Fighter with Marth.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah,
and this is coming from someone whose main was Lucina in the 3DS Wii U era.
Right. Well,
and even I'm like they've had their time to shine. Like, I don't think they have
little nuances in like how they control and how they feel, but like that's it.
Yeah.
And it's like it's not like if Lucina was cut and like Brennan, you were like insistent on like playing as her, like it's not like you couldn't just play as Marth, right? And like get a similar feel at that point.
At that point, they could just have Marth as a character and then have Lucina as a skin of Marth.
Yeah, that's also true. That's also a good point. Like there's very little reason. It's so weird to me who they decide to make Echo Fighters and who they decide to make like alternate costumes sometimes, you know what I mean?
Like Alf.
Like Alf, exactly.
Don't start me on that. Don't even start me on
it's that. So I don't know, man. It's so weird. But anyway, okay, but I agree with you that Robin is like I think we should keep Robin. If not only because his moveset is more interesting than the other Fire Emblem characters. You know what I mean?
I love Robin. I think he's an actual good like representation of the Fire Emblem.
Yeah, because like that's what makes them feel so similar is that they all fight with swords. And yeah, Robin fights with swords, but that's like I don't feel like that's what he's like primarily known for, which is like nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or they rather.
I'm pretty sure there's like a skill tree in the Fire Emblem games, I think, if I'm not mistaken, where like you can choose to use like a sword or magic or like there's different ways to fight. So I feel like they want to represent that in some capacity too.
Yes, I agree. Corrin, I feel like is fine to get cut. You know, I don't even remember.
I have no feelings.
He was in Fates, right? That was the game. Yeah, I don't even think people liked Fates. I think Fates was like a lesser game for a lot of Fire Emblem fans. So I don't think people are going to be crying over him. Ike. So
you gotta keep
Ike.
You gotta keep Ike.
Yeah, okay. You're right.
Ike's one of the original Fire Emblem representatives.
That's true. Well, technically not.
I think wasn't Roy technically the first.
Marth and Roy were in Melee, and then Ike was introduced in Brawl. And I now here's the thing about that. So Lucina, I will say we'll cut Lucina. We won't even.
Yeah.
I mean,
like I said, I love her, but she has no reason.
We'll say she can be an Echo Fighter or like a alternate costume for Marth, right? So Roy and Marth, I feel like Marth should stay, if not only because he's just been more of a constant in Smash Brothers and also like in Fire Emblem like lore, I feel like. And I guess you could say the same thing about Roy, but like it's interesting to me that they cut Roy from Brawl, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe they replaced him with Ike, but like I don't know. I don't know if like Roy is.
That was the idea at the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's too iconic though. Like I don't know.
Well, yeah, he is
in my personal opinion, they're both like deserving of coming back.
Okay.
But if I had to pick between one of them,
yeah,
I feel like even though Roy may have came first, were they in the same game? They came out at the same time, right?
I don't think they were in the same game. I think, but if you mean Smash Brothers game, yeah, they were introduced both in Melee.
Yeah, I meant like they're introduced at the same time.
Yes.
Is it something about Marth is always like? I feel like Marth has been such a better face of the Fire Emblem games in Smash Brothers.
Is the face of Fire Emblem.
I would say so.
Yeah. I feel like you have to
at
keep
least
Marth.
in the
like
West.
even if there's no other
West.
Fire Emblem characters, you have to keep Marth.
Yeah, I'm okay. I guess I'm okay if we keep Roy, but I will say like if we're a little bit like heavy on the ones that we're keeping later on, I would be okay cutting Roy, I think.
See, at that point, like I almost feel like Ike would get cut before Roy because I feel like Roy is too iconic to Smash Bros.
Yeah, but people complained so much about Ike being changed that they literally gave him 2 different skins for his Radiance version and one for his.
Yeah.
I can't remember the other one, but.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll you know what? We'll keep them both for now, but if it comes down to it, we will return to that discussion.
Yeah, and I will say just in general about Fire Emblem, like I feel like they could just include different characters. Like you don't have to have Robin. You could have like a magic wielder from another Fire Emblem game.
That's true. But we're just going off of like the existing roster. But obviously, if they end up like more or less replacing a character with a newer one, I think that's also valid. Next, we have Cloud from Final Fantasy VII. So this is an interesting one, another interesting one, because I think at the time when they introduced him in the series, like I think it was like a novelty, but now there's a little bit more of like a reason to keep him. I feel like with like the remakes coming out, right?
Yeah, but they're PlayStation exclusive.
That's also true. I just meant like in terms of his relevance as a character, like he's more in the public eye because of those games, but like
I mean like Final Fantasy is so iconic and it would hurt so much if they got rid of its representation in Smash Bros, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I feel like
I don't know.
That is a good point. I guess because I mean, like I don't know if like Cloud himself. Well, would you say that Cloud is like the most iconic Final Fantasy character?
Oh yeah, by far.
Then yeah,
him and Sephiroth.
Right. Yeah. I think like I don't have as much personal like
everyone in the game
yeah.
that Cloud is from is like the most known Final Fantasy VII cast is like the most known and most popular. Like even though we didn't get like some of the other characters as fighters, we got almost all of them as Mii fighter costumes.
Oh, did we? Oh, is that
like
true?
I'm pretty sure we got Tifa as a fighter.
We got the Chocobo hat. I know that.
Yeah. But it's just like
the Chocobo. He's just replaced by a Chocobo.
Yeah.
But like Cloud is just such like a big face of Final Fantasy, and so I feel like what they would probably do is I don't think they get rid of Cloud, but I just think there's a good chance that we would never get anything close to like another Final Fantasy character because they'd be like, nope, here's the face of the most popular game. We're gonna keep him here just to show that we're in cahoots with the Final Fantasy series.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the reality of it, I guess. But I'm okay if Cloud stays. I like.
Can we talk about the elephant in the room then, and talk about Mr. Sephiroth down there?
We can talk about Sephiroth.
Okay.
What's your take on Sephiroth?
I'm kind of interested in hearing everyone's opinion on this because I almost want to say it's going to be opposite of mine.
I don't think it is. I love that Sephiroth is in the game, and I really want them to keep him because he's another iconic villain character. And if there's one thing that Smash Bros. like Ultimate improves so much on having more villain characters as playable.
Yeah.
And I want them I just don't want them to get rid of him. Like Sephiroth as a character is too iconic. He's a badass. Like
Donovan.
I think they know that.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, Donovan. That's pretty much the same here. I think that Sephiroth is one of the most badass villains in gaming history, especially with. I don't know if. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if either one of you played Final Fantasy VII or the remake. I've played both, and I'm really excited for Rebirth.
Yeah.
But
I want to play him.
I've also seen the movie, which I know a lot of people don't like, but I actually quite enjoyed it. The Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. And Sephiroth is still a boss in that in that movie. And so like Cloud getting his like iconic villain, so we get another like hero versus the like abusive, like tormenting villain. It was one of the coolest things seeing him getting added to Smash.
I really think looking back at the Ultimate DLC, I think that like them adding Cloud is one of the coolest things to come out of that DLC. Legitimately,
that was super like hype at the time when they announced it. I feel like he was like almost like the most hype of the Smash 4 DLC. I would argue even, like, because like sure. Ryu was cool, but like I feel like it was a little bit more like, okay, that's cool, but sure. But then when Cloud, I remember when Cloud was announced, like everyone was like, holy shit.
No, Cloud was something like people thought that would never happen ever.
Yeah,
because like they're like Final Fantasy VII is like that's like a Sony game. Like you can't have a Sony character in your Nintendo game, but like I feel like that opened the door for so many more possibilities when Cloud was added.
Oh, I agree, and I feel like that alone is like worth highlighting. And I actually agree with you guys. I think Sephiroth should stay. If not only if there was like one reason, I think it's just because I think we do need more like villain representation in Smash Brothers, and I think Sephiroth is, like you guys said, like a very iconic villain in the pantheon of gaming. And he's the one-winged angel, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm cool if we keep him.
We do a little bit of rapid fire here.
Yeah, sure. We can do a little bit of rapid fire. Daisy, cut.
Get rid of.
Make it a costume. Dark Pit, bye. You're gone.
Bye.
Make it a costume.
Diddy Kong, I don't know. I don't know.
They could cut Diddy Kong.
Yeah.
Honestly, what I want them to do, I'm just talking about what I want them to do at this point.
Yeah.
I want them to replace Diddy Kong with Dixie Kong because I think she's more interesting. But I don't think they would do that.
No, I don't think they would either. I wish that they would like at least make Dixie Kong a costume, but I feel like it would work less because like they are different characters. And they have, I don't know, at least in like the Donkey Kong games, they have like different like attributes and stuff. But that's a tough one though. Sure. I don't know, because I like Diddy Kong. Because he's like a little monkey. You know what I mean?
I feel like I kind of miss the bandwagon for Diddy Kong. Is like, I feel like he was more of a thing during like the SNES N64 days. I didn't grow up with that shit, so I'm kind of like ambivalent towards Diddy Kong.
You played Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze.
Yeah, I played Returns. I played Tropical Freeze, but like I don't really have an attachment to him.
Okay, that's fair. I
don't really give a shit.
Okay, yeah. Okay, fine. Brennan, what's your take? Get rid of him?
I could give two fucks about the monkey.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, Dark Samus, gone.
I'm out of here.
Donkey Kong.
Funky Kong though?
You
Funky
gotta
Kong?
keep. Okay, Funky Kong. We can make a case for Funky Kong. We can make a case for him if he was here.
Hard.
That would go so hard. Yes.
I'm opening my mouth. I'm opening my mouth on an opinion too. The reason that fucking Dark Pit and Dark Samus can get the fuck out of here is if they're gonna make Dark Link stay as a fucking skin, they can stay as skins. They don't need to be their own fucking separate character.
I agree. Yeah, but Donkey Kong though, you gotta keep Donkey Kong. Like
you gotta keep.
There's no debate there. You gotta change up his moveset. I think they should try to give him a little bit of a just moveset because right now he's just Big Ape Punch Man, which is okay, but maybe make him a little bit more like interesting. I guess. I don't know. I want more respect for the ape. I want more respect for the ape. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Duck Hunt, get out of here. I love Duck Hunt.
What?
What?
No, I hard disagree on that.
Really?
I hard disagree
really?
on that.
Okay. I thought, okay, my bad.
I really want them to keep Duck Hunt. And, like, he's iconic, man. Like, Duck Hunt on SNES or on NES, like, that's such a, I don't know. Like, maybe not modern day. I just feel like that is Nintendo history right there. Like, you don't keep the Ice Climbers, you keep Duck Hunt on.
Well, okay. Well, no, I kind of agree with you. If not, like, only because, like, I think Duck Hunt is, like, one of the more well-known NES games because it was packaged with Super Mario Bros. And I feel like that is also, like, a reason why so many people know who Duck Hunt is or what Duck Hunt is.
Exactly.
And so, like, I understand keeping him, but also, like, I just like, I don't know. That's a tough one.
Can I put it for you in different terms?
Okay, sure. Go for it.
We have 4 like legacy classic Nintendo characters. We have Duck Hunt Dog, Ice Climbers, Game and Watch, and Rob.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Who of those 4, who is representing Nintendo history the best?
Rob.
No.
Yeah, I'm just saying what we're all thinking here.
No, I don't think it's Game and Watch. I don't think it's Rob. I don't think it's Ice Climbers. I'm convinced it's Duck Hunt.
I would make a case for Game and Watch because.
Where's my Game and Watch? I just remembered I have a Game and Watch. I don't know where it is.
That's one of the reasons because Game and Watch has had like a nostalgia like kind of like resurgence because of the re-releases that they've done. Which kind of ties it back to the old ones, which is Nintendo history, Donovan. You cannot deny that. The old
I agree with that.
handheld Game & Watches. Ice Climbers, I don't care. I think the only thing that makes them interesting is that they're like 2 characters that you play as in once. Yeah, there you go. There's the Game & Watch.
Cool.
But I'm okay with their cut. I don't have much of an attachment for them. Rob, I think is cute, it's like kind of like, oh, that's nice, Rob's in it, but like I don't care, we can get rid of him. So Game and Watch and Duck Hunt are the only ones that I would think would be okay keeping. You know what, for now we'll keep Duck Hunt unless Brennan you have opposition for that.
No.
All right, we'll keep.
I don't dislike him, and I can't deny his
place.
Credibility as an OG, as one of the original representations of Nintendo, but he's also just, to me, he's not that important.
Not really,
not important as in like a staple for Nintendo. Not important as it's a fighting game,
Yeah.
Well, like I love the way that they made Duck Hunt as a fighter.
Yeah.
And like we're able to make it work, but like. He's a dog that picks up dead ducks that you shoot out of the sky.
That's why he has to say it.
It's kind of a violent.
You gotta love him.
It's kind of a violent idea for a character. He's using guns. That's like this. Wow, that's like animal abuse. That's kind of fucked up, Donovan. That you're supportive of that. But oh well, we'll move on.
Second Amendment, dude. Okay, can we agree though that like can we also put Game and Watch in keeping them for now?
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Should we? Yeah. Can we agree that we put Rob and what was the other one?
Yes, Ice Climbers.
Ice Climbers.
Yeah, I'm okay cutting them. They're fine. They're non-essential.
Rob, no.
I think Rob is cute.
Dr. Mario, fuck.
Hey, Rob was in Mario Kart DS. I will remind you.
Can we get just like a round of fuck yous for Dr. Mario?
For Dr. Mario.
You.
Yeah.
Fuck
why
you.
He can okay, they haven't even had a new Dr. Mario game in I think since the 3DS. I think that was the last time. And I don't really get why. I feel like it's weird that there's not one on the Switch. But even then, why was he just not an alternate costume from Mario for the start? Why? Why did we need him to be a separate character? Oh, because he throws pills. Oh, wow, that's so interesting. No, I don't give a shit.
Melee's roster had some goofy additions, like him.
It really did. It really did. Yes, I agree with you.
You can one of the things that cracks me up is you could not tell me that Nintendo does not know that there's people at Nintendo who have the programming capabilities to where if you were to select Dr. Mario as your skin for Mario, it would just change the fireball to a pill. You could not tell me that there is not programmers who would know how to do that.
Well, and you don't even need to make the argument because I'm pretty sure they've done that with characters before. Like I think, is it not like there's like I think it's either like, oh my god, there's some other character. Oh no, it's Ike. It's like Ike. If you change his skin, he has like a different voice or something like that. I'm pretty sure that's a thing, right? Or
I think you're right.
Which is like a little different, I guess. But like you're exactly right, Brennan. Like they
like
could
you cannot tell me that it's already adding a different skin.
It would not be
onto
hard
a
for
model.
them to do that. Yeah, exactly.
No, like it's already adding a different skin onto a model. It would not be that hard because I think literally it's just the pills, and I think his down
B is different. Yeah,
between Mario and Dr. Mario.
Which I don't like that. We can talk about Mario. I don't like that Flood is his down B. I never really liked Flood. I mean, like I appreciate the reference, but I just don't think it's a good move. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd be okay if they got rid of it. But
well, isn't Dr. Mario the only character in here that's like a repeat of a character that's already in the roster?
Wait, what?
Because like Mario is Mario. Like Dr. Mario is just Mario. Right.
Right. I get you. That's not. I guess you have a point. Yeah, I don't know.
I think what Donovan means is that like Dr. Mario is not an official Echo character. Like he is his own character that is straight another copy of Mario.
Huh. Well, I think what Donovan's saying is most of the other Echo characters. What? Go ahead.
What Donovan is saying is that like there's technically two Marios in the roster, but like there's no other character in the roster that there's two of them.
Right, because Daisy is an Echo Fighter of Peach, but like in canon they're not the same person, right? With Mario and Dr. Mario, they literally are. I mean, I think they're intended to be the same person. I don't know. I don't know if Nintendo's ever like came out and said like, oh no, Mario has a twin that's Dr. Mario. I don't fucking know.
Mario has a side hustle.
It's an alternate universe.
He's got to pay them bills.
You know what? I don't give a shit. Dr. Mario's getting out of there. Who gives a fuck?
The OnlyFans didn't work out, so he became a doctor.
Yeah. No, can we get? I want stripper Mario in the next game. Okay, so next we have Fox. So this is another interesting one.
The whole Star Fox series, I think we should do together.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
It's just 3.
So okay, Wolf and Falco. No. Is there any debate for that?
No.
No.
Only thing good about Falco is his fucking the down talk.
Hands off my cock. Yeah.
I do kind of like Wolf from like a villain perspective.
Well, sure.
He's like the least interesting villain in the series.
That's true.
Yeah, like it's another thing where it's like I understand wanting to give because like almost every hero in this game has like their villain counterpart.
Yeah.
You know,
like the beginning of the beginning of the Donkey Kong of the King K. Rool trailer. You know, showing all the heroes and the villains fighting.
Mm-hmm. But like, it's just Wolf is like, I get that's maybe what they were going for, but like, it was just such the weirdest choice for it. I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, well, I think like Wolf, at least at the time, he was like the villain of the Star Wars Fox franchise, which it makes sense why they added him in a way, but like, especially now with Star Fox not having nearly as much relevance as when like the original Smash Brothers came out, like it's just from that standpoint, like it's just we can just take other villains over him.
He kind of occupies Fox occupies a similar position in my mind as Captain Falcon, where it's like he's kind of iconic to Smash, but like his own series is kind of like not relevant anymore. So like I could see them getting rid of him. I could see them cutting him. And either way, well, I would care if it was Captain Falcon, but with Fox, if they got rid of like all of the Star Fox characters, I would be like, whatever.
I think they should keep at least Fox. Personally, I think
they should. Yeah.
I think like it's like you said. It's like the case with Captain Falcon. Like he has become too ingrained in Smash Bros. DNA.
Smash is what's keeping him alive, pretty much. At this point.
Well, and Star Fox Zero. No, it's just Smash. It's just Smash Brothers. Let's be honest here. And you know what? I honest to God would not be too surprised if Nintendo like tried to do another Star Fox game, if not only because like they still had like that IP is still kind of there, you know what I mean? But they need to make it like a good game, or else like
Or else
they kind of had a Star Fox game for the Switch. It was like that Starlink game that was
the
made by
Battle for Alice.
Ubisoft.
That's right, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like the last like piece of like Star Fox media that came out like I other than Smash Brothers, I think. So, yeah, but so, you know, there's still hope potentially for Fox, but yeah, no, Falco and Wolf are out, but Fox, we'll keep Fox though. All right, Ganondorf. So I feel like Ganondorf is like a Bowser case. Like he's too iconic.
He's he's literally
oh my god,
iconic. He's iconic status for Nintendo.
Especially
they have to give him his
Tears of
Matt
the Kingdom.
Mercer look though. They have to give him his Matt Mercer look.
Dude. I was looking at the amiibo of that they did for his like redesign, and I like it looks too cool. Like I feel like
it's really cool.
They gotta update it, or at least make it an alternate costume or something, you know?
Yeah, I'd say keep him in. I think that's something that they could really do to increase like some shit for like a future Smash, is that they could cut down on a lot of characters or a lot of things if they just, like we talked about, we know it's possible for them to program if they select a certain skin, small little details could change, you know? And so like I think it would be really cool if they added a lot more skins. So like I love Ganondorf. I loved Ocarina of Time Ganondorf, and I'm so glad he returned. But my favorite Zelda game was Twilight Princess, so I was a little sad when Twilight Princess Ganondorf got changed. So I could totally see them adding it to where there was like
that would be so
that
cool.
Ganondorf and 2 or 3 skins, and then Twilight Princess Ganondorf 2 or 3 skins, and then like
that'd be base. If I could play as Wind Waker Ganondorf, like it would be over.
That would be cool.
Big fucker with 2 swords.
I love that. Is my favorite Ganondorf. I want that one in the game.
Dude, they had a figure of Wind Waker Ganondorf that was in the special edition Wind Waker HD. I feel like Donovan, if you ever find that like at a thrift store, you got to get that. You know, I don't know why it would be there, but you know, you never know.
They could do that with the other Zelda characters too. Like instead of just having one version of Zelda, like they could have all the versions of Zelda in one kind.
Oh yeah, they could. That's the thing is like I feel like they're so like sometimes they can be really creative with the alt costumes, but sometimes they're just like it's such a missed opportunity. I feel like, you know what I mean? Yeah, like sure. I don't know, they kind of dropped the ball on some of them, but all right, let's move on to Greninja. So Greninja is another interesting one, I think, because this is like I think factually the most popular Pokemon in the world by like
as of
that vote.
Okay, yes, and I was gonna bring that up too, but like as of a survey done years ago, you know, I feel like it might have changed by now.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, I don't know, but I feel like that is still worth noting, though. I mean, like, well, because like I don't know who do you, if they ran that poll again today, who do you think it would be? You know, I guess it's like kind of hard to tell. There's so many.
I don't know.
But I think it's interesting because like I think they ran that poll in 2020, and Greninja hadn't even really been like the defining like Pokemon in the anime series, which I'm assuming is where like most of that like attention came from. They hadn't like he was not in the show for like a while before that, but he still ended up being like the most popular Pokemon, probably because of like Ash Greninja. I'm not exactly sure, but I don't know. I also just feel like I really like Greninja. Maybe that's where my bias is coming in. Maybe I should try to like eliminate that.
I like Greninja too, and I think if they were going to include like any Pokemon from a previous generation, like it's kind of random that they would just include a 6th generation Pokemon, but he is pretty iconic. I
don't think he's just a 6th generation Pokemon. You know what I mean?
I think he's just too iconic, and he's such a good representation of like I think he's a good representation of a single-use Pokemon, like not connected to Pokemon Trainer.
Yes.
Like I think, and he's a ninja, so there was plenty of stuff that they could work with to make him a fighter for this game.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, no.
I mean, I might be a little biased. Greninja's my third favorite Pokemon out of all 1,000 of them. So, but like
in my
yeah, this is a tough
and it's
though.
like would they? In my mind, it's like would they? It's between Lucario and Greninja. It's like it's like which one do they do they?
I have a hot take. I actually have a hot take with this, and this might shock Antonio.
Uh-oh.
Both of you might know Lucario is my number one favorite Pokemon. It's Lucario, Eevee, Greninja. Those are my top three. I think it makes way more sense for Greninja to be in the game, and I could see them cutting Lucario.
What?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Lucario in general, like I get it, it's because Lucario was also a really popular Pokemon for a while, and he's also such a cool. I mean, like I love Lucario. Like I said, he's my number one favorite, and I think that when they released him, his fighting style was so cool, and like the way that he could the way he was an aura reader and all this shit. Like it was definitely something cool that they used for their time in the game. But I feel like by now, the hype for Lucario has kind of died down, and it's just like, oh, he's still in the game, and stuff like that. But I know people who are actually excited and still play Greninja and shit like that.
Yeah, when Smash 4 was coming out, I remember they revealed him, and like people were like, "Why is Lucario still in the game?"
Yeah,
I just remember that being really funny. Like people being like, "Where's Mewtwo?" But like they have Lucario.
Yeah. That's so true. Yeah. Well, because going back to like Brawl, I feel like Lucario was like Mewtwo's like replacement, which I feel like was kind of stupid at the time. But like I feel like if anything, that's where like maybe some of the like the kind of like lack of fanfare came from is like Lucario kind of being a replacement for Mewtwo. And I feel can we agree that Mewtwo should stay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, 100.
Yeah. I wanted to just get out of the way.
He's another too good of a perfect of a single fighter Pokemon. Yes. He's another face.
Absolutely.
He's an OG. There's just too many things.
And he has like a unique. I know I said earlier that I wasn't gonna like go off of like fighting game logistics, but some of these like I do kind of have that. Like I think Mewtwo feels unique enough to where like he does stand out as a Pokemon, and I almost like going off of that logic. I feel like Lucario has more of a reason to stay over Greninja because Lucario has his whole like aura kind of like gimmick as a fighter, and that makes him like kind of stand out in terms of like his fighting style.
Yeah, but they don't really use that much in his fighting style though.
Well, I guess that's true.
Yeah,
other than
he
like
kind of has like the ability with his
powerful.
hands, and of course he has his famous aura sphere attack and stuff like that.
But I don't know if you like. Did you know that like as he takes more and more damage, his attacks get more powerful? Did you know that?
I do not. I haven't played Lucario.
Oh, really?
I barely play him.
That's like one of his defining kind of like characteristics of like playing as him is like the more damage he takes, the stronger his like attacks aura will get.
Well, that would make sense compared. I feel like that's a kind of a little reference to because I kind of feel like what made Lucario popular enough to get put in the game was the Pokemon movie Lucario and the Mystery of Mew.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And so, because I'm not gonna lie, that's one of the things that made him my favorite Pokemon was that movie.
Right. Okay.
And so like, I guess them doing that would be cool because that would be kind of like a reference or like / a callback to the whole reason he's in the game in the first place.
Yeah.
So I guess I can see that.
It's really tough. I think we should keep it Lucario or Greninja, but maybe not both.
I really think of it in terms of like a relevance standpoint. And I just don't see, like, the further and further that we get away from Gen 4, like, the less and less I see Lucario as being a relevant Pokemon, you know? And it's like, I just feel like he would be replaced by a Pokemon that's more relevant.
Well, yeah.
And whereas, like you said, I feel like Greninja is still relevant to a degree. And, like, whenever this game comes out in, like, 2028 or something, whatever, like, Lucario is going to be even smaller of a character at that point. So
Yeah.
personally, I see them keeping Greninja, getting rid of Lucario.
I would be okay with that, and for our
sadly,
sake,
I say the same. As
Okay.
much as I love my boy, I love them both.
It's nothing
I just
personal.
think
It's
that-
nothing against Lucario. It's just we are simply doing business here.
It's okay, baby. I didn't mean it. No.
Yeah.
No.
You, Brandon.
All right. You know what? Let's just talk about Villager and Isabelle like at the same time. I feel like that makes sense. I think Villager should stay. But I'm okay if Isabelle gets cut.
Yep.
That's my take. Donovan, you seem like you have something to say about that.
Maybe this is a hot take, but I would rather them keep Isabelle and get rid of Villager personally.
Really? Ooh, okay, that's interesting. I'm not saying that's like I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I like that's an interesting take I've never really like considered.
I just think Isabelle is more of a character, and that's my only reasoning.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but like, okay, I mean, like, and let's just like get it out of the way. We got to keep at least one of them because Animal Crossing is just so big after New Horizons.
It needs its representation.
It needs its representation.
I almost want to say both of them stay in, but I know you guys will disagree with that.
Well, but that's the thing is like I don't necessarily disagree from a certain standpoint.
The thing is, Animal Crossing is so huge. Like, if we're saying that Fire Emblem gets 4 reps, then like why can't Animal Crossing have 2?
That's kind of the thing.
You know what? That's a fair point.
That is a fair point. And here's my thing: they're too similar. I would like Isabelle is almost like at least in my head. I know she's not an Echo Fighter, but like she's just so similar to Villager in like so many ways.
I would say I'd want her to stay if they gave her a reason to be, like reason to stay. You know, like I feel like she deserves the spot as a fighter if they give her a reason to not just be another Animal Crossing player. You know.
Yeah, and it's like the more I think about it, the more I'm like I don't know what they could do with either of them to like distinguish them more. I know they're not the same. They play differently. They have different moves, but like I don't know. They just have such a similar like vibe, and it makes sense. They're from the same series, but like I don't know. I think they should, but we should keep both of them. I
say let's go ahead. Let's go ahead, and I'm gonna agree with keeping both only because it's me hoping that if they were to both stay, they'd get tweaked a little bit, maybe. Because I know they are different, but just to be a little bit more different, just to really kind of like separate the two as their own characters, but still representing the franchise.
And like Donovan, I agree with you that like I think Isabelle is more of a character, and that's what makes her maybe more deserving from a certain standpoint. But like the whole thing about Animal Crossing is like you're playing as like yourself, like a blank slate, and I feel like that's represented so well with the Villager character. That's why I feel like Villager should stay.
We haven't had one of these yet. Real quick, I'm gonna be that guy. Antonio, we're recording, right?
Oh, no. Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Donovan's like, that's it. I'm getting back in my car.
Yeah. I'm going to beat up Antonio. What?
I love this image of Hero surrounded by 2 pink balls.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Well, let's do them in that order. Let's do a pink ball and then Hero and then the other pink ball. All right. So first up we got Jigglypuff.
Get her out.
So, yeah.
Out.
Okay. I see the look on Donovan's face though. I feel like he wants to make a case for Jigglypuff. And I'm okay to hear about it. I'm okay to hear about it.
What? I don't know. Like, I don't think that they'll keep Jigglypuff, to be honest. But there are points in her favor, like she's been there since the beginning.
Yeah.
You could say that.
I agree.
And also, I just like that they have a Pokemon rep that is kind of like not like a big, powerful Pokemon. It's just like this little baby bitch Pokemon.
That is true.
Besides Pikachu.
But I was like, but counter argument, there is another baby bitch Pokemon in this that I think is better than Jigglypuff.
Who, Pikachu?
Pichu.
What?
Oh, fuck off.
Dude, no fucking way we're keeping Pichu. I'm sorry.
Are you actually
There's
arguing
no
for
way.
No,
You
I just
cannot-
wanted to see if I could get a reaction.
Yeah, well, you did. You succeeded. In fact, we're cutting Pichu immediately.
I was just trying to be the devil's advocate to see if I could.
No goddamn way.
No,
way.
Pichu's out, dude.
Yeah, Pichu's out. No, I do agree that like Jigglypuff is more interesting of like a baby, like or like a kind of like a cutesy Pokemon fighter, and she does have like the iconic like rest move and like the sleep move and like and in terms of Pokemon like in the public eye, I do think like a lot of people know Jigglypuff, if not only because of like the anime, which I feel like is definitely why they included her in the first game, like hands down. But that being said, though, like I don't know, man. Like I feel like especially today, Jigglypuff's just not like Smash Brothers. It's another case where like Smash Brothers is keeping Jigglypuff relevant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I could really go either way on this one.
I could also go either way. Yeah.
I sadly say, let it die. Let it
die. Let it.
I think out of all the characters in the Get 'Em Out of Here, though, like if we have the opportunity at the end to add one back in, I would say Jigglypuff is.
Oh yeah,
we'll take one last look at this when we're done. But I say
Yeah.
for now, let's put her in the Get 'Em Out of Here.
Well, you can do that, but like I said, I think we should try to have an even split of 45 keep, 45 get rid of.
We're doing pretty good so far.
I think we have a very nice balanced list so far. I do think we could return to Jigglypuff if it comes down to it. All right, next we got Hero. I think this is kind of a tough one. I think because
I don't think it is at all. I disagree.
Really? Okay. Well, maybe it's not.
I think.
I don't know.
Okay, say what you're gonna say. I'm curious what you're gonna say.
Dragon Quest.
Just know that I will disagree.
As a franchise, is fairly noteworthy in the grand scheme of gaming. I think even now,
incredibly noteworthy.
Yes, and I think it's surprising that we didn't get a Dragon Quest like character until Smash Ultimate. But that being said, like I have no personal attachment to Dragon Quest. I don't really give a shit. I am purely
I don't either.
arguing from the sake of like
I feel like
other people, the
Dragon Quest characters was like a really cool thing, and it's one of the things where I'm glad they did it.
Yeah.
But it was also such a like kind of out of nowhere like vague thing for them to do, just to be like, hey, look, here's some representation for this franchise. Like, for a lot of you people you really like. For some of you, you've never even heard of it, but here it is, And it's like I feel like for that character, it's like he will always be known as being in Smash before, but maybe it was like a one and done thing. Like he's had his appearance, he's had his cameo, he got his representation in the series, but maybe it doesn't mean he needs to return.
I absolutely do not disagree with that. I think you guys underestimate just how massive Dragon Quest is.
Probably.
In other countries.
I probably don't even know the half of it.
Dragon Quest is massive in Japan, and just for that reason alone, I really don't think that Dragon Quest will ever leave Smash Bros. At this point. I think it's like a staple at this point.
Oh, I thought you were arguing against Hero, but you were like, you were saying like he's surely we keep him. Okay.
He's a for sure for me.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay,
and plus like Dragon Quest has such a attachment, like Dragon Quest and Nintendo go way back. The first 3 Dragon Quest games were on NES. I think
something like that. They were definitely like. Yeah, it goes all the way back to like the old like NES days for sure.
To put this into perspective, I remember hearing at one point that like the release of Dragon Quest XI was so big in Japan that like companies were giving their employees days off just to like play the game when it came out.
Wow, that's insane. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I like you said, I don't even really think I like I don't think I'm able to comprehend how popular it is. And I definitely want to try the new Dragon Quest game just because I feel like I've played the demo of it. That's like as far as I've played of it. But I definitely would be interested in playing more of it because like I do like I don't know. You know, I want to kind of see like I want to see what everyone loves so much about it.
Okay, boys.
Oh, what's up?
Just real quick, like that message I sent you before we started recording is past the time, so I have to go take care of something real quick.
Okay.
And then I will be back to gladly continue.
Okay.
Looking at the next couple characters, nothing really stands out. There's only one character that I'm interested in seeing where you guys put him. So I guess I'll just
do you trust us? Do you trust us?
I'll voice my opinion on that when I come back.
Okay. All right, for sure. All right. Well.
All right.
We'll
I will be back. Talk
okay.
amongst yourselves.
All right. We will hold down the fort until then.
We'll hold strong.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, like I was saying, I don't have personal attachment to Dragon Quest, but like I don't deny that there's enough of a like it has enough popularity to where they would probably keep him.
Yeah, and I think that like if Dragon Quest 12 is out by then, like the main slot will just be replaced by whoever that is. But
yeah,
I think that like Dragon Quest as in terms of holding a spot in the roster for Smash Bros, I feel like it will definitely come back.
Yeah,
in some capacity.
I do like what they did with like, I mean, I know it's kind of controversial, like his moveset, but I kind of do think it's interesting just because like it does kind of represent like RPGs more, you know? And you know, not just in the sense of like you choose your move, but like also like how you can play as like all the different characters. Like I feel like because it's like, you know, every, you know, all the RPGs are like there's like different protagonists that are supposed to be like, you know, more or less like you're kind of like taking the role of this character, and I think that that's also kind of like cool that they allow you to do that, like change your look and all that.
Yeah, he's definitely like in terms of all the characters in Smash Bros. I feel like he's one of the characters that they did the best job like representing his series and through his moveset. But
for sure.
Yeah.
So we'll keep Hero. We'll keep Hero.
Yeah, keep Hero.
All right, Kirby, you got to keep Kirby.
Get rid of him. Get rid of him.
Yeah, get rid of Kirby. He's irrelevant. Yeah, you're right. Don't mind like the what like. Isn't it? I feel like it's so weird that Kirby. Well, maybe it's not weird, but like Kirby has practically been a yearly release in the last like 10 years, which is like kind of crazy. But like,
I had that one joke in one of the more recent Scott the Woz videos where like they're just like there's Kirby and then another one and then another one.
More Kirby. Yeah. It's so true though, because they're so. I mean, like, and I love Kirby though. I was never like a huge like Kirby fan. And I think the first Kirby game I played was Triple Deluxe, and that was only because like I think you got it for me for my birthday, but that made me a Kirby fan. I loved Triple Deluxe, and like pretty much every other Kirby game I've played. I haven't played a lot of Kirby games, but the ones that I have played, I've loved. They're just so much fun. They're so colorful. Yeah. It's hard to be upset when you play a Kirby game. You know what I mean? They're just so good.
Yeah, it's impossible except for Star Allies.
Except for Star Allies. I thought Star Allies was okay. Mid. I don't know. I think maybe it's only because I haven't played a lot of them, but I
hold a grudge against it for the pure reason that I bought it on release and it was $60 for like a standard game.
It was probably very disappointing at the time. Yeah.
I agree with you. I don't think it's that bad, but like,
but
they're keeping Kirby.
Yeah, they're keeping Kirby. You played Planet Robobot, right? Oh yeah, you had.
Oh yeah, that's I would say Planet Robobot is my favorite Kirby game.
I mean, I still have yet to play it because I never played it when you let me borrow it, or like I just like it. I just never. I don't know why. I think it was because I wanted to like finish Triple Deluxe first, and then I just never got around to doing Planet Robot. I don't remember, but I think Kirby and the Forgotten Land is like my favorite one, and maybe that's not like a hot take, but like I love Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
Through the entirety of that, did you?
I recently? Did, yeah, I did. I finished it like not too long ago, and it's definitely.
You know what that That is a good game. Actually, I take it back. I think that's my favorite.
Well, but I don't doubt that Planet Robobot is also really good. I know that that's like also a really loved one. But until I play it, I think Kirby and the Forgotten Land that's going to be like my top one for now.
We should just do a Kirby tier list at this point.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is like I want to play more Kirby games because I want to eventually do a Kirby game tier list, but I just have not.
Yeah,
I have not played all or enough of them even to justify.
I played. We're just kind of going off on a Kirby tangent here, but
Yeah.
I played the first three like Kirby's. I don't even know what it's called, Kirby's Dream Land or whatever the fuck. Like the first three, you know?
Yeah, the one
that were on the NES.
Well, the first one was on the Game Boy. I think the first two were on the Game Boy, and then I think the third one was on the NES
SNES.
or the SNES. Yeah,
it was on the S. It was like one of the last games released on the SNES, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Yeah. Uh-huh.
What? But I played through all three of them recently, and they were
really?
actually pretty fun.
They're pretty short, right? Like you could probably breeze through them pretty. The
third one's a little like the first one. I'm pretty sure it takes you less than an hour to beat the entire thing.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, and this is a Game Boy game, so it makes sense. But yeah, no. But even then, I feel like even like those early games, like there's still a charm to them. I mean, obviously, like they had enough of a charm to where like it kept Kirby like a relevant character. So. Or they kept on making games, and I just feel like I don't know. We don't need to make a case for Kirby. Kirby's staying in terms of Smash Brothers.
Should we talk about? Oh no, wait. We'll wait for Brennan to talk about the other two Kirby refs.
Yeah, we'll wait for Brennan for those. But next up we got Little Mac. So this is another one that you were talking about earlier, like classic Nintendo reps. This is another you could consider Little Mac to be a classic Nintendo rep in a lot of ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that I definitely don't see them making any other Punch-Out games anytime soon.
But see, even
though I would love them to.
I think that would be so cool if they did. I feel like they should, because I feel like that, like especially like that kind of like genre of fighting game is like you never see that, or that's just simply not a thing. You know what I mean? Like just the way that Punch-Out plays.
Arcade sports game, yeah.
Yeah, and it would be so interesting. I feel like they could make another one, and it would. I don't know if it would.
Well, they had the one on the Wii, and
yeah.
I don't know how well the one on the Wii did, but I think it's great. I love the Wii one, and I would love if they did like, literally just if they did like an HD remake and then added like a couple more like bosses.
Yeah,
like, I think that'd be cool.
That would be really cool. And I don't even really have like a whole lot of like personal attachment to the Punch-Out series, but I do like see how I do see how much like it is kind of like a beloved classic franchise, like especially like people that had the original NES. I feel like
Punch-Out is like, I feel like this is the rep for like the 40 to 50-year-old dads.
Yeah.
Like Lil Mac is the one character where like when he was announced for Smash Bros, I was like, Dad, look. And like that was the one character where he was like, oh, I know who that is. That's cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that means something, I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like he's definitely recognizable by a certain audience.
Yeah.
A certain age demographic.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know. I think I don't know if this is like a controversial take though, but I think Little Mac should stay.
I think if Captain Falcon and Fox are staying, I think Little Mac should stay.
Yeah, I agree. Like I feel like there would be people that would argue against that, if not only because like as a franchise Little Mac hasn't been super relevant, or Punch-Out rather, but like I don't know. I feel like even just the few games that there are like, noteworthy in the grand scheme of Nintendo, that to like have him be in there. I don't know.
Yeah,
they should just make a new one.
Even if just for the legacy of Nintendo, like they gotta keep him in. I agree.
They should make a new one though. I think hopefully that happens at some point.
Dude, Parker would pop off.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I was talking to Parker the other day about like his appreciation for Punch-Out. Yeah, I'm sure he would agree that Little Mac should stay. I don't even think that would be any question. All right, next up we got Inkling. I think this is like a no-brainer, like at this point, right?
No, you just put him up there.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played Splatoon 3. I know that that's like the newest one. I'm not like okay. I have a lot of like appreciation for the Splatoon franchise, if not only because it's like the newest IP that Nintendo has done besides like ARMS, right?
Arms.
But like
that made me laugh just you mentioning ARMS.
Just ARMS. I don't. ARMS is such a joke, dude. Like, I'm sorry. I can't take ARMS seriously. It's just ARMS. What?
Should we talk about it?
Yeah, we can talk. Well, yeah. I mean, we don't need. We don't need to talk about Inkling a whole lot. Like Splatoon will continue to be like a Nintendo franchise. I have no doubt about that. So,
Wouldn't be surprised if they even added another rep for the Splatoon franchise in the next game.
I mean,
like,
who would they?
I don't know who they would add.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. I feel like Inkling is like enough. Like it sums up Splatoon as a franchise. I feel like they should make a new Splatoon and try to make it more like interesting than what they have so far. I don't know. You know.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, Splatoon is a weird franchise for me personally on a personal level because, like, I have such a love for that first game.
Yeah.
Especially since it came out on Wii U and like there was nothing else to play at the time. But
that was a miracle
like,
that game was as good as it was, like in the middle of such a shitty time for Nintendo. You know.
Yeah, there was a time in my life where I considered Splatoon to be one of my favorite Nintendo franchises.
Damn.
And like I still have a love for it, but like Splatoon 2 is very derivative, which was fine when it came out because it was just like they were just trying to put Splatoon on the Switch.
Yeah, and like exactly.
But Splatoon 3, like I didn't even pick up that game because I agree, like each game is just like too similar to the last for me.
Yeah, I mean, and like,
I'm not even into like I like the multiplayer. Don't get me wrong, I like the online multiplayer a lot, and I played like probably close to like 100 hours of it on the Wii U. But like, it's not something that I feel like I need to keep coming back to, you know. And the only thing that's interesting for me about the Splatoon franchise anymore is like I still appreciate the lore of it, and I really like the art for the games.
Yeah,
but
I think
besides that, like I don't know.
It's a very inspired game. Like you can tell that like the people that make the Splatoon games are very like passionate and like they put a lot of they have a lot of like care for the series, which I think is commendable.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, no, I do hope that they like make Splatoon 4 will probably be on like the next gen, which I think alone will make it probably worth getting just because I don't know, whatever. Hopefully they make it like not just like they make it like more than just another Splatoon game. You know what I mean? But
yeah, that's really what I'm looking for like the next entry to the franchise. Because like I would love to still be super into it. They just need to shake it up a little more for me.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because at this point I have no like really any interest in getting Splatoon 3 just because like it just looks like more of Splatoon, and which is fine, but you know.
Well, yeah, and it was weird because I feel like it didn't really have a really long shelf life. Like Splatoon 2, I feel like was still like pretty relevant up until Splatoon 3 came out, but I feel like Splatoon 3 came out, it was just kind of like a blip on the radar. Like people were talking about it for like a couple weeks, and then it was just like, eh.
Well, and I think they have like DLC coming out for it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Which I guess is keeping it.
There's not a lot of discourse on that either, though.
No, I haven't. That's like literally all I heard was like, oh, they announced a release date, but I don't see people talking about it.
I'm pretty sure it's coming out this month.
Something like that.
And, like,
yeah.
nobody's talking
but
about
like,
it.
But anyway, yeah. Back to like the positivity about it. Yeah, no, I think Splatoon is like it's a cool franchise. I think I think Inkling should be in the game. Yeah. Why not? Absolutely. I think also like Inkling as a character is interesting just because like I think that I think it's really cool how they like adapted the whole ink thing. Like they definitely like went the extra mile with that, I think. You know. with the whole like ink mechanic, which I think is cool. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, it's very like unique from other shooter games for sure.
Yeah. Well, I just meant like, well, that for sure, but I meant like in Smash Brothers, like it definitely like makes Inkling a like a standout character, which is nice. But moving on, let's just do all of the Mii characters at once.
Just consider that one.
So I don't know if you think this is a hot take, but I think we should cut the Mii characters.
I do think that's kind of a hot take.
All right, well,
back up that claim.
Okay, I'll back up that claim. Mii's are definitely an iconic piece of Nintendo history, like, you know, whatever, like the legacy of Nintendo. But like in terms of like the modern Nintendo, I just don't like it's kind of like we're like, you know, I don't know. They're just not, they're not as much of an iconography of a huge piece of iconography for Nintendo as they once were. And it's like, yeah, the Wii generation was huge, but you know, like we are in a new generation, and then, you know, you could even argue like it's even bigger now. Like, you know, the Switch is even bigger than the Wii was. And I just think like I think the Mii's are like interesting from like a novelty perspective, but like especially I don't think we need 3. If I think it would be relevant. I would be okay if we kept 1, but we don't need 3 different like versions of a Mii fighter in my personal opinion. But I don't know.
Let me give my take.
Give your take.
I agree, but I mostly disagree.
Okay. Well,
I think yes, like in current day Nintendo, I can see that Nintendo has been like stepping away from the concept of Mii's.
Yeah.
But for me, it's really about like what is the cultural zeitgeist around these characters, and like the Mii is such, like everybody knows what a Mii is, you know, like
yeah.
I just feel like they're so iconic and so representative. They're such a good representation of like the Wii era and even like into the 3DS and Wii U era that like I could not see them cutting it. I don't know. I guess I could.
Yeah.
For me, it really depends on like how relevant the Mii's are in the next generation of Nintendo consoles. Like if they try to bring them back, I just feel like there will always be a need for you to be able to create like an avatar character for your games, and even though Nintendo in the Nintendo Switch Sports like kind of made a replacement for the Mii's and that idea of an avatar character.
Avatars.
Nobody gives a shit about that. Even when it came out, like people were like, "Where are the Mii's? Why don't they just have the Mii's?"
I didn't really get that either, to be honest. I was thinking about that.
Yeah. Oh my god, that would be so weird if they just put those little bitches in there instead of the Mii's.
Oh my god, no.
Can you imagine that?
Like, guys, look, it's the people from Nintendo Switch Sports, huh? Yeah? Yeah? No fucking way. No goddamn way. Okay, well,
no way in hell.
I do see your point. Maybe I'm being too harsh about it. Because I definitely have a large appreciation for Mii's as well. And I wish that Nintendo would kind of like push them more now, because then I feel like it would be more justified to keep them. I don't really feel like there's any, like, I think the only reason why maybe Nintendo's trying to stray away from them is because like the whole thing with Mii's, like, you know, kind of having that like Wii, you know, they literally tie to the name Wii. That kind of makes them, it's hard for Mii's to kind of like exist like outside of the Wii, like, you know, like they're like tied to that, because like, you know, Nintendo doesn't make Wii consoles anymore, so it's kind of like weird that Mii's are like still have like the name that they do. But I don't necessarily think that means that they can't like include them in like games and like their they like I don't think that means that they can't have them be their main avatar or anything like that. But
Brennan.
I don't know, Brennan. He's back. Wait, let's see.
What is your opinion on me?
Yeah, let's see Brennan's opinions on me.
We've had a very spirited discussion about me.
We have,
here.
yeah.
I know. Like I came in here and looked at my screen and saw where you guys were, and then I left for like 5 minutes, and you're still here.
Well, what can I say?
I don't know. I'm on the fence with the Miis because I like the idea and I like the premise, and I think the best thing with the Miis is, of course, the customization.
Yeah, that is a huge part of it, and they got the Mii costumes.
Either yourself,
yeah,
or these other characters they bring in that didn't quite become fighters. Like I don't care what anyone says, I will always love the fact that Sans didn't get to be a real fighter, but they made him a gunner.
Yeah, that's true, and that would have never happened if the Mii fighters weren't there.
Proves our fucking theory with Dr. Mario earlier, because they changed the arm cannon functionality for the Sans costume for the gunner.
Yeah. That
would mean that the Dr. Mario skin would work. Anyways, I think they're interesting. I think they could be tweaked a little bit, and maybe I did hear what you guys were just talking about how like the Mii's were kind of tied to like the Wii era of Nintendo.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So I feel like they could. Yeah. I feel like they should stay, just because I think that they can be reworked / changed to be even better versions of what they already are.
Mm-hmm.
If they were kind of like maybe kept to their roots of like the Mii, but were updated to like the newer stuff coming out.
Here's what I would love, and this is just me speculating, but I would love if they had just like instead of having the 3 classes, like the brawler, the gunner, and the swordsman, like just have one Mii with one move set, and you can customize the face still and the color or whatever, but like they have a move set that's based off the games that they've been in. So like there's like a move that's like Tomodachi Life. There's like a Wii Sports Resort move. Like that would be so cool.
That would be interesting. I actually would really I think that's like a very good way of like integrating them, because like that is like
right?
that is like part of like what makes Mii so iconic is the games that they were in, like Wii Sports, Wii Sports Resort,
and Pilot Wings.
Pilot Wings. I don't know why I'm like.
That's what I'm saying. Like the final Smash could be like the Wii Sports boxing. Like that'd be so cool. Right?
That would be cool. Yeah.
Falling upon Matt, and as he slices you down.
That would be so.
Oh my god! Just put Matt in.
Oh, and yeah, there is a lot of potential. Okay, yeah. No, you know what? I'm convinced that they should keep one Mii character, but not have 3 different classes.
Right.
You know,
but I think you should still be able to customize it.
No, I agree. I agree.
But put the fighter in there.
Yeah. Well, I feel like if they were gonna keep any of the existing ones, I feel like the Mii Brawler just makes the most sense. But I agree. I think that's a very inspired take on Mii fighters, Donovan. I appreciate that.
Well, I just think like it's like I was saying, the Miis are so representative of a place in time, and I feel like if you want to emphasize that part of it, then that's how you do it.
I agree for sure. That's a very good way of doing it, and because the Wii era was so big, I feel like that you can't ignore that.
Yeah.
All right, next up we got Pikachu. We can just move on. Next up we got Ness. I think Ness is like pretty much. I feel like that's a keeper.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
No. I'm saying I'm just glad that we all just at the same time agreed.
Oh.
Like, okay, yeah, Pikachu, and
yeah.
moving on.
What argument would there be? Like, I don't know. He is the Pokemon.
That'd be so weird if they got rid of Pikachu.
Yeah. I feel like there would be I would feel like this empty feeling of emptiness in my chest.
Like the most recognizable pop culture character of all time.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like there's no goddamn way. Or they were like, we're gonna bring back Pichu, but not Pikachu. No goddamn way.
Antonio just wants him so he can keep kicking my ass, Pikachu and Smash Brothers.
Pikachu is my main in Smash Brothers currently, you know, and that's not even like I didn't even like think like, oh yeah, Pokemon's my favorite franchise, I'm gonna pick Pikachu. I just like Pikachu. I just like the way he plays. I don't know. I like spamming his down B. Anyway,
aren't you special?
Yeah, I know, aren't I special? But Ness though, we should talk about Ness. I think Ness is iconic for many reasons. I think like he represents like such a like, you know, just like a sort of like just this like culture of like, you know, appreciating this like, you know, classic game, and like, you know, there's like years of like time where like it was like not even really acknowledged by Nintendo, but then there was like, you know, there was like this appreciation with like, you know, coming out on the Wii U and like on the Switch, and like, you know, there's like this huge fan community about it, about like this game that I think like, you know, could have easily just kind of fallen by the wayside. But I think Earthbound is like a great game. I think it's like a very like special kind of game.
And people know what Earthbound is like through Smash, you know?
Yeah.
Like even though they haven't had a game in forever, like people know who Ness is. But
that's the thing is like I don't even think like it's a different case with like some of these other characters like Captain Falcon, Little Max, Fox. Like they've had like games come out, and like I still think that they should continue to try to like make those franchises relevant. But Earthbound, it's like I don't even necessarily feel the same way. I think we're okay with like where Earthbound's at, like in sort of a cultural standpoint. I would love if they made a new game, but I'm kind of content with like the legacy that Earthbound has.
I would love if we got an official English release of Mother 3, but
I'm still pretty adamant that will happen eventually, but
someday,
but like Earthbound itself is like, if anything, I think it'd be cool if they made like an HD like remake, or like, you know, just a redoing of it with like updated graphics or something.
Mario RPG style of Earthbound.
Hey, no one ever thought that would happen. You know what I mean? At least I didn't. But you know, who knows? I know that like there's like weird things with like the creator of Earthbound. Like he doesn't want to do anything with the series. Which I guess is like almost commendable in a standpoint, because it's like you want to leave it where it's at. You don't want to like beat it into the ground. I guess that's like kind of
also, isn't it like not fully? Is it fully owned by Nintendo, or is Earthbound like partially owned by another company?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I feel like it is owned by Nintendo, but like it's like one of those things where it's like they don't feel the need to like do anything with it, because it's like there's not enough of a name to like the games, you know? Like if they made another Earthbound, I don't even know what they would like do with it. Like I feel like it would inherently be not as like marketable, unfortunately. Unless they did like an HD remake. But who knows? I don't know. I really like I like Earthbound. I like Ness. I think Ness deserves to stay in. That's what I think. All right. I'm glad we were...
Same way about Lucas.
No, I do not feel the same way about Lucas. Lucas, we
yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah. Even maybe if they did release Mother 3, but even then, I don't know.
Would that be wild if they announced Lucas was returning to the next Smash Bros. Game, and at the same time they announced like a Mother 3 remake or something?
That would be crazy. That's like kind of what they did with like when they announced Isabelle. They announced Isabelle, and then they were like, oh yeah, and we're doing Animal Crossing for Switch. If they did the same thing for Lucas, that'd be insane.
I feel like Ness is a good enough representation for the Earthbound series.
I agree.
I feel like the day that they announced the Mother 3, whatever it is, localization or remake, the world will fucking explode.
Yeah, it'll open with that guy from that. Well, no, because Reggie isn't even in Nintendo anymore.
I know exactly what you were gonna say.
Yeah, but that was I just love that they had that moment. That was like,
come on, Reggie, give us Mother 3.
Nintendo being at their most like cynical and like, you know, just in your face. But yeah, I don't know. I like I said, I think it'll happen eventually. It's just gonna take some time. Next up we got Pac-Man, another classic character. Like I feel like there's just too much notability with Pac-Man. You can't get rid of him. You know.
Yeah.
Is
You
there a
also
debate
can't
for him?
ignore the fact that the most recent Smash Bros. Games have been partially co-developed by Bandai Namco, so
That's very
you have
true.
to keep Pac-Man.
True.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, that's like I feel like that's a no-brainer. Speaking of no-brainers,
Steve, please.
we gotta keep Steve.
I just
Dude.
woke up. Please keep Steve.
We gotta keep
Nintendo,
Steve.
I beg of you. Like,
Yeah.
Minecraft is iconic.
Yes,
And I know it's owned by Microsoft now, but you have to make another deal with them. You have to.
Yeah. No, I feel like Steve. Well, and like it just Minecraft is just such a big game. Like it's it's big with like people that don't even like know video games in general.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's just so it's just so ingrained, and even like outside of like video games, in like culture and like popular culture with like, you know, I feel like Minecraft was like like one of the first games that like really saw a rise on like social media and like YouTube. You know what I mean? And I feel like that kind of like ushered in like a new era of like of gaming and like, you know, people that know gaming.
Minecraft in Smash Bros. Like, Steve represents the internet through Smash Bros.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because like really, like seriously, like not a lot of characters have the same kind of like pop culture relevance as Minecraft and Steve does. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Like current pop culture relevance too, because like Minecraft is so timeless.
And yeah, exactly. And Minecraft is like, you know, at this point is like, you know, even it's not like it's like old, but it's like, you know, it's not like a new game anymore. But it's still like, you know, still relevant. People still play it. Like, yeah, we're gonna keep Steve. So, you know, on the opposite side of the spectrum as the Mii fighters, in terms of like Wii representation, I don't think we need Wii Fit Trainer. Like, is there any?
I've heard a couple weird. I don't know what Brendan thinks about this. I've heard a couple weird takes on this where like people are like, oh, they're gonna repurpose Wii Fit Trainer and make them the Ring Fit Trainer in the next Smash Bros. Game, which I could see it, but I think that I would kind of roll my eyes at that.
It's so weird to me that Ring Fit Adventure is like one of the top Switch games. I never really got that. Like, I think it's a cool game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in the top 10. I might be wrong, but like I'm pretty sure it somehow is in the top 10. Maybe with Tears of the Kingdom it's not, but
that is definitely the game that everybody played for 2 weeks and then dropped off of.
Yes. And I'm included in that. That's like almost exactly what happened to me.
I guess that also happened with Wii Fit too, though. So
I don't know. I feel like, but Wii Fit had like multiple games, which I think is something to be said about that.
That's true. It had the mini games, which were always fun to come back to. So.
Yeah.
But nobody came back to the yoga mini games. You play those once, and you're like, all right, I'm never gonna play these again.
Yeah. Ring Fit Adventure is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's the 11th most popular Switch game. So
yeah, I'm sorry, but the fucking Miis are way better representative of the Wii era than the Wii Fit Trainer is.
Yeah, I feel like Wii Fit Trainer was just like, oh, look at this goofy character, haha. Like, isn't that weird that we're including her? You know?
Yeah. No, I just want to add something. I remember like back in fucking middle school or something, like around the time that they were doing the DLC for Smash 4, I was like, what if they added the Wii Balance Board character from Wii Fit?
Would that be so cool?
Know, like the little guy,
guy. They had him in like the background of like the Wii Fit stage.
I can just see the trailer now, Donovan. It'd be like the Wii Fit Trainer on the board, and then the board would just like kick her off, and then be like,
yeah. That would be hey, if they did that, maybe there'd be something to said about that.
I would just like to point out, I think it's hilarious. I don't disagree at all because I also agree that Steve should be in Smash. But I like how we have like the original 3 starters and like Dr. Mario and Rob in the get him out of here, and then we're like Steve Steve.
Yeah. Hey, dude, I there are very few times in my life that I remember getting as like giddy as when I remember watching the Steve trailer.
Well, they did such a good job with that trailer too. It was hilarious.
They did, yeah. I remember just being like, yeah, it's
It was
just
such a what the fuck moment.
I know it was, and they totally played into it, which I thought was great.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I think we should do a couple I think out of the remaining people, we should try to let's go through the obvious keepers really quick, because I feel like we can just kind of knock out the ones that there's not really much to discuss, like Mario.
Yeah,
Yoshi.
Yoshi. Well, yeah, Yoshi. Luigi.
You gotta have Olimar.
Well, Olimar. Yeah, no, I think Olimar should stay. I know
you gotta have Olimar.
You gotta have. Yeah. Link.
Yeah.
Sonic.
Zelda.
Where's Zelda? There's Zelda. Okay, I will say this. You know what? Let's do the remaining Zelda characters really quick. I don't think we need either of them.
You're missing one.
I am. Oh wait, I am.
Yeah,
oh, I am. Yeah. I don't think we need any of the three of them.
Just make them alts.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Are you trying to say they should keep Sheik?
No, I'm saying that they should keep Toon Link and get rid of Sheik and Young Link. Because
okay.
Toon Link due to his style and his size, he does play differently than regular Link. He plays very similar.
Have a different hitbox.
He plays very similar to Young Link, which is why I think we only need one of them. But I think Toon Link is the better out of the two.
I agree with you. Because especially with Breath of the Wild, and the redesign of Link, the more classic era of Zelda, I feel like should get more representation, and I think that's where Toon Link kind of serves that purpose.
I disagree, but I won't argue. Wind Waker is my favorite Zelda game, so
all right,
I'll take it.
Enough. Yeah, no, but well, and also Zelda. Another thing we have to keep in mind is Zelda, Legend of Zelda is maybe Nintendo's second most popular. Yeah, Nintendo's second most popular franchise.
Yeah.
You could maybe make a case for
Pokemon.
Well, I don't even count Pokemon as a Nintendo franchise. It is, but aside from Pokemon,
I know what you mean.
That's a whole other thing. But Mario and then probably Zelda. Because I was gonna say maybe Kirby, maybe, or Animal Crossing.
What the fuck, guys? No, okay, hold on, just real quick. I was curious, so I looked up what are Nintendo's biggest franchises, and it gives me Zelda, Sonic, Minecraft, and Mario 64.
Right, yeah.
64 specifically?
Mario 64.
Yeah. No,
I mean,
look,
that is
it was Zelda, and then it was Sonic Adventure.
Yep, those are the top four Nintendo franchises.
I feel like Nintendo kind of their top franchises that they consider themselves are Mario, Zelda, Animal Crossing, and
Kirby.
Yeah, Kirby, but Kirby's developed by HAL, so
Oh, okay, fair.
It not counting Kirby and Pokemon, I would also say they prioritize Splatoon pretty hard nowadays.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
and maybe Pikmin too.
Well, now, not over the last 10 years. All of a sudden, 2023, Pikmin.
So
but they always have the Pikmin in their marketing. Have you noticed that? Even in Super Nintendo World, they have
that's
random
true.
Pikmin.
I think that's Miyamoto being oh, you gotta put the Pikmin in there, which I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
That's why they called it Super Nintendo World, not Super Mario World.
Yeah, but they would have called, but if Miyamoto had his way, they would have called it Super Pikmin World.
So I looked it up. And even though Pokemon is not made by it's not a single Nintendo franchise, kind of, it still says that since Nintendo owns the rights to Pokemon, Nintendo's big three that have always held the top were 1 Mario, 2 Pokemon, 3 Zelda.
Yeah. Well, and especially with like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, like I think that's no doubt that Zelda is probably just like the second Nintendo like top franchise. You know what I mean? So yeah. So no, and given that, the whole point of me saying that was like, given that we gotta have, I think having 4 Zelda reps is very well deserved. You know, and
I agree. I would just rather them put in another Zelda rep besides Toon Link. Like, I want
don't
them to
know
add
who
a new
else they
Zelda
would
rep.
do though. Like, you know what I mean? Because I feel like
Tingle. I don't know.
No.
I don't know. Yeah,
Fierce Dedenne, please.
I guess that would be the next obvious choice. I don't know. I really don't know.
I'm still either Skull Kid or Midna apologist.
I would love Midna.
Wolf Link with
I would
Midna
love
would be
Midna.
interesting. That would be really interesting.
That'd be so
I
cool.
think they should do like, it would be cool if they would have done like a Midna with like with Wolf Link as like base, and then like her smash, her like ultimate smash, which she would turn into Twilight Midnight.
That'd be
That
so
would
cool.
be very interesting. Yeah. Hey, you
whips
never
out whips out the mirror of Twilight and shit.
Yeah. But for now we'll keep Toon Link. All right. So next up we got. Oh wait, let's do a couple of the obvious ones really quick. Let's keep doing those. Peach, I say we keep. I feel like we gotta
Samus.
Maybe change her to have her Princess Peach Showtime reference. Anybody? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Samus.
I guess.
Yeah, why not?
Voiced by Anya Taylor-Joy.
Yeah. Let's see. Mega Man. I feel like Mega Man. What do you guys think about Mega Man?
I feel like you gotta keep Mega Man, right?
Yeah. I feel like I can kind of go either way on that one.
I could kind of go either way, but like I really like the not the trifecta, the having Mario, Sonic,
quadfecta,
Pac-Man, and Mega Man. I just feel like is just so perfect.
Yeah. Well, Mega Man has such great roots with Nintendo that I feel like that's noteworthy. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I feel like Mega Man, like when people think of Mega Man, they think of like that original like NES sprite of him. You know what I mean? And so like, I feel like Mega Man is well deserved to be in the game. And let's see.
I almost kind of want to say Ryu as well.
Yeah, I would be okay with keeping Ryu. I think Ryu is deserving of a spot. Yeah, especially okay. You know what? If we're doing Ryu really quick, let's do all of the traditional fighting game characters really quick. I don't know how many there are. I think this is it, right?
Yeah.
Do we really need any of the other ones?
In my humble opinion, as a non-fighting game character or a non-fighting game fan, you can get rid of all of them.
Yeah. I just don't.
You just need Ryu.
Yeah. Again, if we're approaching this from like the lens of like we're trimming the fat of the Smash Brothers roster.
I know Tekken is big.
Yeah.
King of Fighters not so much.
Yeah.
As far as I know. But like I still
the only one out of those three that I'd even like somewhat want to keep would be
Kazuya.
Yeah. Just because I like how he played, and I thought he was a cool kind of representation from that series of games.
Yeah, I think if you take out,
but I also think that like Ryu is such a good enough classic fighter that like if it had to get rid of those three, it would be those three.
He was the one that they had to add. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think they should have a Mortal Kombat represent. I mean, like that would feel a little out of place potentially, but
that'd be interesting.
I feel like
that'd be like them adding Doomslayer.
Yeah, which is another one that people wanted.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Well, they added him as a skin for your.
They did. Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't have any Mortal Kombat like Mii Fighter skins, right?
No.
I don't think they did, but yeah.
I just love that Nintendo confirmed the meme with Isabelle and Doomslayer.
They did, huh? They did acknowledge that. That was funny. Yeah. They probably like tweeted about it or something.
Yeah, they posted a picture of Isabel next to the Doomslayer skin and said "Together at last."
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
That's funny.
I love it when Nintendo like does stuff like that. Okay. Are there any other ones that are like no brainer?
I feel like Wario.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Wario is a
And like I don't know, you guys might disagree with this too, but I also feel like Shulk.
Oh, no, yeah, I agree with Shulk.
Yes.
Yeah. Especially like Xenoblade Chronicles has like gotten so much attention with the Switch generation specifically. Yeah, I feel like and I mean like maybe they could have one of the more newer protagonists like take his spot, but no, I feel like Shulk is too iconic. You know. I don't know, but the only other one that I feel like is like pretty much like a no-brainer is Pit, because he's kind of like another one of those characters that like got kind of a resurgence because of Smash Brothers, and I feel like I know he hasn't gotten a game in a while, but like man,
we're seeing a pattern of like Captain Falcon, Pit, Fox, and Ness, where like they're characters that live on through Smash and not much else. But like it would be weird to see them go, so I have a hard time saying no to them.
Yeah, but man, I'm just like I wish that they would just make another Kid Icarus game for the Switch or whatever the next console is at this point. Because like Kid Icarus Uprising was not only was it so good, but it had so much like promise. You know what I mean? Like they could have kept going with that like style of game, and I feel like it would have worked really well. And maybe it's just because like right when Sakurai was done with that game, he just immediately went to Smash, and that's where just he's been. But I feel like they could do another one, and it would. I don't know how well it would sell, but I feel like it would definitely be a good game. You know.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I agree.
I think we should keep it though. Okay. So the rest of the characters here, I mean, maybe we could go through the ones that are like obvious, like no goes. I feel like Piranha Plant,
Incineroar.
Incineroar, yeah. I'm sorry. No.
Pyra and Mithra,
yeah.
Fuck you both.
Yeah, you don't like you want Pyra and Mithra?
Richter, get rid of Richter.
Oh yeah, get rid of Richter. Simon, I guess, is up for debate.
I think we need to talk about the rest of them, though.
You think we need to talk about the rest of them?
No, get fucking Mayfang, whatever her name is, out of there. Fucking
Min Min.
Yeah,
Do
Min
you want to talk about Min Min, Donovan? Do you have a strong argument for Min Min?
Get rid of Min Min.
Okay.
Everybody except for us has already forgotten that.
But what if they make ARMS 2?
They will not.
They will not. Okay. Okay. All right. Joker from Persona 5.
This one hurts me so much because I love Persona 5 so much, and I love that Joker is in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think they would come back. I think it was a one-time thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like another one of those instances that's like, holy shit, this is crazy that he's in the game, but like if they did it again, it's like it kind of takes that like the charm out of it. You know?
Yeah.
Potentially.
Persona it's becoming bigger. Like it's a pretty big franchise, I would say.
Well, that's true, and they continue to like make games based off of it, you know? So
yeah, and it's one of those things where like similar to Banjo-Kazooie, where it's like I just don't know if Nintendo wants to put in the ask or like the legal hearsay, whatever, to get him in the game, you know?
Would it even be that much of a hassle though? Because I think Persona is like, it's not like a Sony franchise anymore, you know?
It's technically owned by Sega, I'm pretty sure, because Atlas is owned by Sega.
Right.
But
yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like that's kind of like jumping through a hoop that they don't want to get into almost.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one because I think, you know, I haven't played a whole lot of Persona 5, but like I still have a lot of appreciation for Joker as a character. But I guess he is kind of like, he does kind of stand out in like kind of a weird way too. I don't know. I don't know. I could go either way with him, but I guess we'll cut him. Unless Brennan, you have an argument, but okay, is there really an argument for Zero Suit Samus? I feel like Zero Suit Samus is like a no.
Oh no.
Like, cut.
No,
right?
that's a cut.
Yeah.
She's hot. She's hot.
You know what, Brennan?
They could do the thing that they did in Brawl, where like you press down B and then you get to play Zero Suit
Okay,
Samus.
that's not even how. Well, they could do that, but that's not even how you would do it in Brawl. You would have to get the final smash, and then her suit would come off, which I think was stupid.
Oh, I was thinking of Zelda and Sheik.
You were thinking of Zelda and Sheik. That being said, I do think, like, I don't know how it would work, but maybe if they had the same thing where if you did down B and then her suit comes off and it's Zero Suit Samus, that might be interesting. I don't know if like that would be possible, but
and then you do it again, and then
okay.
Imagine if
all right.
Imagine if they brought it back for Zelda and Sheik, where like you had to play that specific Ocarina of Time skin of Zelda to be able to turn into Sheik.
That would be interesting. Yeah. I don't think they would.
Cool.
I mean, like,
they wouldn't do it, but I think it'd be cool.
There's a lot of stuff that it's like that would be so cool, but it's just like it's so like they probably wouldn't do it. But you know, but we'll cut Zero Suit Samus. So King Dedede, I feel like we got to keep him, if not only because he's a villain, and
for sure,
he's also just like he's a heavier character. You got to have those heavy characters, and Kirby is also just like such a staple franchise for Nintendo.
Yeah, let's talk about Meta Knight too, because this is one where like I was saying, I've seen a couple of people do these lists so far, and that like Meta Knight is always like extremely divisive for people for some reason, because like I feel like he's a no-brainer as like Kirby, DDD, and Meta Knight are like the 3 Kirby reps, but like some people kind of sacrifice him just to like have another character to put in the whatever, but I don't know. I don't think they would get rid of him.
So I think they should keep him, but here's something that I'll point out. If we keep Meta Knight, we are at 45 characters that we're keeping.
Well, let's just finish like what we're doing now, and then we can rearrange it at the end. And
okay, you're right.
I'm just saving the hard part for last.
Okay, no, you're right. Well, Brennan, what do you think? Do you have an opposition against Meta Knight? Because I'm okay if we keep him.
Not really. I kind of see what Donovan means. That it's kind of like the golden trio for the Kirby games.
Yeah.
So.
And he does. He's not just like another sword fighter, which I think is interesting. He does like play distinguishably from the other ones, which is cool. Okay. Rosalina and Luma.
It was such a cool thing for a while, but like I kind of feel like they've made their appearance, they've done their thing. They don't. Yeah. They're not mandatory.
Yeah. Unfortunately, because I know Mario Galaxy.
It's not an important Mario character, really.
Yeah, and Mario Galaxy was like those are like really big games, and Donovan, that's like your favorite game, right? So I thought that would have been like your kind of like bias for Rosalina.
Oh yeah. No, if we're making these lists like based on a personal level where we're choosing the characters that we like the most, then like Rosalina and Luma are definitely on my personal list, but like in terms of what I actually think is realistic, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. No, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe you could make her like an alt for Peach, but I don't even know if you could really do that, honestly. She's too different, but that's okay. But they could still have like a Mario Galaxy stage. I think that would be, justified. Okay, Snake. I think Snake should get cut.
I love Snake, and I love the Metal Gear Solid games, and like I love that he made his appearance in Brawl in this game. Mm-hmm. But it's also like out of every game, why Metal Gear?
Yeah, it's just so weird that he was the first third-party character.
Him and Sonic.
Yeah. Sonic makes sense. I think Sonic was a perfect like third-party character as like one of the first. But Snake is just like, what? You know? I don't know.
I think Sakurai was friends with the creator of Metal Gear.
Is that what? I don't doubt that. That
Yeah,
would make sense.
I'm pretty sure that's why that happened.
Yeah. Well, that's good for them, but
right
I'm sorry. I just think like Snake is so inconsequential to Nintendo history. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
in such a large way, because I feel like, well, because like I don't know, even like the most popular Metal Gear games, I don't even think they were on Nintendo. You know.
Well, it's just now recent. Like I'm pretty sure that Metal Gear Solid
right.
2, 3, and 4
Yeah.
are like literally coming out on Switch now.
No, I think they did. I think they already did. Which is nice, but like still, like that's still kind of like, you know, I don't think that's enough of a justification to keep Snake. You know,
They're not that relevant.
No. I think like
Metal
you know,
Gear.
again, it's another case where it's like it's cool that he was there, and I appreciate that he was there, but he is not a mainstay. All right, next we got Palutena. I think we should cut Palutena.
Yeah, get rid of Palutena.
Get rid of Palutena. I think Pit is more than enough. Even when they like had the trailer for Palutena, I was like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
know?
I think that Palutena occupies like an interesting like concept, like character concept for Smash Bros. Like there's no other like god or goddess character.
That's true, which is interesting. Yeah.
At the same time, it's like Palutena is not iconic.
No. If anything, like she became iconic because she was in Smash, but other than that, like I just don't think anyone would have really cared otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay, next up we got Simon from Castlevania. I'm okay cutting him. I know that like the Castlevania games are big and popular and they have like roots in Nintendo, but like I don't know.
This is the one that hurts for me because I agree with you, but
yeah.
I would really want him to stay in. Like I haven't played a lot of Castlevania games, but I'm like just starting to get into them, and so it hurts to
really
say
hard.
that like
they're really hard games.
They are hard,
yeah.
but they're fun.
Yeah.
I don't know. I agree with you, but I would really want them to keep him personally. I don't know.
This is another case where it's like it's weird that we didn't get him sooner than Ultimate, you know?
You know what would make me feel a lot better?
What?
And I don't know how realistic this is, but if we took like fucking one of the Fire Emblem characters and replaced them with Simon.
I don't know. You don't want 4 Fire Emblem characters, Donovan?
Why do we need 4 Fire
That's got to be the bare
man?
minimum. You got to have 4 at least.
Yeah.
That
was stupid.
That is one that we did say like we would come back to Fire Emblem if it came down to it. Brennan, do you have any oppositions for Simon?
Not really. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I'm really excited that the Castlevania characters got some representation and kind of got to get turned into like this cool 3D model for the game.
Yeah,
and
I think just put them there.
I kind of want to agree with Donovan in saying that like we try to switch one out and see.
I don't get why they didn't make Richter an alt costume from the start, but whatever. You know, I guess it was like the hype at the time, like, oh, you're not getting one Castlevania character, you're getting 2. I don't know. But
so here's my main problem. I know we might be jumping the gun a little bit, but I have a problem here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I think the last 3 all deserve to be in.
So
yeah.
Okay. Ridley, well, I agree.
I definitely agree with Ridley.
I agree with Ridley.
K. Rool is different for me because K. Rool, they don't use him in Donkey Kong games anymore.
They don't.
And so I like him as a legacy character, but he's another one that I feel like, yes, it's cool to have a villain character, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I think it was just like cool for a one-time thing, and I don't really need to see it again.
And I just think that they just did it because he was requested so much. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure most of like the initial like new characters for Ultimate were put in because they were requested on the Smash ballot. I'm pretty sure that was like more or less like confirmed at some point, or like it was like, oh yeah, Ridley was requested a bunch, so we put Ridley in. K. Rool, Simon, you know, Ken, I think even. So Isabel, right? So like, but I agree with you. Like they don't do anything with K. Rool. He wasn't even in like the last couple Donkey Kong games.
I don't think he's been in a Nintendo game since like Donkey Kong 64 or something.
You're forgetting about Donkey Kong Barrel Blast.
Oh, true. Oh, wait, hold up. He was in Mario Super Sluggers on the Wii.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. You're right. I didn't even know that, but yeah. Yeah, but I don't really give a shit. I'm
That
okay.
came out in 2008. That was like 14 years ago. Still relevant.
Still relevant, yeah. No, we'll cut him. We'll cut him. Now, okay. Sora is interesting because he was the last character obviously added to Ultimate. He almost represents crossovers in it of himself, right? Which makes him like
his games are like the definition of crossovers.
Yeah, right. He is, you know, like he has so much like history and like, you know, like popularity, and you know, he is like he like bridges the gap between like Nintendo and Disney, which is like noteworthy, I think. You know what I mean? Like Nintendo and like practically the biggest like media company of all time. Like that is kind of like even crazy that like he's even in the game to begin with, right? I don't think he works because they don't play into the fact that he's from a Disney game, because they can't put the Disney characters in. You know what I mean? You lose that like aspect of him.
I agree with that, and also he's kind of in a similar tier to me as like Joker and Snake, where like it's not really like a Nintendo character, you know? Mm-hmm. And I guess you can make the same argument for Cloud, but like that's different to me because Cloud is very iconic.
Yeah, and
so I feel like, I don't know.
I feel like Cloud works more than Sora does. You know what I mean? Because at least you know.
As much as I love Sora and I wish he would come back, I also like realistically thinking about it and knowing how greedy fucking Disney is.
Yeah,
I feel like
that's the other thing.
They wouldn't make a new deal for him to come back.
No.
Well, you also have to consider that like Kingdom Hearts 4 is gonna come out, and like that's probably gonna be like a PlayStation exclusive. So it'd be weird for them to put Sora in Smash at that point. And also like there was so much wrangling that they probably had to do to get Sora in the game in the first place. Like, I really don't think that they want to have to go through that again.
No, and I think that they wanted like the last Smash Ultimate character to be like really big, and that's why they went through with it. But I don't feel like they're gonna want to do that again. Or if they do that again, it's gonna be with a different character, you know. So yeah, no, I think so. I think Sora. I'm okay with cutting Sora. So we are currently 2 characters heavy on the keeping side of it. So we got to cut 2 of these motherfuckers.
That's the easiest thing in the world. Toon Link and Duck Hunt Dog, get him out.
Really? That's who you would. Okay.
If I
let's not forget.
I agree on Toon Link. I don't.
Donovan.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hard on for Duck Hunt Dog.
I'm sorry. I don't think that they would keep. I don't think they would keep Game & Watch over Duck Hunt Dog. I really don't.
I think we should return to the Fire Emblem characters because there is 4 of them, which is the same amount of representation as Pokemon, I think.
But Antonio, you know they would pull that dumb shit. You know they would.
Wait, no, that's not even true. We have 3 Pokemon, I think.
Okay, well then
Pokemon Trainer.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we have Pokemon Trainer. Okay, you're right. No, I'm sorry. I think we should cut one of the Fire Emblem characters. I don't think we need 4.
Get Roy out of there.
It's
Red and I are
between.
on opposite ends of the table there because I say get rid of Ike, but he says get rid of Roy.
Really?
So
Ooh,
you want to
okay.
do rock paper
This
scissors?
is interesting. Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
For Roy or Ike. Okay.
We go rock, paper, scissors.
Wait,
shoot.
who's Roy and who's Ike?
Yeah, on shoot. I'm Roy.
I'm Ike.
Okay.
Okay, on shoot. So like rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yeah.
Okay, ready?
Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Shit. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
This is painful to watch.
Okay, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be one. Rock,
paper, scissors, shoot.
Okay. You know what? We're doing this a different way. I'm gonna think of a number between 1 and 10. Whoever gets closer to that number wins, and their character stays. Okay. Donovan, what's
7.
yours? Or like, what are you?
5.
And Brandon, what's yours?
7.
Okay, Donovan wins. I was 3.
Fuck.
So we're keeping Roy.
This is just like the quiz all over again. Fucking favoriting Donovan.
Yep, you're right. Yeah.
Square.
Yep. Okay. So we got to cut one more. So is it really between Toon Link and Duck Hunt? Is who we're picking off of? There's no other ones.
I think Toon Link, Duck Hunt, or Game and Watch. I say Game and Watch. I might be alone in that. I say Game and Watch.
I think Game and Watch.
I say we can do Game and Watch.
Game and Watch has such a unique feel though.
Okay, but look at all the characters on here, and then look at Game and Watch. Game and Watch is just
he fits right in. What do you mean?
He's a black outline.
He's so perfect. Yeah.
He's stupid.
I love
just
Game and
just
Watch.
have the
No, I love
listen.
Game and
All you
Watch.
need
No.
to represent Game and Watch and Smash is the fucking stage. Just have the stage.
But I love Game and Watch. He's so
why?
He moves around
Why do you
like
love
this.
Game and Watch?
He's like 2D and he's like a little
Okay,
guy.
all right. So I have a hard on for Duck Hunt Dog. You have a hard on for Game and Watch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to think of a number now? Whoever gets closest.
Well,
gets
but
the
I'm not
computers.
saying.
But what about Toon Link?
No, but I'm not I think Duck Hunt should stay too. I'm not saying it's between Game and Watch and Duck Hunt. I'm just saying I don't think we should get rid of Game and Watch.
We have to choose.
I think we should look. Hold on. Let's consider.
Honestly, I'm kind of looking at Pitt and saying, "Fuck you."
You know what? I'm looking at. Ooh, this is a tough one. I was gonna say I'm looking at Little Mac.
Say it.
I'm saying I'm looking at Little Mac.
No. We agreed on that, Antonio.
I know,
we agreed on that.
I know, but
actually, I would agree on Little Mac.
Oh.
I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there for that conversation.
That's true. Brandon wasn't there for that. I'm sorry. It's. I was in favor of Little Mac when we were looking at him alone, but now that we're looking at him amongst everybody, it's like my viewpoint has changed. You know.
Having Little Mac, I will admit, having Little Mac in over fucking Sora is wild to me.
It's a little crazy. it's a little wacky.
All right, so get him out. Get him out. Get him out.
Do you agree with Little Mac?
I can agree with that, but it makes me sad inside.
Yeah, I feel really bad.
There's a lot of decisions
about it.
we made, Donovan, that makes us.
There is a lot of decisions we made. I think.
Okay, but I'm still Game and Watch over Little Mac. That doesn't make sense to me. But okay, I'll go with it.
I don't know, man. I love Game and Watch too much. I hate playing as him, but I love him. His octopus move, man, you can't.
You know what? While you're at it, just get rid of Mario. Fuck Mario.
You're right. I don't think Mario.
Why do we
should be
need
in it
Mario
either.
in
All
the
right.
game?
Well, guys, this is the imagine it. I wonder if there's anyone out there that legitimately thinks Mario shouldn't be in Smash Brothers. He's too basic. I don't know. No, there's no way.
There's some
there's no way
who's he's boring.
He's boring. Yeah, he's boring. He's just like milk toast. No, who gives a shit? Yeah, no.
It's dude, you are literally a fetus.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm pretty okay with the roster that we have overall. Like I have very few issues with it. You guys might still
over
disagree
2
with me.
hours later.
Yeah, 2 hours. It has been about 2 hours, hasn't it? Yeah. Hey, there's a lot of characters. I told these tier lists go on for a while. You know, there's a lot to say. But that being said, like I'm very happy with.
This was a beefy chit chat. This is a very beefy.
And this
discussion here.
This was, you know, I know we're all ready and willing to get some rest after that.
Well,
so.
It will cut down a little bit. Antonio had some technical difficulties he needs to cut out.
That's true. just a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. That's to be expected. But all right, but that's where we're gonna wrap up the list or this chit chats. So thank you guys. We'll see how like in the next Smash Brothers like how accurate we were. I guess maybe they'll just like have a completely clean slate. Maybe they'll just not even have 45 characters. They'll start with like 20 or 30 or something. Who knows? But I do think like pretty much everyone here like in the keeping section are like pretty good picks. So
all I'm gonna say is this. If they get rid of Steve, I will be on Nintendo's doorstep.
I will not play Smash ever again.
I will not play Smash.
Nope. That's the final nail in the coffin for me.
Or you know what would be even wilder than just 20 characters?
What?
If you open the game and you could only play as Mario.
Versions of Mario, Dr. Mario, that's it. Those are the only two.
That's the game.
Yeah, that's the game. All right. Well, that being said, that's gonna wrap up this chit chats finally. And yeah, this was a pretty beefy.
If you watched this far into the video, comment Super Smash Brothers 2028 in the comments section.
Yeah, there might actually be people that come and watch this just because this is kind of like a trending sort of like format for videos. So who knows? Maybe this chit chats will get some traction. But
if this is your first chit chats.
It's only like the 145th.
Send me money on Venmo.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay, let's stop the recording before this gets illegal.
Yeah, okay, we'll stop.
Wait, I'll pull up my Venmo right now.
Thank you guys for watching. If you watched this far. And we'll see you guys in the next episode of Chit Chats. No! Chit Chats dance.
Chit Chats dance.
Yay!